Okay, we're a bit late, but we've had a lot of snow to deal with this morning. And let me go make sure we're starting the YouTube stream, getting the chat visible. So that I can see YouTube. Hello, YouTube. That screen takes a long time to load, but here we are. And there we are. Good luck streaming. Can't wait to watch the replay. Thank you. Tristan Sweden on the YouTube chat. So, we are maybe late for this first game. Twitch is gonna bombard us with ads. And Andy, Vivi on Loch Ness. Let's see, did I miss game one? I did miss game one, which was won by Vivi and Dorothy or Corey. These Empire Wars games are way too fast. And here we are, so let's I gotta update my scene and everything. I need my Red Bull logo, my scoreboard to read. Best of 5. This is the semifinals. It's the last chance semifinals. Vivi won game 1. So here we are on Loch Ness. Keep an eye out for Nessie as we get fire galleys from both players. Dravidians, Huns. Civs we haven't seen on this map because it's been all Koreans so far. Nothing but Koreans. Fire ships attacking each other. Yay, fire galleys into fire ships. There is Nessie. This will become even more boring hulks. But we have a forward workshop denied. Vivi's workshop, that forward build killed. Andy keeping himself safe. Hello, our base low. Why don't you say hi? Nice map gen. What is nice about the map gen? What is so nice about it? Andy's gonna lose the 3 relics down here. No, I'm the one who's late. I'm the one who's late waking up to cast this 7 a.m. set. Another knight running around, chased by a pikeman. Check the crossing. Oh my gosh, why is this not an admin rate? Yeah. Andy needs 1 gate. Is there an admin here? This should be a restart. As this is why we should not have a 2-minute spectator delay. That is why that is a horrible rule. It does nothing, absolutely nothing to prevent cheating. It just makes it harder for admins to check the map. Yeah, Windows 10. You combine all my stuff in the taskbar like that. I don't want that. Alright, anyway, we'll have a pikeman poking a scorpion up here. Another scorpion attacking the pikeman. Pikeman go down. And scorpion knight for Vivi against the pikeman here from Andy. As the stone is being collected for Andy, might be able to go for a castle in defense at some point. But a Rumi swordsman probably not particularly what he'd like to do. Hun's going scorpions in 2026. What a time to be alive. And I think the game is over because, oh, Vivi called the GG. Oh, okay. Vivi calls GG, and we're tied 1-1. Decides my forward was stopped too early, and this isn't going to work, and Andy has too good of a map. So yeah, this is the type of thing we need to make sure doesn't happen in TTL. So, thank you, Twitch, for playing an ad during that. But we have, as chat points out, a rather bugged map generation right here. Yeah, rather bugged map because Andy has a very small area to wall off, which Vivi has a large area to wall off. So I haven't seen the map generate like this yet, but it seems like a huge advantage for Vivi. This should have been an admin restart, I think, but this is Red Bull. Yeah, Andy just played Docks and Vivi won land pressure. Yeah, and as the Huns, right? That's what you want for Huns. Quick land pressure, probably some cav archers. And, well, there's Andy getting a good map win. So let me get the drafts and stuff, as we're probably into the next game. I need to click too many buttons while streaming. If only Age of Empires had a competent anything. So, we will get right into the game. We'll have a spec delay so I can think about setting up the drafts. On the scoreboard, Andy on the left, Vivi on the right. This is the semifinals, and it is a best of 5, tied 1-1. And for the maps here, we'll have some maps, and for the civs, we will have some civs. So what happened so far? Vivi won game 1, Andy won game 2. Civs for that game were Dravidians over Huns, and the civs for game 1 were Khitans and Magyars. Khitans losing. Ooh. Hello, G-Grady. Hello, Goat Stroker. As the Pet Shop Boys say, just go west. Go west. Alright, I need to see my YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube. Why am I up this early? Why am I up this early? So the next game will be Rampart, it'll be Jurchens for Andy, and Spanish for Vivi. And T-Cone, hello. FR? What does that mean? Is that France? There's no French players here. Is that for real? Why am I up this early? Is that freezing rain to describe the weather I'll be getting along with snow? Why am I up this early? I don't know. It's not even 6:30 a.m. yet for Ornlo. Alright, so Rampart. Vivi's played a lot of this map, and he's played a lot of it as the Spanish. Did he change how he spells his name now with a capital V? I think he did. Anyway, he shall be the Spanish to the west, and Andy over here will be the Jurchens to the east. I wish his name fit on the Capture Age overlay. I'm gonna need to do some more of my own image on top of the overlay. I also need to find a way to do the mouse cursor that's larger without causing audio issues, which is the most random thing I've ever had. Increasing the size of my mouse cursor causes audio issues on Windows 11. But that's Windows for you. Is Vivi gonna FC Conk? Most likely. Most likely. I have seen some FCs on this map. Remember, that was Doubt and Dogao yesterday. Both went FCs. Steppe Lancers versus Rothas, but Rothas are too OP. Bigger click for bigger sound? More like getting the mouse cursor into OBS to get a bigger cursor, because Capture Age has a tiny cursor on 4K resolution. The only way I found to do it somehow messes up my audio. So I don't know. And Sagertail, hello. You have a snowy morning from Ohio. Well, good morning on this snowy morning from New Jersey. As we have Archer opening versus Archer opening. Andy gets the first kill on a spear. And Vivi will try to wall up and get the walls up behind the chicken. And walling with chickens is so annoying. I don't know why chickens are in the game. I don't know. If people decided deer pushing was too annoying. So instead of trying to make scouting more valuable, they made it less valuable by giving you less to do with your scout. I don't understand the chickens. Ugh. How are they so small and annoying? Snowing like crazy across the puddle too. I haven't actually gotten that much snow overnight. I looked outside and it wasn't too bad. But I'm sure we'll get more today. Chicken pushing. Chicken funneling is the best part of the chickens. Chicken funneling is the only good part of the chickens. Spanish archers. Spanish archers. Let's go. As Vivi, he could vault the edge there. That'd be pretty sick. Doesn't need to do the full circle. You have extreme and catastrophic bushfires and heat waves in Australia. I had fires here a couple of years ago. They came down from Canada. The entire sky was red. You couldn't see more than a couple feet in front of you because of all of the smoke. So freaking Andy on the way up. You don't like chickens either. Does anyone like chickens? Chickens are just so weird. So Castle Age and Horsecollar on the way for Vivi. You like your chickens? Think about this though, Goat Stroker. If we had fewer chickens, we could have more goats. Vil goes down. And 2-1 Vil, Katie, in favor of Vivi actually, because he is forward with a couple of archers. And I missed that, but he was forward, picking off some of Andy's Vils, causing some chaos here. Low HP Archer, but a couple of low HP Vils too, as the chickens keep dancing around. And the skirms go down. Chickens are dinos. A crisp, warm, -5 degrees in Madison. I'm used to that. I'm used to that, -5 in Madison. I remember there when it felt like -20s due to the wind chill. My friend in Florida was complaining about it being 50 degrees, and I was like, yo, it's 70 degrees warmer. So, Castle Age, and oh, what the heck was that? It was a grenadier. How do grenadiers do against conquistadors? I'd imagine horribly. I'd imagine absolutely horribly. Another grenadier wandering around, hitting the Vils on the stone. On the other side, archers running as skirms give chase. Wait, do we also have another set starting right now? What's the Onamaru team? It's Andy's team. It's Andy, Vinchester, Jordan, Lewis, Fire, and Goku. There's no way these things are good against conks, right? I have 12 Pierce attack. Does it work? I'm guessing horribly no. I mean, skirms do have an attack bonus, and it does look like more overall attack than the skirms have. Nice delete on the palisade that doesn't delete the conks. I would have deleted my conks there accidentally. And we'll have leather archer armor for Vivi. Hello, Ganuga Gap. How you doing? Andy cooking. Well, maybe he better be cooking something, because I still don't see this working. He does have a second TC. Maybe he's simply trying to buy time for his economy. He does have quite a few grenadiers. Maybe we should have just gone Fire Lancers. Maybe Fire Lancers would have been okay. You can go Jurch and Cav Archers. Cav Archers is a unit that actually would do decently against the conks. And M. Bartman, thank you for the follow. We're closing in. Oh, dead monk. Bad gather point for Andy trying to get the relic. Closing in on 15k followers. Thank you very much for the follow. And Vils and the chickens out there. Here come the conks. Boom. They didn't hit the weak Vil. Boom. I got 2 Vils anyway. Forcing the Vils off the gold. Lots of idle time for Andy. I'll turn and shoot the Cav Archers. The Cav Archers really need ballistics to fight this. Here comes the army over. We'll have husbandry on the way for the conks. Just imagine eating tuna or shark. I think I've done that in RuneScape before. Okay, the chicken. I was afraid the chicken would block the conchs there. They're gonna kill a couple more vills. And what's Andy gonna do here? What are the grenadiers doing? Why is his army over here in the middle of nowhere? Over here in the absolute middle of nowhere. Convert all chickens with monks and make a formidable armored chicken army. Now that is an idea. That's an idea I think we all can get behind. Gandy's done for. I think so too. I think so too. I think he had an option with Jurchen CA. That he could have gotten a good cav archer mass and been able to fight the conchs. But I don't know what the grenadier play was. That makes no sense to me. He's trying to raid with it. But what's he gonna raid against the conquistadors? He'll shoot and dodge while grenadiers die. Yeah, they do like no damage to the conchs. Look at that. I wonder if Andy knew this or if he just went into it saying, YOLO, I'll try something. This doesn't seem like it has any chance of working. Now, his universities. Wait, the double university, one of them's denied. Andy really wants to go to school to learn, to get double university techs at the same time. 2 degrees at once. Conchs deny it, and now it's 15 conchs to 0 grenadiers. So ballistics on the way as the other university foundation is deleted. And hello, AFZ. Let's move in, kill some archers, kill some skirms. And there's GG from Andy, as Vivi goes up 2-1. Nothing real surprising there, he's about to end the game with a castle drop. That's how Spanish play this map. And the Jurchens, I thought they were an interesting counterpick, but not the Grenadier way that Andy played them. That is just Vivi dominating there. And that's the strength of the conchs. 21 military at the height for Andy, and he never had a chance to fight Vivi. This is best of 5, Danny Winks, best of 5. Next map shall be Stonefront, making a return from the grave, now that they're using a mod for the last chance qualifier. I've heard that it's still buggy. And then remember to play an ad in between the games. So there will be more sets. If I recall today, 8 sets in total. And I guess after this we have to choose between Tato Yo or the set that comes after Andy Vivi, the next finals after this. It might just be the finals right away and then the sets might not overlap. I guess we'll check for overlaps. I guess it's Empire Wars, so 8 sets shouldn't be that bad. How many games total possible? 5 times 8 for 40. Who won? Oh my gosh, I need to update the scoreboard. Thank you for the reminder. Who won? Vivi won. And he won on a Rampart. Well, how is Spanish the last pick saving that map? on this. What the heck is this draft? Ramparts a map. How are Spanish the end of the draft? What? And thank you, Gio, for the follow. What? Someone explain that draft to me. I don't get it. Lab grow more salmon. T90 would like that, I bet. YouTube, what the heck was that? Well, YouTube, why are you giving me such random things? You don't even show me the entire notification. 10,000 hours of watch time in what period? My total watch time is over 1 million hours on YouTube. Why are you giving me a 10,000 achievement? Is that just for the streaming part? Woburn MA is here, ready for AoE and Blizzard. Oh, I'm getting lots of Blizzard. Microsoft owns Blizzard now, right? I guess maybe AoE and Blizzard could combine one day. Anyway, the map is a Stonefront, RBW7, Stonefront. I guess they didn't want to put V1, V2, whatever in the map names and needed to keep them separate from the in-game names. I don't know, but with the comma there, that is an interesting punctuation choice. So we'll have Vivi here to the southwest as the blue Vietnamese, and Andy to the northeast as the orange Cumans. Cuman's an interesting Empire Wars pick. You have the cheaper buildings at the start, but then is he gonna 2 TC boom? Is he gonna go feudal ram? You don't have many other options with them. Age of Warcraft. Our race wants Cuman boomin'. Range up here for Vivi. Oh yeah, Arbase, is there like a ton of TTL happening tomorrow? And so far I've casted everything. I'll see how long I can keep up with that. But I know there's some TTL today too. Yes. So do I cast 12 sets or 8 sets of Red Bull for like 12 hours, then cast TTL afterwards? I could do the Rex afterwards. We still need to figure out what to do for Monocle, because I still haven't come up with a satisfying resolution to the pond problem. But Andy here, pumping out with a stable, following up the 2 ranges very aggressively, wants to go archers into the stable. And he is advantaging that wood discount for the production buildings of the Cumans and Feudal. Doing everything he can to put as much pressure on Vivi as possible. With the aggressive archer opening, he wants to force Vivi into skirms. Importantly for Vivi, he did scout the stable transition, so he won't be surprised by scouts. But if Andy can survive and produce scouts, that'd be great for him. He's starting to idle the TC, which feels kind of necessary if you're adding the stable in this early. That you will need the food for scouts instead of Vills, and here come forward Vills. Andy looking to tower the ranges, and being as aggressive as he ever possibly could be here. Why did my YouTube stream unpause itself? YouTube, what are you doing? A lot of tight minute arms builds. Let's see, I think what we'll have to do then is probably go for the shoreless ponds. But I'm still concerned about that makes too much build space. I think maybe I need to push the ponds to the middle and force the mills to be on either side of the ponds. And maybe do 1 ring of tightly packed ponds. No one really knows what YouTube is really doing on any given day. Well, he's doing it. He is going for the feudal rams. 2 ranges. You start with the barracks, a stable, and he's going feudal rams. He is doing it. You start with the blacksmith. Andy, in an elimination game, decided to go feudal rams. What a madman. And he's gonna lose this tower, I think. Hills are underneath attacking it. Maybe the tower simply buys him time for the rams. He doesn't want to fight underneath Vivi's tower. His hope was to tower the ranges and push them with rams. Vivi responded, as you might expect, with a counter tower. Maybe the play for Andy would have been to tower something else first, so that Vivi couldn't respond with the tower and then tower the ranges. You'd have to long distance mine 50 stone, and I'm sure the eco is already incredibly tight for this. Well, losing the tower fight feels like it hurts. And do you need 2 rams to push, or is 1 ram sufficient? Because you need to make sure you don't take a losing fight. You take a losing fight here, and I think you lose the game. No hole there. Wall, you wall the tower too, but I guess it's hard to wall the tower when there's so much army. You have Jalopin Chris in community tournaments who does this a lot, and if you lose the tower wall, you're dead. Now here comes the ram for Andy. Vils can attack the ram, and you can do tower plus attack ram. And Andy will try to idle and pull the Vils out, and Vivi chasing way too much. He'll lose a couple of Vils there. That's not going to make up for all the idle time. Andy's still pushing. This could still work. I think losing the tower was bad, but this still could work. He's cleared most of the spears. He needs a repair Vil here somewhere. I think he lost the forward Vils. Or had to pull them back at some point. Oh, he pulled them to the berries. So 2 rams now, but he needs to repair the rams. Maybe put some spears in the rams. Guess Andy actually makes Vils. Yeah, and Andy only idled maybe a little more than 3 Vils worth of Vils at the TC. And now, he'd love to destroy the ranges, but he's going to try to pull the army away. I think he still really needs to repair the rams. But Castle Age there for Vivi. If Vivi gets to crossbows, that's good. But maybe hard to research crossbow if you don't have ranges. Bloodline's on the way for Andy. That spear needs to be in the ram. Spear really, there we go. Spear in the ram now. And Vils attacking the rams, trying to fend them off. Still no repairs for Andy. And I think that's crazy, not having the repair Vil. Why is Andy not repairing the rams? This ram, 13 HP, can die to archers now. And Vivi notices that and finishes it off, destroys the spear. And 4 HP left, Andy will lose the ram. Ooh, 2 HP, 2 HP. Needs to do a 3rd ram now. That feels like it should have been prevented. Oh, will the archers destroy the ram in time? No, they won't, no, they won't. Another tower on the gold for Vivi. Our Vils hop in the ram. Andy, ooh, late on hopping in. Lancers kill now. Fire Lancers and the Vietnamese kill now. Probably. It's just feudal archers, so I think Fire Lancers, they do armor and then wreck them. What do we have? Or another range. Maybe he wants Elite Skirm. Maybe he wants Lancer Expo. Maybe he wants CA. Maybe he just wants the ranges to establish dominance, saying you destroyed 1 range, I'll build it back. 3rd range. Is there a gap between the market and the range? I think so. Otherwise, stuff would get stuck in there. Is there a hole there? Okay, yeah, it's not bamboo. Let's just mark it. One day, I'll need to do a graphics mod that removes all the excess bamboo from the East Asian architecture. And gets the blacksmith within its bounding box and the stable, so we're not confused. Yeah, Vivi only lost 3 Vils. Andy only lost 2, but also lost out on a bunch of production time. So 1 more big push with the rams. Kind of why I'm questioning the Cav Archer swap is how do they stop the rams early on? And another Vil does get killed. That's 4-3 on the Vil KD. As we have a counterattack, Vivi decided my army can't fight rams, so I'll go forward. And we'll have scale barding armor on the way for Vivi, who will make a couple of knights, and knights should put an end to this. I'm glad to see Andy tried this, but I don't think the execution was there. And I think it was a big mistake not having Vils to repair the rams there and losing 2 rams. Or did he lose the second? He repaired the second eventually, but having to pull back for so long without HP on the rams at least. Losing 1. And now everything will be cleaned up by the knights. A couple of archers in that ram won't survive much longer. And Andy's trying to fight with Vils against the archers. Unfortunately for Andy, he does feel like his run's going to come to an end here. Aggressive strategy, and love to see something with the Cumans like that, but I think there's a reason people don't play Kumans on Empire Wars that much. I'm sure people have tried this strategy many times. And now Andy feels like he's just on the back foot. Doesn't have a second TC, losing the Vills, his opponents in Castle Age. He'll fight on because this is the elimination game, but he's about to be eliminated. There's the GG. And Vivi will do it. Vivi will move on. So let's check out some stats. 62 to 31 KD for Vivi. Res collected, pretty similar, but part of that's because Vivi spent time going to the Castle Age. And well done, Vivi. Should have been even more aggressive. Yes. I've never had to do that. Spartan? I have had issues in cross-country in high school that they didn't supply enough toilet paper to the parks, so we had to bring our own. That's never been an issue for me. We didn't get the funding that the football teams did. The win for the Vietnamese, loss for the Kumans. The next match is scheduled for 14 GMT. Hello, Timaloy. Hope to visit Woburn, England. Oh, from Woburn, Massachusetts to Woburn, England. Nice, nice, nice. Woburn maybe times 2. The only Woburn in the US. Oh, okay. First Jordan, now Andy. Vivi really has it out. My gosh. So, Winchester Vivi is supposed to be in 2 hours. Does that just start right now? Vivi has to go through the 2 Onimaru players. And wouldn't that be absolutely crazy if Vivi qualifies for this? Oh, oh yeah, Vivi might go through Jordan, Andy, Winchester. Evening tea is getting cold? I do plan to be in London. Yes, I do. That's what the sub-goal's for. That's what the sub-goal's for, to help cover the traveling, but yes. Okay, so, let's check out the bracket then. Let's go check out the bracket that we're gonna have. We need to fill hours until the next match. Oh, our base has been in Woburn, Massachusetts. Fix the traffic on the bridges, please. So, this is what we're having today. Where did we just see this? Yeah, so Vivi went through Jordan, went through Andy, and now has to face Winchester for a chance to qualify. Has to face Winchester. He didn't go through any of the Onimarus, did he? Oh, well, Lix did go through Goku, so that's almost like Vivi beating another Onimaru, right? He did win over Lix. And then down here, we saw Sebastian Mihai yesterday. We'll have Sebastian Sato, followed by the winner facing Viper. Above that, one everyone's interested in, Doubt Lewis, and then the winner faces MBL. Any of these 3 qualifying would be quite the story with how much MBL grinded. Now, above that, the controversial one, Yo, who had to knock out Ozone and Valessa and Kapach, all of whom, who knows, might have advanced 1 extra round if they didn't have to face Yo so early. In all likelihood, they also get knocked out by Tato, but I mean, Valessa's beaten Tato in events before. Both kind of off peak at the moment, so I think Yo should be the favorite to win here, no question. Could be the first S-tier tournament Viper doesn't qualify for. Could be. I still think he'd be the favorite, but Sebastian Sato, neither of them were nearly as successful in the Empire Wars ladder as Viper was, but then Viper also struggled. He struggled quite a bit. And as I say struggled for someone who is still top 8, he was definitely struggling. And Sebastian and Sato, both right on the cusp of that top 12. After Yo was moved down, Sato was 11th and Sebastian was 13th. So that should be a pretty good matchup between those 2. Hello, Crazy Joe in South Jersey. Hope you're getting not too much snow yet. I haven't gotten much snow up here in North Jersey. Next match in an hour, or will it start earlier? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Let's see if I can double check this Red Bull Discord. And it says 14 GMT. Oh, it says as soon as possible. He's trying to reach Winchester at the moment. Drafting should start in 5 minutes. Good. Okay. So that will start right away. So while we're here, why don't I'll wait a minute and then get an ad out of the way. And this is then Winchester versus Vivi. And we do this. This is a finals match. So, Arbase, do you know if this is a best of 5 still, or is it a best of 7? Went to a Starbucks in Woburn, and we wanted to stay there, but we couldn't find that hotel. Best of 7. Okay, so I might need to rearrange the draft scene. Good to know. Good to know. Best of 7, Winchester Vivi. Woburn, Illinois is not incorporated, so it doesn't count. All the Woburns today. You think Lewis will win the bracket? That would be crazy. Predictions on Doubt versus Lewis? I don't know. Lewis has really been grinding Empire Wars. I want to say Doubt 3-2, though. Oh, you know, I had started coffee. I need to get my coffee. I need to get my coffee. Chat, I'll be right back. Totally forgot my coffee. It's upstairs in the coffee maker. Okay, we're back. Vivi Winchester. Oh yes, we can combine the names. I realize now, I should have played the ad before I went to get coffee, but maybe I'll wait until after the draft. Yeah, Andy's complaining about the map. I didn't see game 1, but he says, game 1, super bugged, unplayable map for me. Game 2, super bugged, OP map for me. Alright, so let's see. These are not the drafts for this set. These are the drafts for the other set. So let me just make a group here. RBWBO5. Do some overlay management. Okay, and now when we get these drafts up, don't see the drafts yet. They're starting in 10 minutes. I don't see a draft yet to for them, so we'll just wait and see what the draft will be for the best of 7. Oh yeah, Arbase, do you have a link to the best of 7 draft? Wanna just draft against me, and then I can set my overlay up? I have a draft. yeah. We can do a draft. We can figure out what the draft process is. We'll live show a draft, and then I'll know what the draft does. It's always the way to go. Shouldn't I be in a chicken costume? We did that already. I think I wanted to do more than I did because one of the sets got canceled that day. I think when I co-cast TTL with T90, I'll do the chicken costume again. That's my plan. TTL co-cast will be chicken costume. It doesn't say temporarily, it doesn't say permanently. I have time to change right now. If we hit the Tux goal, we'll change. Everybody sending me a draft link. Alright. I'll be the guest. I need a name. I am G West. Then let me join the other draft. Alright. Alright, chat, you ready to draft? I am ready. I am ready. Arbase picks Loch Ness. What map do we want? I'm on a 4K monitor. I need to zoom in. What map do we want? None of these have walls on them. Oh, wait, Glacis has walls. That's almost a map. I know I gotta pick 2 maps. Let's see. What else do we have? Stonefront almost has walls. That is stone. I want Nessie. Am I playing now? No, I'm doing a draft with Arbase so I can get a best of 7 overlay setup. What's the final map we want? How about Rampart? Let's do Rampart. This is the game 1 random pick. Conward, Volpine, and Henschel. I guess I don't need the random picks on the draft. That's just random of whatever's left. Alright, and ready for the civs. Ready for the civs. You gotta zoom this out a tiny bit. So many civs down there. Perks and Teutons are banned. Oh, I gotta ban civs. What are horrible civs? Let's see. Gajurs. They break the maps and they have Shravamshriders. And what else? That's probably a 3 Kingdom civ. Arbase banning Khitans and Koreans is banned the way. I don't even know what the maps I picked are. We'll just pick, he picks Celts, we'll pick with Byzantines. Byzantines, best civ. And oh, another civ. Let's go old school. Pick Aztecs. And Magyars. And Persians. We'll go Huns. Huns are Huns. And then what else is a good civ? Oh, Mongols. Mongols. Can't go without the Mongols. Oh, he picks the 3 Kingdom civs. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You should do... Oh, Saracens. They have the market. They have the market. And then, I guess, Japanese. He's going Jurchens. He wants more Fire Lancers. And, oh, he picked the Spanish. I should have gone Spanish. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay, and we're going to do 2 things. I'm going to pick the Bengalis, because they're OP. They have Rathas. And then... Chat, everyone's been talking about the Koreans and the Fire Lancers. I'm gonna tell you the real strategy. It's banned though. Bulgarians, delete the Konaks, put the Konaks in siege towers. And then after that, let's go, what's a good civ? Any good civ that still remain. Let's do the Goths. Why not? The Goths. How is Spanish not picked yet? Because this isn't a real draft. Alright, so we're gonna make an overlay now. We'll make an overlay. So, are you ready, chat? It is overlay time. So we do this, browser, RB, WBO7, maps, put this here, 1200, 1080, boom, and we get the maps, and then we go do a bit of copying and pasting. And then we get this here, right? And then we're gonna do some more copy and then paste 2 references to that. So now we take this and we roughly cut it down to this. Do some artwork there. And we take this, cut it down, I guess just to this one map. Do we need the bands? I guess we can include the bands, why not? That goes there. Then we take this, and you're about to see the payoff. Boom. Everything. There. Is Stand Ground Patrol banned in this qualifier? It is banned when you continually do it, or continuously do it on one tiny tile to group your units. You can stand ground patrol into fights the same way you always have. That's something you can't really ban in Age of Empires. It's just the way fights have always been taken. But that's I don't think you reasonably can actually ban that. So let's see. Now that I'm zoomed in really far, let me just make sure we're getting everything taken down there. Good. So over here. I've learned 28 pixels to move these over. So I tap my arrow keys 28 times. Boom. I should probably have a macro for doing that, or some way to automate that. But, alright, so that's there. We have the maps. Don't worry, it'll get bigger. It'll get larger in time. And let's see, where are the civs? Civs. So we'll do this, let's see. RBWBO7 civs. Alright, that needs to be larger. So now we have to decide on a number of civ. Oh, that would be perfect. No, that's no decision. This is no decision needed. That is perfect. I was gonna say we could determine the number of civs per row, but that is not needed. This is exactly what we want. And same thing, we copy, then paste a reference. So one of you, we do this. So just make that smaller. Another one, we do this. There we go. Just move that up until it's in about the right spot. Like that. I think that's pretty good. Maybe a tiny bit more down. Then we group this. They go together. And these, let's see, we gotta move them up so that they line up with the maps perfectly. Okay, perfect. Then we just go down until we feel like it's down enough. See when it's down enough. Shift move? What does shift move do? Does OBS have a shift hotkey I'm not aware of? It's like there. And the maps go at the top there. And then this entire thing, we now resize. Boom. Alright. Perfect. Hello, Sir Baron. Hello, hello. I know they're smaller, but they're... Shift move moves faster? What? Oh, it moves 10 pixels at a time. That's right. I could do 3 shift moves and then 2 normal moves. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's amazing. That's why I love chat. I can learn from chat. Learn all the weird OBS hotkeys I don't know. Am I warm? I am warm so far, Sir Baron. You do that all this. Oh, you're a designer. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, Baron, I am warm so far. I have not gotten much snow, but it is actively snowing. As I do when I cast, I have to turn my heat off, and I'm relying on my PC to keep me warm because the microphone picks up the heat and it's way too loud and distracting. So, now let's see, have these players started their drafts yet? They have not. So we're prepared for the drafts. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna just roll an ad before the drafts get started to keep the pre-rolls off. Wait, Arbase, how have they drafted already? What? They're in... Okay, the Captain's Mode website didn't show me the draft. Arbase is the draft, though. Do they have a Civ draft link, Arbase? They do. Alright, this is the actual draft, then? I think? Yes, okay. The actual draft, assuming Arbase is accurate. Yep, Vinch on the left, Vivi on the right. It'll be Hengehold for game 1, then Thames, Glacis, and Loch Ness for the future games for for the home maps for Winchester after game 1, and then Rampart, Crownwood, Dorothea for Vivi. Okay, let's also do one more thing. I'm gonna copy and paste some duplicates here. And just darken the background a bit. I'm sure there's a CSS thing I can do for this, but I do it by copying and pasting. Did they fix the bug with the middle building on Hengehold? What was the bug with the middle building on Hengehold? I saw that there were some unbalanced boars, but that was about it. Coffee time. Trap units? As far as I'm aware, no. Where will the Thames run today? Ugh, I'm out of water. It is coffee time. I also need water. Hold on, chat. I need to, before we really get started, I need to grab more water. I'll return with water in a moment. Jessica suggesting pizza time? This is Tobey Maguire time? So Vinch has played the way consistently throughout the qualifiers, to the point where it's maybe surprising that Vivi would ban the Koreans if he's anticipating Vinch taking away with the first pick. Also, Vivi banned Burgundians. Vivi likes the Burgundians. Why not ban the Catans if you want to pick the Catans? Let Vinch cook. This is the way. I think it would be absolutely crazy if Vivi makes it. Let's go to Romans. All right. Do I think Flemish militia needs a nerf? I think they're okay. Can we check his phone? Do we have that power? We need a mem tournament where they're playing with webcams so we can see what they're doing. Then we can check. Need to get their creation speed nerfed. Didn't they still lose to Romans on Dune Springs all the time? There's no Dune Springs here. Do you think we'll see Dune Springs? I guess that's not in the map pool anymore, right? The replacement maps aren't here. So no Acclivity, no Dune Springs, no, what is it? What was the other map? Karsts, no Karsts. Yeah, they're not in the map pool anymore. It's the original maps. Berber's. Oh, is Berber's Burgers around? Where's Berber's Burgers? You'd love to see that Berber's pick, I'm sure. It's never too early for pizza. What? It is never too early for pizza, gentlemen. Okay, cold pizza for breakfast? That's like the perfect breakfast. Going around telling me it's 8 a.m. It's breakfast time pizza. Are you trying to tell me you've never had a breakfast pizza? What? Oh, now you got me hungry for pizza. There's too much snow. I don't think they'll deliver. We have a state of emergency right now. No pizza today. Ah, oh, Twitch. I have my laptop open so I can see what Twitch is doing. And Twitch is giving me those sidebar ads. You. Pineapple breakfast pizza. I don't put pineapple on my pizza, but if you do, you do you. Tea time's coffee time. This counter takes 35 seconds. You can get 2.5 Flemish militia for every archer your opponent can build. But you usually do archers from 2 ranges, right? You do archers from 2 ranges at some point. So maybe that makes up for it. I'm based in Jersey, yes. At some point I'll be moving. I'd like to go somewhere warmer if we're gonna be doing some streaming. But for now in Jersey. Any excuse to run the oven for 20 minutes when it's 0 degrees outside? What is the temperature outside? It is 6 degrees Fahrenheit. So, come to Dubai. 6F2C is minus 14 Celsius. So all you Europeans out there, it's minus 14 right now. It's below 0 for Baron. Oh, I wish I were there to hug you and keep you warm, Baron. 65 now will be 82. That sounds lovely. Send the weather to me, please, gentlemen. On Tuesday, there's a freezing warning when it's 82. That is a very quick change in weather. So the draft is completed, and we'll look for them to get the games going soon. Let's see, they are hosting their lobby. I'll just do one more 30-second ad to get those out of the way. And Henchhold game number 1, Vinch Vivi, the VI players. We need that Vinch Vivi Viper Velessa bracket one day. And Vinch has picked purple, so we'll see what color we put Vivi in. What colors? Okay, chat, before we get started, what colors do we want? Florida complaining about it being 40. Meanwhile, here in Maine, that sounds like swim weather. Purple and cyan you want. We can put Vivi in cyan. Blue and red always. We can put Vinch in red. P6, P7? I want Vivi to be player 7 colored? I don't know about that. Purple and gray. How about gray and white? Purple, yellow, some Lakers colors. We could do red and yellow to make it Red Bull themed. I have 3 beverages now. I have a Gatorade, a coffee, and a water. And Yoga, thank you for the follow. I was like, there's a lot of vowels there. I don't know how to say it, but then yoga, that's a word I know. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Purple, orange. Those do work well. I agree there. Need some hot chocolate too, that sounds nice. So they have launched. Would you like to know what the civs are? I would like to know. I failed to download match content. Can I get a good thanks DE in the chat? I need an emote that somehow represents the feeling of failed to download match content. I don't know what that would be. But we need that emote. So, what are those civs? The civs are... Ooh, okay, chat, guess the civs. You have 10 seconds. Guess the civs. Guess the civs they picked. Give me your guesses. Give me your guesses. Henchhold. You see the drafts. What did they pick? Give me the guesses. Whocl, Baron says they come out swinging. Spanish, Mongols, Berbers. Oh, look at all those guesses. Koreans, Mongols, Burmese, Whocl. Well, what we have here will be Portuguese Aztecs. So let's do some scoreboard editing real quick. What are we gonna have? This is a best of 7. This will be the finals. And picking colors, I think, let's just do blue, red. I think that's easiest. So 3 boars in the middle. This map, they brought it back, but it doesn't seem like they balanced the boars because Vinch gets 1, Vivi gets 2. That's not that fair. Scout attacking the Vil downhill. And that Vil will survive. Yes, he will. And get back to the TC, armor on the way. And Aztecs, Portuguese, if it goes late game, Portuguese gunpowder should be pretty scary for the Aztecs. Aztecs probably have a production bonus, though, Portuguese on this map because there are tons of berries. And Vivi will be taking the berries. Vivi's woodlines are awful. Absolutely atrocious woodlines. Doesn't have anything against the edge of the map. Has to spread out for them. Vinch in the corner, I think, has much safer wood in the back. I guess Vivi can come over here, but that feels farther from the TC. Which server? Oh, does the dashboard tell me the server? Let me check the server. The server is... Can I see that? That shows me, right? Southeast Asia, the Southeast Asia server. Where is Vinch in the world right now? Is he still in Bali? That might be a good server for both of them. Anyway, he's going Eagles. Is Dogao playing? We casted Dogao Doubt yesterday. If you want to see that match. He's still in Bali? Okay, yeah. That's where Vinch is, and makes sense then. That is their the server that feels the best for them. So Eagle poking the scout. And look, a little bit of farm terrain out there. Was it supposed to be there? I guess so. Seeing that placeholder on Loch Ness has made me very anxious when looking at terrains now, seeing when they're not replaced. Is it just a gallows spam? I think so, is the Aztecs. Oh, thank you for reminding me about that. Eagles pick off the scouts. And the Eagles break the palisade gate. You can't wall with palisade gates against Eagles. That's a waste of wood. Yeah, look at that. Vinch recognized the gate and poked it down. Vinch selling wood for gold. Getting into the back to fight the Vills. And that Vill is trapped. Eagles now starting to get some kills. That's 1 kill. The Vill's just lining up for the Eagles. That's 2 kills. These Eagles do have forging. And this should be a 3rd villager kill. Did you get back to the TC or quick wall or anything? Nope, that's a 3rd kill. Is this a 4th kill? This is a villager. Nope. That Vill gets away. Another walling Vill though. We'll try to run to the archers. He gets away. Okay, so 3 kills so far. I feel like 7 Eagles should probably kill Vills a bit more quickly, but you need to take good fights still. So how many barracks are we at? 3. 3 barracks Eagles is our base rights. And a Vill, look at that wall from Vivi. That is a wall that leaves the Vill exposed. We need an Alcatraz from Vivi. No. Oh, the Eagles walling the Vill. And the Vill needed to be on the opposite side of that wall. And Eagles with armor keeper running around. There'll be a house coming up here from Vivi. Feudal Eagles always seem like they're speed walking. Yeah, they don't have the speed boost that later Eagles get, so they do feel a bit slower than the animation would imply. Where is he right now? Bali. He's right now in Bali. We discussed that they're using the Southeast Asian server, so hopefully good ping for them at least. And oh, there's an overchop. There's an overchop. If he's saying you can leave. He didn't. Did he wall this? Okay, yeah, there's a tree there. Okay. Tree behind the wall. On Earth, in the Milky Way. Eagles, is Arson in? Arson's in for the Eagles. Castle Age is in, and once Castle comes in, Vinch will get the extra attack on the Eagles immediately. Castle's on the way too for Vivi, but he suffered some damage. Down by 500 resources and lost 4 Vills. Bit of idle time for Vinch, so that does help even up the Vill difference. And what do we have here? Double stables now for Vivi. I think the Aztecs simply are going to have too many Eagles. Vinch now is on 22. He's in the Castle Age, so they produce faster. Eagle Warrior and Squire is on the way. And we'll undoubtedly look for the next armor upgrade against all the archers. And let's try to push through the palisade, re-walling behind from Vivi. And archers, as the Eagles break in, trying to do something to protect this eco, but the walls don't come up in time. The Eagles will run around. Everything will collapse here for Vivi, and this is Vinchester's game. There's the GG, and Vinch takes game number 1 very, very easily. He played Aztecs and he made Eagles. Something we all can do, and Vinch showing just how effective that is. GG, Aztecs OP. This is a lot of hoovering, very much so. Lots and lots of hoovering. Alright, looking for the lobby. Looks like they're rehosting their lobby. Am I sure I can hoover like an eagle? think I've done it a few times in my career. So game 1 will go to Vinch. And for Civs, that is Aztecs. Aztecs over the very highly picked Portuguese. Eagle nerfs coming in 3, 2, 1. Don't nerf the Eagles anymore. No. No, they've been nerfed enough. Don't do it. Is it from an actual Baltic? I generated a Baltic map, and then I adjusted it until it made a heart shape in the scenario editor. Are we brothers? We are not. We are not related at all. GG, hello. Automatic heart. And here we go for Dorothea Quarry game number 2. I sound like his much calmer older brother. He's actually about 1 month older than I am, so we're not actually that different in age. Is there a sub goal where all costumes are combined? You'd like to see a chicken Teutonic knight in a tux? We can try that out if we get enough subs. Thank you, Munchoff, using your Prime sub. Let's see when that alert pops up.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
I need to... I'm streaming without my headphones because I can't stream for like 12 hours with headphones on. It just bothers my ears. So we must flee. What I'm gonna need from you, chat, today is I'm gonna need you, whenever the sub comes in, I need you to write the voice lines in the chat so I know which ones came up. Okay, I'm gonna need your help to get through this. My ears need a break from headphones. And I'm gonna rely on you, chat. But this is a big responsibility. Get the campaign quotes right. Especially with all the spectator delays now. Yeah, Bloodless is ahead of us there. Rely on chat. Chat's OP here, Baron. Chat knows what to do. And what do we have here? Vinch, we put him in the red. Hello, Tundra Blitz. And we will have Dorothea Quarry. I really enjoy this map. I hope they get it fixed with the Gajur issue. That was weird. Anyway, archer range opening from Vinch will be the red Armenians to the southeast. Vivi will be the blue Persians to the northwest. Looks like they all started with all their vills this time. And double bit axe here on the way from Vinch. There are fish and oysters in the middle. Sometimes players dock, sometimes they don't. Not sure what they'll do with these civs. Our Gajur is bad here. Bloodless, the map was bugged, and I'm not sure what the bug was, but the Gajurs did not have their lumber camps spawning properly for some reason. After seeing a few bugs on the ladder, I went to single player and I just generated a whole bunch of maps. I did like 10 in a row as Celts versus Britons, and I had no issues. And then I just changed one save to the Gajurs, and I was missing villagers in 50% of the games, or 50% of the maps I generated. So I don't know if they fixed that in the mod, or if they'll just admin restart if that occurs, but that's why they removed this from the ladder, because the Gajurs broke the map. And Payhel, thank you for the sub. Those cataphracts pack quite a punch. Better to fire and retreat than face them toe to toe. And I love the campaign quotes. Thank you so much for the support. So we're what now? 24 subs away from that Tux goal. The hard part would be tying the bow tie. I haven't done that in a long time. Spear poking the scout. Archer goes down. As that scout runs around, we'll have an archer come over for Vivi. And archery range on the way up. Spear pokes the scout, scout goes down. Now that is Master of the Templar AoE, hello, hello. I'll send my knights, but I'm afraid they won't make it in time. Teutonic knights are pretty slow. And it is true, no husbandry. So, not super aggressive so far. On this map, I've seen some really aggressive plays with the hill, but I've also seen some walling, and looks like Vinch will go for the walls. We saw MBL using that relic as part of a wall earlier, and did not work out for him, Vinch realizing he needs to wall behind it. If I use the siege now, no, siege towers are still banned. Siege towers are still banned. This isn't TTL where I nerfed the siege towers. This is Red Bull where they are still banned. And hello Drex, how are you doing? It's Genghis Khan, we should flee. We need to do something else with the original campaign sometime. I don't know what else. Castle Age there for Vivi. There's nothing too insane with the way they do the triggers or the AIs for the campaigns. They're all pretty straightforward. The scout is killed by the archer. I showed most of the bugs or weird quirks in the pacifist run, so I don't know what else to do with them. I'd love to do something else though. Why isn't the siege tower banned in TTL? Because we nerfed it in the map scripts. We nerfed it. So we didn't ban it, and we have seen it used to hop walls. So we're hoping it's used for its intended purpose and not as an infantry transport. How come Vinch not docking? I don't know why players don't dock this map. I feel you're giving your opponent free fish if you're not docking yourself. Armenian should be a good water sieve. And now he goes to dock. He sees the fire galley, and he's realizing, okay, my opponent has docked, and if I don't dock myself, they're fishing for free. How do you nerf it? Nowhere? It's slower because it has a lower garrison capacity. Max speed is the same as a longsword instead of a knight. And a bit less HP. So there's Castle Age immediately for Vivi, and I wonder if he'll do War Galley? I don't think he can with the crossbow, or the archer into crossbow that will soon be in his base. It's a skirm out. This is a decision for Vinch. As he tried to dive past the tower, he'd be downhill from it, and looks like he's gonna say no. Fire galley here from Vinch. I'll pop out of the dock, the wonderful dock with the knocked over basket of apples that no one bothered to pick up. And, ooh, Vill's doing some fighting over here. Those villagers do indeed pack quite a punch. And skirms from Vivi, finding Vinch's army. Vinch had been outside these walls for a while, trying to break through the palisades. But not going to get anything accomplished there, as he will be completely slaughtered by the skirmishers. Skirm's OP. Oh, is Vivi streaming right now? Is he using a delay? Is he using a delay? The irony of Licks benefiting from Vivi not using a delay, only then to lose to Vivi. Crossbow didn't seem worth it there. Didn't get much accomplished with it. You were right. And now the skirms come forward. We all know skirms are the best unit in the game. So defensive fortified church in the back for the relic for Vinch. And some vills mining gold at the meal cart. As the skirms come forward. And we'll have skirm and padded archer armor for Vinch. As the vills start to be picked off, the skirms come around. Doesn't make monks heal any faster with a relic in hand, or am I doing it wrong? Is this supposed to make them heal faster if they're holding a relic? I didn't think it did that. Wait, what? Oh, skirm raid commencing. Not that that was an in-game bug. Oh, okay. So, warrior priest there, the skirms, Vivi took the stand ground part of stand ground patrol to heart there, and the skirms were not attacking. And you'll lose all of them. Okay, skirms are only the best unit in the game if you use them. You need 2 monks, 1 with a monk and 1 without, causes healing rate to double. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense then. That does make sense. The game probably has a check that the same units are there, and it doesn't multiply the healing rate, but it does if the monk and the monk with relic are different units. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Are there relics on Battle Royale? Could you do that as Saracens and have, like, super fast healing monks on the outside, like you could with Byzantines at the start? And infinitely survive the Battle Royale with the monks? People have to play Battle Royale for that. The fire is going down. Oh, demo? What's that gonna demo? That's okay, that's a good demo almost. Almost destroyed 2 fire ships. And meanwhile, cav archers and knights. Knights here to deal with the skirms. And Bloodline's just about in for Vivi, doing armor for the cav archers. Vinch booming behind this. But I feel like Vivi's starting to pull ahead and should be able to pull ahead with the Persian eco. Not the same res collected just yet, but he's getting more TCs added. Vinch got his 3 TCs up and running. But it still has to contend with the fact that Vivi is Persians. Late game on the water, Armenians should dominate, especially if they can get Cilician fleet and heavy demos. Oh man, they should dominate this water. Oh, that was a nice demo though from Vivi. The Persians on the water, packing quite a punch. And ballistics for Vinch. So this map can be pretty aggressive. It can also be very boomy. Players super far apart, and now controlling the corners for wood will be important in the long run. Now, hard to raid with cav archers inside of an Armenian player's base. You have that fortified church. Then 1 tower on the gold. Ooh, goodbye, monk. Goodbye, monk. Cav archers from Vivi doing great. Picking bills on the wood line now. That Vil runs away. And we have pikemen on the way from Vinch. Your warrior priest for Vinch coming in. And that'll be the 4th relic for the warrior priest. Man, warrior priests are strong. And only 1 more that's on his side of the map to pick up. We'll have a castle on the water for Vivi. Looks like he wants to play for water control now. He's maybe close to going imp. Same with the Vinch. Vinch though, maybe I was wrong about pulling ahead with the Persian's eco. Need some time for those TCs to keep working. And meanwhile, Vinch benefiting with 1k more res collected. Halb on the way. Castle Age Halb for the Armenians. As Vivi will go for War Galley. probably gets the castle up and keeps the dock safe. And he'll focus on the water now with War Galley. Now, yep, as Jux writes, was removed because when you play the Gajurs, there is a very good chance that you did not have a lumber camp, and then we're missing the 4 vills that would surround said lumber camp. Skirm's attacking the knights. As the knights go down, Skirms go for the cav archers. I should just give them mule carts. Give everyone a mule cart at the start. Some maps do that. So Vivi with cav archers and a knight around the outside, wanting to pick off vills on this wood line. Or galley and fire in the middle. And wolf being chased by skirms as it starts eating a vill. And that vill will kill the wolf. So imp on the way for Vinch. Imp on the way. Castle goes up, another castle here for Vinch. He'll be downhill though, but imp first. That is, oh my gosh, the Mangonel coming out. Can the Mangonel deny the castle? The Mangonel can go uphill and get some pretty good hits on the vills from uphill. Ooh. This castle's denied. Vinch with the Doubt castle. Doubt's not even playing here. Vinch not able to get that castle constructed. He used to fall back. Was strange to see it downhill too. Had the castle been up here the entire time, I think it would have been fine. Alright, skirms kill a wolf. And Mangonel, no repairs. The skirms will destroy it. Vivi probably in that situation lamenting the removal of the delete bug. As the Mangonel goes down and the barracks come up. So Imperial Age on the way for Vinch, Imperial Age also on the way for Vivi. And Halbs come around. So, Imp, I guess in some ways not as valuable for the Armenians because you already have the Halbs. But more barracks here. And this becomes then Halb, Skirm, Siege, maybe some bowmen. Vivi wants another castle. You missed the delete trick. Delete trick was fun. I really miss when board-loring was more difficult. Lots of things I miss. Okay, Vinch. Oh my gosh, the Ville's chopping that straggler. Did he want a castle there? He did want a castle right on that straggler. I use the castle as a bit of a wall, but that one stopped the skirms. He really wants to win this Trebor. Oh, what is this castle? What is this castle? Vills came forward for Vivi. They came forward for Vivi, and they're castling Vinch right on his face. I was looking for Vivi to do the castle over here somewhere, but no. He is going as forward as he possibly can. Nice Mangonel shot on the skirms. Vills trying to keep the Mangonel walled in. We'll do so successfully for now. Chemistry on the way. The Persians do have access to cannon. Mangonel will try to get a shot on the weak Vills. There's no way that denies the castle, right? Okay, no it doesn't. But we'll slow it down enough that Vivi can start getting trebs. And forward, he's mining the oysters, doing a mining camp for the oysters. Let's go. Double sounds of the age up? I might have those on. Oh, yes I do, thank you. Remind me to double check in game that I might need to turn a mod off. Thank you. Good old double sounds. One day, I would love to be able to cast AoE 2 without needing to alt-tab to another application. Ah, the dream. And TC down. So Cavalier on the way for Vivi. And it looks like Vivi so far so good as far as controlling the water is concerned. Vinch doing some castles at the back. And his early push not having any momentum now. His castle goes down. And with only 2 trebs, this should be repairable for Vivi. There is another treb on the way. Gambeson's men-at-arms plate mail armor on the way, although Antagonist are an option for Vivi with chemistry already finished. Against an unbraced Civ? That's why they have Antagonist, I think. Covers up the lack of bracer against those champions. Plate mail armor on the way. Must have lots of HP for those halbs. He does get Ferreters. Oh, actually, it doesn't affect the spearman line. Never mind. I thought it did. Affects the warrior priests, though. Maybe that'd be too strong if it did the halbs. Remember, if Armenians would be a Fire Lancer Civ, that would say and Fire Lancers, and it would affect them. First game was Aztecs Portuguese. So this... Vivi losing his castle though. Vinch managed to get the 3rd treb there. Doing long swordsman now. And maybe regaining some momentum in his push with that castle down. Right now, there wasn't a melee unit for Vivi to snipe off the trebs after the castle was destroyed. And no cannon there for sniping them off either. Bill's desperately trying to repair. Vinch doing a good job with his own repairs. And Vivi losing a treb, trying to run. He's getting some nice Cavalier raids, though. From Vinch's eco. Vinch losing a few vills. Thankful he is for that fortified church. But he can only garrison 5 vills because he's collected all the relics. The relics stopping the vills from garrisoning in the church. He's got too many relics, he can't save the vills. I have to run to the TC as the Cavaliers keep raiding them. The 10 garrison capacity coming back to bite the vills. Meanwhile, though, Vinch doing some raiding of his own, still wants to take out that final treb. TC, the Persian TC, look at all that HP, doing a decent job of protecting the treb from the halbs. That will go down without the TC, then the halbs can move in. Then they can move in. How's Vinch doing? No Ferreters yet, and he's still only on long swords. No Imperial Age upgrades for the swordsman line. There's that handy cannoneer. The trebs go for the house. And another TC down to a treb. Vivi trying to open up more and more of Vinch's base for raids, but Vinch doing his own raids with the warrior priests. Pick up relics and raid the vills. Cavalier gets a couple hits on them. Ace trade. Red Cliffy thinks it's GG. You think Vivi's got this? Think Vivi's gonna take a game here from Vinch? Cavaliers pick the Vil. Castle killing Cavaliers. Vinch forced to the corners of the map, but to be fair, that's where all the wood is. He will build a castle to help defend his relics, and also move down to the southern corner too. More resources out there. As we do hit 35 minutes, reminder that there is a roughly 75-minute time limit. So we are about halfway towards that limit if this does become more stalemate-y, which it could with the water in the middle. Scores still neck and neck. Res collected 51.9k for both. And they're both needing to train more and more vills to replace the ones they lose. Can the vills repair in time? Just in time. That trip got down to single digits in hit points. Composite Bowman with the hill will try to attack it. Cavalier raids coming in. Vinch does not want to lose those 5 relics, but he could lose them to that Treb. Should be able to. I'd say he could repair 1 castle, but the Cavaliers are killing some of the repair vills. Downhill Treb though, and no siege engineers for the Persians. Can vills mine oysters? Yes, vills can indeed mine oysters. They are doing so right here. The oyster gatherers. So, oh! Hello, TC spot. There are a couple of churches there. Or you like the Persian castle more than the Armenian one? I think I agree with that. I will agree with that. Persian castle nicer. Armenian one's okay, but I like the Persian one more. So iron casting and conscription on the way for Vinch. And will the Treb shot hit anything? Yes, does hit the Treb. Boom. And ring archer armor there for Vivi. So some helms coming in along with the composite bowman. Vinch, are you going to destroy the TC with the Trebs? Let the vills do something there? I feel like he could just sit outside the trees and destroy the TC and not worry about the vills. And Vivi's pop's dropping down to 180. Still going for Cavalier, or down to 150. Vinch at 180. Going for more Cavalier raids. This is a doubt TC. If Vinch doesn't notice, Vinch does notice and he walls. Good job by Vinch noticing that. Oh, he's gonna try to wall the Cavaliers in. Ooh, that'd be tricky if he does. He has to go back out. How do we make a unit look special? Is add capes. Hey, capes can be very, very inconvenient. I tried to unplug and plug my webcam back in under my desk when I was doing that Teutonic Knight costume. The cape made that very difficult. Oh, what is this? Alcatraz quick walling from Vinch. House, stone wall, fortified church, saving the Vil, and being as annoying as he can't be building another church. Those things build so quickly you can't stop them. Even one Vil. No capes. That is definitely true. Aside from do all the quests, are you in the chat? You can wear your quest cape. You can wear a quest cape. That's fine. So that's 3 Trebs on the hill attacking the castle. Castle losing some HP. Let's go to repair. That downhill Treb, unfortunate for Vinch. He'd really like to be atop the hill. Maybe recovering his pop a bit as he continues raiding Vinch. With the TC up, that does open up the farms for more raids. It's no longer a solid wall once it's finished. Best units don't need capes? That's true, the Woad Raider doesn't need a cape. Doesn't need any clothing. The elite upgrade that gives him more clothing is a downgrade in appearance. Yeah, the villagers, they don't need capes. So this castle will crumble finally. Ooh, down to around 100 hit points. The Treb shots continue. Not enough army for Vivi to stop this, but the composite bowmen are running under the castle fire. Vivi buying stone, but not in time, loses the castle. Did not have the stone in time. And Treb's taking out the mining camp. Citadels is underrated unique tech. So underrated that Vivi did not research it. +3 against infantry actually does sound good against Armenians. So Vinch up by 3,000 score. And was Arbase saying that this is over? Arbase was saying it was over early. But Vinch holding on, Vinch pushing back. Viper sets are always late? Always. That it should be, not that it was. That's just the general rule. Viper hates playing last. So they always make him last. Blame our base. Yeah, well, Vivi can blame our base for Vinch's comeback. Oh my gosh. Vinch, please give us a Cilician Fleet heavy demo on these Vils. Please, please, please. You're up enough. It's time to have some fun. You get 75 military to 16. No, don't raid with Halbs. Give us a demo, Vinch. Give us a demo. Could benefit a lot from ballistics. Vinch is having leisurely strolls below the castles. Yeah, great job holding on from Vinch, though. And having 5 relics certainly makes that much easier. He had 4,000 relic gold that game. Vivi had only 1 relic. So that's an extra over 3k relic gold for Vinch, who goes up 2-0 and is trying to make his way to yet another LAN. So that's 346 kills for Vivi. Eco-wise, better for Vinch. And there we go. Am I enjoying the snow with Tantron? It is snowing outside. The weather outside is frightful. But the fire ships are sure delightful. At least more so than Hulks. And Judo Ludo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, so I'm going to do an ad and update the scoreboard. Where do we go for the scoreboard? 2-0 Vinch. He will win on Dorothea Quarry. And that will be Armenians over Persians. Your windows are frozen with condensation. Yo Tato drafting. I think I will continue though with Vinch Vivi just because we're in it already. Maybe Vinch wins 4-0 and we swap to Yo Tato quickly. There will be a bit of overlap, and I'm sure some people will be starting and stopping streams throughout the day. At some point, I'll need to take a break to turn my heat on. Hello there, Kai World. How are you doing? It's wonderful to have almost 400 people here, and it's only 9 a.m. So the next map looks like it will be a rampart. I'm expecting Burmese from Vivi on rampart. And Mongols from Vinch. It looks like that's what they're doing. Humble Jelly, thank you for using your Prime sub.
This way, Attila. Follow.
Huns it is. It is Mongols Burmese. Getting closer to that tuxedo goal. Yeah, I don't know if I'll cast all day. I'll see how much stamina I have. The sub sounds are great, thank you. This way, Attila. Follow. See, that's why I need the chat. I need the chat. Help me out. So Mongols, Burmese are the civs. I thought you meant Huns is in the civs are base. Sorry, I thought you meant the message. So I think if lots of other people come in and start casting, I might just take a break in the middle. And then when Red Bull's done in the evening, I'll cast the Rex of the TTL sets that were done today. So that way we can cover everything that happens today. Tilda the Woo? Is that gold or platinum? It is silver and gold. Silver and gold are both going on now. Platinum hasn't started yet. Polish grammar is very similar to Latin grammar, which would be a great help for me if it didn't have any sad backstory of never having learned grammar in your first language. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Susway saying this way, Attila. 2 silver sets at the same time. So much content. Or maybe we stream the entire day, but I think I need to take a heating break at some point to get my heat on properly. Alright, so we do have Vivi here, playing to the west as the blue Burmese, and Vinch to the east as the red Mongols. So, Mongols, we saw Doubt FC Mongols into Steppe Lancers. You have boar on this, you have boars on this map. So the hunt bonus for Mongols is crazy, and you also have tons of chickens surrounding you. And what did we get there? You have 26 chickens for the Mongols. That feels like a crazy amount of hunt. So Mongols good. Burmese though for Vivi, what do the Burmese do against Mongols? They go Arambai, I think Arambai... How do Arambai do against Mangadai? I guess that comes down to micro. I feel like I'd favor the Mangadai, though. Burmese have good monks, you know, maybe better monks in that matchup. I guess if there's overlap, most casters will prefer the last round over the semifinal. Probably depends on the players, though. I think the overlap is I continue doing what I'm doing with some casting inertia rather than swapping out midway. Uncle's OP, please nerf. Ooh, laming, Vinch. Ooh, oh, boar on the hill, It's like those boar lures in the crater maps back in the Rudley days. Spear with a poke, though, and the boar stops. So yeah, when you see a Vil luring the boar does more damage to the Vil than the scout does. So you want to block the Vil with the scout so the boar attacks it rather than attacking with the scout. But good job with Vivi bringing the spear over. Without that spear, I think Vinch would have succeeded in that lane. But Vinch indeed going for the fast castle with the Mongol hunt. Vivi forward with a couple of archers. And Vinch has to be careful, there is a weak Vil out on that wood line. And not enough stone for a castle. I think this has to be Steppe Lancers then. He's doing his own scout on the way up. We'll get a bit more HP for those Mongol scouts. But he will lose a second Vil. So good aggression from two archers from Vivi. Vil trying to wall there. He does have fletching on the archers. They're deciding on server now and asking shoes. You need to flip a coin. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing in my rulebook. We don't do coin flips, but Petito did a coin flip once anyway between ACCM and Margugu. ACCM picked tails. Margugu said, "No, I want tails." And then they flipped the coin and they got heads, and ACCM won. But I usually do higher seed if they can't get a fair server. Higher seed gets to pick for game one, and then whoever picks the home map also picks the server. But I usually do higher seed for game one rather than a coin flip. I do prefer stuff to be deterministic for the most part when doing that kind of thing. I guess a coin flip works for the NFL. So it can work for us. And ooh, weak Vil for Vivi. And Vinch doesn't notice. Is that scout auto scouting? What is that scout doing? It might be auto scouting. So Steppe Lancers can move forward. Spear looking to poke the Steppe Lancer. Steppe Lancer on the hill pokes down at the spear. You have the home server to the away map. I suppose that's a thing we could do. I guess you do kind of end up then picking maps based on the server. You might want, say, a more aggressive map with a better server and better ping, and a more boomy, slower paced map. You might not care about the ping as much. He's not responding. Oh no. You're tempted to flip a coin for them. Maybe they can flip a coin themselves. What are we gonna do when inflation hits and it's no longer valuable to mint any coins? Because pennies, we're no longer making pennies. I'm sure nickels and dimes are next. What if we just run out of coins? Maybe all of us end up using cryptocurrencies in the future. And then we can't do coin flips because we don't have coins anymore. Flip a credit card. We need to ask AIs to flip coins for us in the future.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, and this is why I was worried about the Burmese against the Mongols. I don't think the Burmese work against Mongols as a civ, all the Steppe Lancers. Remember when the Rothas yesterday from Dogao were fighting the Steppe Lancers from Daut and being fairly even? The Arambai not doing that here. When you add in some siege to deal with the Arambai, this is very scary, and the Steppes can take out the outpost. Right now, 3-0 lead for Vivi. What I think all Vinch needs here is a second TC and a bit of a boom, and keep making sure you're spending your wood, getting your farms. Manage the eco with a second TC, and I think you're flying here. Table flip a table. Got a score of 100 on your first try on random.org. I have no idea, but congratulations on your score of 100. Hopefully it's not like golf where a lower score would be better. If Steppes don't fight, the Arambai do counter them. I think it takes a while to get enough Arambai to fight the Steppes. I think you need to get like 6 or 7, and well, that is, to be fair, what Vivi has now. So this certainly isn't over yet. And Vinch going to Stone. Is making the swap to Mangudai the right play? We saw Doubt try to do that with the castle into Mangudai, and I think it was too slow. I think fully going Steppe Lancers and committing to this would be the better play than making a huge swap for Stone in your eco. And I think 1 TC just to protect an outer gold. Make sure you don't run out of gold and wood. And then you lance with the Steppes. Oh, look at that. Relic gonna go down. Relic gonna go down. Of course, you do have 3 relics around your base, so very easy to add in the monastery and pick up all 3 of them. Does lead to good monk play, and the Burmese will have better monks than the Mongols. And so far, only 3 Vil kills for Vivi, and only 1 or 4 Vil kills with the Arambai. Arambai being fended off by monks. But only 1 kill for Vinch on Vils. So Vivi doing a great job defending against the melee unit of the Steppe Lancers. And now we're seeing the problem of the Steppe Lancers, that the unique unit gets large enough in numbers that it stops it. And the TC for Vinch may be a bit too late here. Maybe a bit too late on the TC. The monks need conversions, but the Arambai pick off Vils. And that TC is not going to go up. And Devotion on the way also for Vivi. Devotion. OP tech for unique units. Huge buff for the Arambai now that Devotion protects them from conversions. And that'll come in shortly for him. And remember when Vinch had a huge Steppe Lancer advantage? And I think we're seeing the same thing that happened in the Doubt game. This map is really difficult to add farms. The houses you start with on Empire Wars somewhat block your farming space. Arambai pick off another monk. And the unique unit overwhelming the Steppe Lancers, as well as the Steppe Lancers do at the start. The wood gold unique unit, much cheaper to add in. Easier to sustain the eco. And the Arambai are hoovering everywhere. Vinch going to go for a castle that might be a Doubt castle. Wheels go down. Oh my gosh, it's Panda. How you doing, Panda? Are you getting snow, Panda? I feel like most of the country's getting snow, but I think in the northeast here we're probably getting hammered the most. Baron's getting a lot of snow, just a little cold. Yeah, fake trust, Will Panda. Yeah, wood gold unique units. At the very least, Conquistadors cost food. So Arambai going for the Vils. Minus 14, nice. It was minus 1 for me the other day. It is right now 6 for me. Which I converted earlier was minus 14 Celsius. You got about 5 to 6 inches? Okay, you got more than I did so far. It was probably around 3 inches last time I looked out the window, but it is actively snowing, so that will rapidly increase. Around by getting to the castle. Around by out here. 4 relics for Vinch. Vinch somehow managed to snag a relic from the front. Those get 6 inches in Michigan. Nice. And then University in the back for Vivi. As Ballistics. Ballistics is on the way for Vinch. And he's starting to do Mangudai. Mangudai need Ballistics. They need Bodkin, which he has. Still need Husbandry and Bloodlines. Lots of upgrades needed for Mangudai. And the Yarambai trying to close the distance, but Mangudai winning the fight now. Are they winning the fight? That's a lot of dead Mangudai. Bloodlines on the way for him. Bloodlines already in for the Yarambai. And Ballistics, does that affect Yarambai? And okay, forward castle from Vivi. He's looking to end the game. There's the castle. The Yarambai raiding more vills. And the Yarambai under some castle fire, but this looks like it might be GG. Oh, Vinch, the villagers. Down they go. Yarambai killing quite a few of them, all going down. They had 2+ feet of snow. I've had that in the past. It's a lot of shoveling. Yarambai killing some of the Mangudai. They have to run away. Oh, did the Mangudai deny this? How many vills are there? Only 6 vills, but more on the way, more on the way. And not enough Mangudai. Castle goes up, and is that GG from Vinch? The workshop goes down, so we won't even make rams. Yep, that's GG, and Vivi takes the game. Alright, so the Mongols, that's twice I've seen Mongols trying to FC Steplancer against a wood gold unique unit. And I've not seen the eco work out for the Steplancers. It's such a weird thing that you don't have the farming space on this map to expand your farming eco as quickly as you want to. And you don't even want to farm that much with the Mongols because of all the hares and chickens you have around. And getting enough mills around to take them and then swapping to farms feels like players haven't quite figured out how to do that properly yet. I'm still not giving up on the FC Mongols build, but it does seem quite hard to pull off when you get to that mid-Castle Age point when, yeah, you can win the fights early on, but you can't really stop the unique units from getting to 6, 7+, and then they beat the Steplancers quite handily. And who's doing Tato Yo? Alright, nice. Always trust Ornlu to wake up at the right time. Hello, hello, good day to you, sir. Hello, Calvin, how are you doing? Feet, where are the feet? See, that as an American, we measure. We use feet as a unit of measurement. What does FC Steplancers? Capital O Fast Castle. I don't understand the question. Math is mathing, yes. Only wakes precisely when he means to. The winning Rampart. And for the Civs, the loss for the Mongols. Oh, surprised not to see Spanish for Vinch. Could have FC'd Conks there. Win for the Burmese. Would Conks beat a Rambai? I would think so. Did I see here about the placeholder bug on Loch Ness? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And the ad's done. I can explain how that happens. And show off how that happens real quick. Feet and strides make a lot more sense than wherever much light travels and however many... You measure distance in leagues. And Toto Quarto, thank you for the follow. So I can explain what happens in that bug. So let me just pull up a map script. Oh, Gabby, thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you so much. I hope to cast more of your TTL soon. All right, so someone asked about the placeholder bug. Let me see if we have that somewhere. Arbase, where can I find a screenshot of the placeholder bug? That should be in map discussion, maybe. And feedback? I know there's a screenshot of this somewhere. Maybe someone posted it in... Is that in a T90 mod chat? I know I have a screenshot of this somewhere. There we are. Alright, let me just save this. My desktop. How many inches in a mile? I've never had to convert inches to a mile. That was amazing. Yeah, let me show you what we're talking about as they're loading into the game. Placeholder. There we are, this is it. The placeholder bug. And as you can see, there is a bit of terrain on Loch Ness that didn't get replaced properly. And let me just open up a map script here and show you one of the things I do while I'm scripting. What's a good one? Maybe reverse Acropolis? Avoid, yeah. So what we have to do in map scripts here is you'll see I'm doing this 8 times, where you might be thinking, oh, I have this placeholder terrain, I'm using snow. You might be thinking, oh, replace rock on top of the snow. 100% land, shouldn't this cover everything? Well, no, it doesn't. I don't understand why, but if you do land percent 100, number of clumps, you pick a large number of clumps, you'd think, oh, this should cover all possible terrain on the map and replace it 100%. No, unfortunately, that's not the case. This doesn't actually replace it, because occasionally you do get those placeholder things that don't get replaced fully. There might be one tile that's not selected to be replaced. And the solution to that is simply take this create terrain command and repeat it. I have macros to do that, but repeat it several times throughout the map script. And you need to repeat it 8 times, the same thing in a row. 8 is just a number I use because that seems to work. And if you do it too many times, then you get your map script too large and it takes longer to transfer or to load. But, so there are trade-offs there. I'm guessing that Loch Ness doesn't repeat it enough, or maybe only does it once. And they don't repeat their terrain generation, probably. I see we are coding. Yep. So, it's a really annoying thing that you have to do in map scripts, that you have to repeat your terrain generation commands when you want it to replace everything. It'd be super nice if they could just add replace all, or something of that nature, so we don't need to do that. But until that happens, you have to deal with the replacements. It doesn't matter what the placeholder is, Wise Turtle. It's just, in order to get terrain spaced properly, we use a lot of placeholders. So let's see. While I was talking about that, they started the game. And we'll put Vinch in red for consistency. And I'll just speed this up just a bit until we catch up to real time. We'll have Vinch as the red Wei, and Vivi as the blue Catans. So Wei Catan's a matchup I've seen on this map a couple of times. Catans should have a much better eco. But also, Shinbei Raiders and Tiger Cav, I think, are the better unit composition for the Wei. So it looks like we have a Scouts opening from Vivi, Archer opening from Vinch. As Vivi comes forward with the Scouts, we'll speed cast until we get caught up to real time. Vinch will have to quick wall the Scouts out. And get some houses up on the side. How does the placeholder tile behave in-game? Oh, there are different placeholders. I don't know what it's using. There are land tiles, water tiles, different placeholder terrains, whatever it is. It's just a normal terrain. Some of them have different properties, though, but it doesn't really matter. If sometimes you can walk on them, sometimes you can sail on them. different terrains. It's just a graphical thing, basically. Feels weird to see it without Koreans. And thank you, Talon, for the follow. Yeah, Catan's spawn on Empire Wars with farms, and that also led to a few idle vills from Vivi as he tries to run away from that one archer that's raiding him. On the other side, the scouts running around outside the wood line as more farms come up here from Vinch. Yeah, personally, I don't use the actual placeholder terrains. I prefer using actual terrains so I can visualize them a bit more easily while map scripting. Sometimes it's good to use terrains with different colors on the minimap, but it's simply a debugging tool. Or at least the colors or the type of terrain that you choose. The placeholder terrains themselves are useful because you're never going to actually use them in the map script to the point where you might accidentally, maybe you're using snow as a placeholder or roads as a placeholder. Roads are another one I use. But then you might actually have roads in the map, and you might accidentally overwrite a terrain you weren't meaning to. So the placeholders being something distinct that doesn't appear in the map is useful. Anyway, scouts, okay, Catan scouts get in. They have, they don't have forging. Vivi, you're Catans, you don't have forging. These scouts are not threatening yet. An in-game map editor to be easy to create maps. That's how you create the campaigns and the scenarios and maps that are fixed. The scripting language is how you create the random maps that are different every time. So Spears chasing the scouts, and Vivi not doing forging, prioritizing Castle Age, but those scouts are not nearly as deadly as they could be. They could have 2 extra attack. And Vivi, he got in with the Catan scouts. Vinch was not able to wall them out, but those scouts did nothing. He has 1 Vil kill. He had 6+ Catan scouts, now he's down to 0. So we'll really catch up to real time now, as that bear will chase the spears. And 1 more scout forward. House going up, and Spears chasing the scout around, and we are all caught up now. When will he make the Shenbei Raiders? Or will he make them? That or Tiger Cav. I think he'll open with Shenbei Raiders, and then if he sees Cav Archers from Vivi, which looks like Vivi will because he's on 3 ranges, you swap to Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav have a ton of Pierce armor, and we've seen them time and again be a counter, both in the way mirrors to the Shenbei Raiders, but also against normal Cav Archers. So 3 ranges, so Shenbei Raider opening, and we'll see how Vinch prioritizes TCs versus a castle for Tiger Cav. Nice egg base for Vinch. Our base loves the egg bases. And TC immediately for Vinch. TC, did they sell? Yeah, Vinch sold stone to go up, but then bought stone again now that he's up to do the TC. And Husbandry, Bodkin, Townwatch, and Bowsaw all on the way for Vinch. So Cav Archers coming forward. They will be attacking the Vills. And good morning, Eli. I was casting some of your games last night. As these Shenbei Raiders come forward to face the Cav Archers. This is a matchup where in a straight up fight with no micro, I think the Cav Archers win. But if you're microing and running away and recharging the charge attack, I think the Shenbei Raiders should win. Does also depend on numbers though. You saw that. Blob base for Vivi. Yeah, the blob base in Capture Age, as it doesn't render the pastures properly. And Thumbring on the way for Vinch. You need to cast your Socotra game. Eli, you were literally the only one playing. Everyone went offline after Red Bull. It was you, and it was Dark Noob on Arena. And as you might expect from Dark Noob, by the time I finished your game, he was still playing. So Cav Archers here closing the distance for Vivi. And closing the distance when he had the numbers. Vinch not really prepared for the fight, and Ballistics is in for Vivi and not for Vinch. But are the Shinbei Raiders good enough that they'll even beat heavy cav archers? Vinch getting the reinforcements from the ranges and having the closer reinforcements will let him take a better fight in the end. And he's bringing the rest of his army now. Vinch had split his army up, was looking to get in but didn't find a hole. And because he was split up, he lost the initial engagement. And now some cav archers will look to get into the eco, but Vinch will have a lumber camp up. We'll add some farms. I think what he'd like to do is maybe get a bit of walling there, just so the heavy cav archers can't run around. But maybe not necessary, though, if he'll take them out in time anyway. And yeah, they all go down. Second TC now for Vivi, but he's already behind by 11 Vils. Does right now control the Royal Albert Hall up here. Gives you 25 extra pop. Yeah, if Gabby's still watching, I did cast that game she played against the Goths, where she'll probably have nightmares about the Goths having 235 pop for a while. Oh, wait, wow. I just realized, is this map completely bugged? It's supposed to have 3 crossings, right? Or did they change it so it has more shallows? There are more crossings here than normal. Is this best of 7? Yes, it is best of 7. They changed it? Okay, they changed it. Alright. Also, there is slightly bugged because there are fish down here. I'd love to see someone fish boom, but I haven't seen that yet. That down there is a slight bug, but I haven't seen it matter. The additional crossings are intended, though. Okay. Heavy cav archers go down. Alright, so this opens up the map a bit more. And gives you more movement between the top and the bottom, then. Yeah, so they've added quite a bit more shallows to the middle. Not by the player bases. There you still seemingly have a very easy wall. Now, the Shenbei Raiders looking to kill some skirms, then break in. Not enough skirms here for Vivi to defend. And they will go down. Still, I mean, 3-range skirm production. Is this Vinch? He'll win the fight, but in the long run, maybe he loses against all the skirms? And yeah, he was thinking, oh, there are 5 or 6 skirms, I can clean them, but I think overstaying is welcome, and getting pushed back due to the reinforcements. Best unit in the game, yes, best unit in the game. And scale guarding armor for Vinch. That's true, Kitans. Exactly, Kitans skirm production. They train faster. The Kitans with the Goth, Britain, and Hun bonuses all wrapped into one. For their counter units. Or for the trash units. And I'm going to ignore that Shenbei Raider, and I'm going to pretend that the sheep killed that scout right there. And that sheep... You're not so innocent. Look at that guy's face. Trying to be all innocent. No, that guy's a murderer. Look at him turning red. Even the fox walking away, afraid of the sheep. Killing that scout. Oh, that villain better be careful. A castle going up on the hill. As the Shenbei Raiders have to dodge back and forth. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing. There we go. Should just have one unit, would be nicer for beginners. What should that unit be, though? The villager? I think that's the most crucial. So, monastery in the north now. There are 5 relics in the north, and Vivi will try to collect them. Tons of sheep here that are just being left. Those murderers left in the north. Just fire lancers, just monk, just skirm. Just monk would be nice. That'd be very pacifist. You'd never have to have any deaths until heresy comes in. I mean, only monks would work. Instead of a TC and 3 vills, you could start with a monastery and 3 monks, and then you pick up relics for gold. You'd have to start in the Castle Age, though, or the monk techs. That could work. That legit could work. You'd never be able to destroy the monastery, though, so I guess the game would never end. So Shinbei Raiders against Heavy Cav Archers. Heavy Cav Archers still defending. But Vinch, we saw him add the TCs in early on, and we saw Vivi lose the Heavy Cav Archers as they tried to raid and didn't do much damage. So Vinch now playing the map like Gold Rush with the castle at the south. Oh, win determined by who has more relic gold. I like that, I like that. 60 minutes as the score timer, but with relic gold. The silly thing is relic gold is, I think, probably a better measure than score. Because score is kind of silly with how you can cheese it. So camels go down. And Tiger Cav pushing in on skirms and on camels. And Vivi will call the GG. Vinch goes up 3-1. And everything went right for Vinch there in the early engagements. He lost one fight, but with reinforcements recovered, and by that time there were not enough Cav Archers to raid. His TCs were earlier, his eco came in earlier, the Wei have a great economy too. And gold control in the south, control of the Royal Albert Hall in the north for some pop space if he would need it. But there we go, game over, 3-1 lead for Vinch, who is now a game away, 1 win away from qualifying for the LAN. That's 78 to 48 KD for Vinch. It is a best of 7, so Vivi not out yet, but needs to win 3 games in a row. And technology-wise, up to the Castle Age faster, couldn't really do much with it. And GG. And looks like Crownwood will be their next map. They are right into the next map. No break for them. So let's do this. Yeah, I think Memb and Ornlu were doing Tato Yo. If you want to see that, we'll swap over once we're done with this. And for the maps, that is a win on Thames for Vinch. For the civs, it's a win with the Wei over the Catans. So they both came out swinging with their #1 civ. But Vinch with the victory. Would Armenians start with 1 by default? That's true, Armenians could never lose the relic victory then if they start with 1 by default. Yeah, Jordan's streaming too. No Jordan. Yeah, in the future, I'll probably do some more casting on that Onamaru channel. It would be nice to do some co-streaming with Jordan there. I know they want to build up some viewership before they have their LAN this summer. Yeah, the Brazil LAN this summer. We need to get moving with the maps for it soon. But yep, that will be this summer. And here we go, Crownwood, loading in what LAN? The Brazil LAN. It's on the calendar. I don't think they've done much promotion for it just yet. An international LAN, but it will be in Brazil. It'll be the S tier event this summer, and will incorporate the new DLC assets. So, scout forward for Vivi immediately to deny Vinch's range, or at least slow down the range. Vinch will Alcatraz the Vil, but good to delay on the range by a few seconds. That can matter for the opening for Empire Wars. It's kind of deathmatch-like with your scout. You send it forward to try to disrupt the range. Vivi milling the chickens, and this will be Hindustanis for Vinch against Jurchens for Vivi. Ooh, I don't think I've seen this Civ matchup before. Interesting, interesting. Fire Lancers against the Hindustanis. What do Hindustanis do there? Late game, they would have Chattagni hand cannoneers, but mid game, I'm not quite sure. Yo, massacred Tato in game 1. Sounds violent. Summer as in Brazil winter? I guess so. Brazil's pretty large though. I'd imagine northern and southern Brazil have very different temperatures in different seasons. Give the game a minute and it'll be late game. So Crownwood, you're so far apart, despite the maps being open, that usually I do see it go late game. And the late game, I'm still not sure. How effective will the Fire Lancers be against hand cannoneers in this Civ matchup? We've seen the Koreans basically forego hand cannoneers in favor of the Fire Lancers. Gulams maybe could be useful against Fire Lancers, but then the Jurchens do indeed have Grenadiers. So, still not sure all of what this will entail. Whocl only game could end in Relic victory, but not normally. So I once played, this was the silliest thing we ever did, but there's a random settings button that was added, I think, in the user patch. I forget if DE has it or not. But we played a random game, and we got Capture the Relic, but the game had an ending age of Feudal Age, so we all started with an immortal monastery, but we couldn't train monks. So as long as you had 100 gold in the bank, I think you could never actually be defeated, as long as you could train a monk. I'm not sure if you were defeated if you lost everything other than the monastery, but it was a game that literally would never end because you could never capture the relic because you couldn't train a monk. Oh, actually, wait, in the Feudal Age, yeah, if you lost everything other than the monastery because you couldn't train anything from it, you were defeated if you lost everything other than the monastery. But it was one of the silliest random settings I'd ever seen. Imagine having superior scouts and going archers. Well, imagine going scouts into spears and winning. That's what Vivi's doing. Are Hindustani scouts superior? I'm pretty sure the Jurchen scouts, they attack faster. I mean, the Hindustani scouts do have an attack bonus against buildings, but so far, I'd say that Jurchen scouts are superior. No eco kills, but Vivi does clean up the army. We'll have to fight a couple more spears, though. Does have forging, does have full upgrades, bloodlines, armor, and forging on his scouts. On a map that Vinch has not been able to wall. So, Vivi able to continue pumping scouts? Vivi's a player who does like his double stable scouts openings. Does have some skirms backing them up. Yeah, Vinch's Hindustanis. And these spears will go down. But, what's that? A couple scouts lost, but now time to hit the Vills. Forging scouts that attack faster, that sounds scary. And will a Vill go down? Yes, it will. Kind of hard to micro there. Another farmer, not picked off though, too close to the TC. Scouts will run around as the wall. Is this up in time? This is up. There's no hole there. That is a tree poking out behind the house. Always gotta be careful with these East Asian houses and their trees and bamboo and their architecture. But Vivi will run to the back, do a tower on his farms. Maybe we could use a bit of walling here, which he'll add in. And he's going to keep running around with his scouts. Vinch will do a market. There's no way that's walled, right? There's 100% a hole between that tree and the market? Is there? I don't know, but hole not even needed as Vivi will find another Vill. It's 2 Vill kills from him. Forced away by spears. But now Vinch gets in. He will have scouts and archers and spears. Vivi walling the base of the tower. And with the tower there, Vinch not wanting to run in. Wouldn't be able to follow up with the archers, could just go with the scouts. And this will be a market up for Vivi. Scouts down there for Vivi, still running around. Just an AoE2 hill. Here's the AoE2 things. And there's Castle Age for Vinch. Castle Age for Vinch. And more walls coming up for Vivi. Trying to stone wall. Has to be careful of his stable. Vinch, everything small walled for him. Finish the berries. And Vivi will run away from that spear. Double stables for Vivi. So, or double stables for Vinchester as Vivi will scout that. But I'm afraid of Fire Lancers then if you're going double stables. And there's going to be a hole behind that house, isn't there? A couple of archers to stop the walling. And I guess not. I was thinking maybe the scouts could run around, but now I'm looking in closely and seeing an unbuilt wall there. So tower for Vivi, he's walling up a bit more. Lost the Vil, but there is a hole. The house goes down. The Hindustani scouts using their bonus of extra attack. The other scouts just running around. And they'll get in before the tower goes up. And the scouts have to attack some skirms here. Skirms going down. And the scouts will hoover around a bit. Yeah, Hindustani scouts do break in so fast. That's one of those things you face in team games. If you have Magyars plus Hindustanis on the other team, free foraging plus Hindu bonus, and all of a sudden the scouts break in before you're ready. Your mental timing for when to send the Vils and wall gets thrown off. And Hindu scouts, they attack the tower and, oh, Vivi, not even going to be Castle Age first. Is this Vinch's ticket to London now? Scouts all go down. Down they go. Tower now going up on the hill. And that gold is exposed now. 2 towers. Not enough stone for another one. Archer is going to kill that spear at some point. Yes, they will. And has to buy stone for one more tower. Do a range in the back. And what's this going to be? Skirms now. And behind this, Vinch calmly adds in 2 more town centers as he is booming. Yeah, do not forget that bonus for Hindu scouts against buildings. For Hindu camels against buildings, too. That's another good combo for a team game. Hindustanis plus Saracens. That's always a fun one. You do Hindustani Saracen pockets. Then your Britain Maya flanks. Or whatever you do for flanks, maybe Ethiopians. And you break buildings really quickly. Vil goes down, and now raid on the wood line. Vivi can't even make it to the tower. Vil's killed left and right. For Hill Fort's team games, ooh, that's a good one. So Cav Archers for Vivi, trying to go 3-range Cav Archers of the Jurchens. They do attack 25% faster, but they don't have access to Thumb Ring. They do kind of fall off a bit later on. And trying to rescue the Vils from that tower, but behind this, Vinci is going to open a huge eco lead with those TCs he has. And the Camels to continue fighting the Cav Archers. I feel that in this matchup, if you get enough Cav Archers, you'll end up taking decent fights against the Camels, but that is a while to amass enough. And Hindustani Camels themselves, whenever they close the distance and fight the Cav Archers, they will slaughter them. Since they attack faster, the Camels do. And also better at raiding and killing Vils because the Camels attack faster. Better at dealing with pikemen. Hindustani Camels actually do well against pikemen from what I've seen. Been chatting 2 TCs against MBO while ladder timer was 12 minutes away was the... Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the strategy from Heart there would have been to queue, get Vinch, and then just not end the game. Hold out long enough that the game wouldn't be over. So Camels coming in, Cav Archers go down. And there's the GG, and Vinch does it, 4-1. And he will win. So we'll check out the stats. What stats do we have? 40-32 KD. Vivi had some good early attacks with the scouts, but then couldn't keep Vinch from doing damage as they transitioned to the Castle Age. Hindustani Eco is pretty smooth with the cheaper Vils. And GG, Vinch. Hopefully, I don't know if Vinch will have visa issues, but he will be on his way to London. Alright, so what is the timing on the sets now? Because if there's another set that's going to start soon that's not Yo Tato, maybe I'll cast that. Otherwise, if everyone's casting, if Yo Tato's the only thing, I'll cast that. Now, let's just update this here. Congrats to Vinch. And 4-1 for him. Maps, he will have 1 Crown Wood. And that will be a win for the Hindustanis over the Jurchens. 16 GMT will have Lewis Stout and Sebastian versus Sato. Okay, so I think... Wait, how close is 16 GMT? That's an hour, right? Tato Yo is the only set right now? Okay, we'll hop into Tato Yo. Then we'll cast Lewis Stout. Don't worry, don't worry. We'll do Kato versus Yo. And let me just update the scoreboard we got here. And just give me a minute or so and we'll hop into that. We're going to pick the lane to draft 2, I think. Yo. Kato, this is the best of 5, and it is a semifinals. Let me see what the score is. It is 1-0 Yo. Let me grab their drafts. And I am myself going to take a quick break before hopping into this, I think. Well, actually, no, I'll just hop into this, and I'll take the break before the next set. Because like I said, I need to keep my heat on today. I need a heat break at some point. So swap the draft over. And so it's a win for Yo on game 1 on Thames. And the civs that he won with are Vietnamese over Hindustanis. Oh yeah, hold on. Swap the scoreboard because Yo is on the right. He's actually the lower seed because of Nilly. And we'll hop into game 2. Portuguese Aztecs again on Henschel. I do a heat break by turning my heat on. It's just too noisy that the microphone picks it up. So the heat break will be probably a good 5 to 10 minute break. And this is now a best of 5 semifinals. 10 squats. I don't have a squat rack here though. Oh, that boar. Taken and then running back. So Yo in the red, Tato in the blue. Yo did win game 1. This is a best of 5. So we'll have Castle Age on the way for Yo. Imagine if you could put together 2 civilizations, Teutons plus Aztecs, full barracks with +2 armor and +4 attack. Maybe we should do that someday. Using the Civ Builder website, we could do a Civ combo tournament of combined civilizations, or maybe write our own tool for that. A civilization combiner. So there were good ways into this game. So Yo going Cav Archers against Tato going Eagles. We did see this matchup earlier, where Vinch was able to overwhelm Vivi early on with the Eagle numbers. Yo in the same position here, needing to fend off the Eagles and doing a better job of it so far with some walling and pumping out Cav Archers. Ram going for the stable. And Eagles going down, Scorpion going down. Siege Workshop in the middle for Tato. And Cav Archers running about. And up to real time now. Here we go. An avid runner. Yes. Yes. I actually did that a couple years ago. I did a 12-hour stream. And I played a pacifist video in the middle and went for a 2-mile run. That was fun. I'm slow though. It took me like 14 minutes. The 2-mile time used to be 10:35. I probably could have done faster than that. It's one of those annoyances where I had a migraine during the final race of the season, like 4 weeks later. Based on my times doing workouts and practice, I probably could have been in the 10:20s. But I had an awful migraine. Probably shouldn't have been out of bed and ran like 11:30. It was awful. So Eagles still pushing. Does Tato have Arson? Of course he does. Doesn't have the attack upgrades though. And getting the attack upgrades, I think extra important for Eagles because you have so many Eagles. Adding 1 more attack for all of them is great. But he's gonna hop inside the Ram. And what do you do here? You go for the market, right? I've seen enough Doubt games. The market is the most important building. Castle for Yo. Castle, interesting spot. Doesn't protect a wood, but will be atop a hill and does give him extra gold. So University for Yo is... No way Yo clicks up though. He is simply going organ guns. University goes for ballistics for the Cav Archers. And does Yo have a counterattack opportunity? Tato, with a lot of eagles chasing this, he's aware of it. I don't know if he can win a fight. Maybe with the scorpions. Running is fun indeed. Hello, and hello, Ramichi. Hello, hello. Eagles chasing Cav Archers away. In the south, some ram hitting a range. Eagle still running around with scorpions chasing. And Mangonel, good Mangonel shot. Mangonel shot. I think Tato just Mangonel'd his own eagles. Mangonel saved by the scorpion though. And so 77 to 65 vills, more vills for Yo, but res collected so far in favor slightly, only 500 more for him. He'll mine that gold rather quickly. More hoovering, more hoovering. Tato, no, don't Mangonel your own eagles. He's killed 3 of his own eagles so far. 77 kills, Yo has 74 deaths. I guess Tato must have lost something to Gaia too. We'll need the Mangonels against the organ guns. Organ guns, though, even though they're a gunpowder unit, only +2 against infantry. So not the same +10 that a hand cannoneer has. And Eagles, being mobile enough, can run down the organ guns. Eagles do not care about a TC. Well, Eagles in the back did get into Yo's wood eco. Maybe Tato forgot about the Eagles, though. They raided so much that they run out of stuff to raid, need to go over and hit some vills. Yo will send Cav Archers to clean that. In the front, Tato just amassing more Eagles. As the Cav Archers will go kill some Eagles back here. Eagles going down. And a battering ram on the way for Tato. Eagles take out the organ gun. And the Mangonels on the hill go for the range. And they take another organ down. And I think Yo loses the ranges here. Tato with a score lead. But I think Yo's position... Oh, Tato didn't have horse collar. Okay. I think... Do I prefer Yo's position maybe a bit? Or these eagles really need to be cleaned. He's held off the eagle raids. Has the better eco. Has gotten to organ guns. Has the stone for another castle. Maybe Tato still has enough eagles, though, that Yo can't stop this. He's getting in on the berries. I'll find the stone. Will he find the stone? He's close to it. He sees it. Doesn't see the vills on it. As Yo will get the Cav Archers over, at the same time he is counterattacking. But a counterattack that looks like he stopped microing. He stopped microing for a moment, and the Eagles will try to clean up the Cav Archers. Tato not bothering to move the vills, just chasing with Eagles. Those Cav Archers, lots of vills they could find if they ever get away from the Eagles. Yo will see how open and exposed Tato's eco is. Tato running around, he's going to go for a sneak attack and find those stone vills. As Yo goes for another castle at the front for more gold, Tato will try to deny that with Mangonels. Meanwhile, Tato's raiding the stone and pushing Yo's vills away. They have to run to the organ guns, and here come the scorpions and the Mangonels and the ram. Eagles inside the ram. Tato wants to deny this castle. He's probably played enough practice games against a doubt. He thinks he can do it. But turning around at the last moment, too many Cav Archers and he doesn't want to lose the Mangonel. Yo getting his military production ramped up 35 to 39. Tato with this raid though taking a vill lead. Taking a good villager lead. Yo doesn't have the army to protect those vills. Maybe the castle needed to be here first before out here? Tato will lose that ram though and the eagles that are inside of it. As he's forced back and Yo takes a score lead as he comes forward. And this might be a doubt castle from Tato if Yo gets there in time. Tato there has 17 villagers. And Yo just needs to find it. Yeah, Tato's still no forging, no attack upgrades on the Eagles. Thank you, Lena AoE, for the follow. We're closing in on 15k. 14,885. And wheelbarrow forging for Tato. Knights come forward to attack the Scorpion. And Scorpion goes down. Eagles surrounding the Cav Archers. And 0-0-0. Thank you for the follow with all those underscores. Yo's been doing a better job of getting the eco upgrades early. Yeah, I think Yo's been doing great at managing the Cav Archers too. A couple of fights where he wasn't quite paying attention, and Tato has gotten a couple of raids in. But overall, now a forward castle from Yo. And Tato finally doing the attack upgrades. Not having those for the Eagles for a while definitely hurt. Maybe the raids would have been better against the Villas, gotten a couple more kills here and there. Yo is deciding, let's put this even more forward. And I think he has this now. I think this is going to be 2-0 for Yo. Yo gets a clean 4-0, we might get to the next set without even a delay. That's a castle. Let's go, Mr. Yo. That is a castle if I ever saw one. Yo, this is Yover. Yover. Oh, you're right. 3-0. It's a best of 5. It's a best of 5. Not a best of 7. Redcliffe, he likes the early GGs. 47 Eagles for Tato, but what do we have here? 39 Cav Archers, 19 Knights, and Yo going 2 gold units in the castle, each pushing in. He's doing forging now. Tato sold 1,000 wood. Wait, trapped birds? What do you mean trapped birds? Where are the birds? Oh, this bird, is he trapped? He's flying back and forth. Are there birds I should be looking for? I mean, the game's over. Might as well look for the birds. Some bears chasing the Cav Archers. Oh, they won't get a kill, though. Eagle. Oh, the eagle's in the base. Okay, I thought you were talking about, like, I gotta look for the corner to try to find a bird. No, the eagle's in the base. I gotcha. Yes, but sometimes I'm wrong. Without forging, they need 2 hours to kill a villager. 2 whole hours. You play 2 hours to die like this? There's Imp for Tato. IMO into GG. That is one heck of an opinion. Tato finishing the gold. Oh, is he gonna call GG after hitting Imp? Oh, he had 5 relics too. 5 relics is the Aztecs. That's crazy. But Yo's gotten enough Cav Archers. Now it takes 75 minutes for 900 years. And, oh, this is the Imp TC. This is the Imp TC. Does Tato actually reach Imp? I don't think he does. I think the repair bills are all going to die. That's only 75%. Are there enough knights here to destroy the TC? Tato has to get Imp here. Eagle's going down. Ooh, that Imp is close. The Imp might finish. But then he'd need to treb the castle somehow. Tato sold 1,000 stone. So he's not going to get a second castle for the treb war. He simply is going to go Elite Eagle. Yo, still in the castle age. Is there a way that Yo gets up? Needs to take the relics. Looks like he's starting to nab them. Grab them and put them in the monastery. And keeps going forward around the blacksmith. There, Yo up. Buying a bit of food, goes up, can take the foot off the gas for the production and go up. Elite Eagle for Tato. Yo would have to do chemistry for hand cannoneers, so maybe Cavaliers is the faster option for fighting Elite Eagle. This TC will go down. No Dave Hun, Portuguese was let through for the very map. Yes, it was. We actually saw Aztecs beat Portuguese earlier today in Vinch versus Vivi. Tato struggling a bit to pull off the same feat. Yeah, it's not exactly that, though, Leo, because it's not exactly 75 minutes. It's like 75 minutes and a few seconds afterwards. There's a bit of change involved. It is approximately 1 year for 5 seconds. I don't know why it's not exact, though. And those Vills, they're carrying gold, but carrying it to their deaths if they don't get to the castle. Only one Vill down there. Now look at this army of Cav Archers Knights. They're on the back of Tato's base. Tato, 32 elite eagles. He has now plate mail armor. He's making Trebs, but Trebs mean no Garland Wars. Still needs Blast Furnace. And, oh, okay, Tato with a panic TC to garrison Vills. But all those Vills, they're walking to the wrong TC. Oh no, oh no. Into the Cav Archers, another good raid, 123 to 64 villagers for Yo. And Tato probably calls the GG upon seeing that Yo is imp. Arve says there's no way he doesn't call GG upon seeing imp. No way. Getting to the point where the CA can kill the TC. Almost, almost. They get their full upgrades, and they probably can. And there is imp and GG time. No, he wants to take another fight. Alright, plate guarding armor cavalier. Eagle's pushing in. Have I been streaming 3 hours already? Really? Doesn't feel like it. These Empire War games are so fast, but there's the GG. So 2-0 Yo. Take a quick look at stats. Twitter KD for Yo. And well done from him. Well done. Almost. Hey, look at that ducky. Next will be Loch Ness. But I'm going to take a quick break and run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, Hera and Mem are down? Hera and Mem are down? What happened? I'm the one with horrible weather today. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to play a quick ad. And run to the bathroom, then we'll have game number 3 on Loch Ness. So we'll take a good look for the Loch Ness monster as Yo wants to close things out. Alright, we're back. Tato. Alright. Must be a YouTube issue they're fine on Twitch. Or didn't have the, oh, he didn't have the map pack. so he couldn't join. All right, Loch Ness didn't even miss anything. 48-second wait for the spec delay. That's how to pull off a quick bathroom break during the stream. I actually don't have the map pack either, and I was fine. Do I have the map pack? Did I click the map pack button? Maybe I did. Oh, his capture rage shut down. Oh, did Mem's capture rage crash his stream like it does to mine occasionally? That's why I'm gonna teach you all the secret to capture rage, right? So I have my graphics setting. Where are we? You see my VRAM slider? That is all the way down at 1,536 MB out of 15,872. My GPU has about 16 gigabytes of VRAM, and I have to turn that all the way down on capture rage. Let me show you my... Oh my gosh, the task manager is different in Windows 11. Don't do this to me, task manager. And I'm still, as capture rage opens, you can see. Do I have a display capture here? Add maybe a window. Welcome to Loch Ness. Oh, does the task manager not show up? What the heck? As you can see, my memory usage, just as the game starts, immediately jumps up. Immediately jumps up. Oh wait, no, that's my RAM usage. There we go. My GPU memory. Dedicated GPU memory out of 16. Already. 11.4 out of 16. Why does that happen? When I have it set all the way down to 1.5K, I don't know. Why does capture rage use all that RAM, all that VRAM? I don't know, but it does. And it crashes capture rage and then crashes OBS. And Prince Coconuts, thank you for the sub. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. Welcome to Loch Ness, as the map has generated more fairly this time. We'll have Tato to the north as the Dravidians, and Yo
Behold,
to the south
the
as the
horde
Huns.
of Genghis Khan approaches.
Thank you so much, Prince Coconuts. We're getting close to that tuxedo goal. Needs the VRAM as a mid-match snack. And fires for Tato is Yo not contesting the water right away. We'll dock to the side. Dravidians, Huns. Yo does like Huns on hybrid maps. Tato hoping the Dravidians will give him a civ advantage. That's loud. Is it loud? The horde of Genghis Khan approaches. That's a good one, though. That deserves to be loud. I can always quiet the alerts slightly if they're too loud. So far, they've seemed okay, right? I can get some feedback on that if they're too loud. So the map we saw earlier in Andy's game, he had an OP map where one gate walled off the shallows. Here, Tato had to work for his palisade wall. Loch Ness does have 3 relics on each side, triangle of relics, and some fletching on the way also for Tato. Harrow's stream went down at the same time. Wait, wouldn't it be great if we all could be streaming without issues? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? So Wolf here only gonna chase and take a bite out of an archer. No, goes down before he could get his snack even. And Yo wants to go forward with a Vil. Not even monastery time for him. He's in the feudal age. He's just gonna do a range over here, maybe a stable, barracks, something. Hide in the corner. He's up to the castle age. He's just waiting for the monastery. But Tato has won the water with the fire galleys quite convincingly. A tutorial on the VRAM thing? I mean, there's no tutorial. I literally slide the VRAM slider to the left and restart capture rage every single game. Is there a monster? Oh, yeah. Every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes, Nessie appears. She appears centered in the medium or deep water. So all the little medium water spots, that's where Nessie appears. Over here, over here. I think she can appear in any of them. She'll appear, then dive right back down. We'll keep an eye. It's around 10 minutes. If we get there, we'll keep an eye out for her. So a minute away. And the castle age is Yo, and Tato up a minute behind Yo. And scale barding armor immediately clicked for Yo as a spear and a scout come around. And we will have that forward. That Vil hiding in the corner finally does get the forward stable Yo wanted. Forward stable is the Huns. I guess the only option really is Knights now. Dravidians don't have the best monks. But forward stable Knights, interesting, as he does dock the other side and tries to go forward on both sides of Tato's base. I always love watching the Yo Tato games. You get some crazy strats like this one. Nessie is a really nice touch. Yeah, look for Nessie on Reverse Acropolis and TTL too. Look for her there. Scout goes down to the fires. So Monastery going up for Yo. Skirm's attacking another Skirm. Skirms go down. Did I put any other Easter eggs? There are the panda rocks. Oh my gosh, look at these trees. Look at these trees. Look at this line of trees. She doesn't eat units, she just appears and disappears. Look at this line of trees across the edge of the map. Look at that. That is a wood line if I ever saw one. So houses coming up for Tato. And we will have 2 TCs for Tato. He's looking to boom right away. Looking to boom. And if he holds the water and gets to Elephant Archers, I think he should win against the Huns. Maybe Tarkins, but that'd be versus Halb Elephant Archer. Expensive to get there, and I think Yo is realizing he doesn't want Tato to get there either, so he's going forward. And there's a demo raft. Okay, woo. It's Tato, of course he's making a demo. Let's see if he can demo the Vil. Oh, the Vil walks too far inland. A weak Vil, the other Vils will turn and fight, and the fires will pop out to save him. Or wait, no, that's Yo doing a demo. Yo doing a demo. I'm so used to Tato playing red, but when they play each other, Yo's the player I put in red. So that's Yo doing a demo. And I need them both to be red. Then it's less confusing, of course. We can get a land Nessie? Oh, wait. Oh, there she is. Look at her go. Climbing up and then diving down. And Yo with the fire ships trying to retake the water will destroy Tato's fishing eco. And actually retake the water successfully. So I said Tato, part of the winning condition was holding the water. Those fish are under the rocks. And looks like he might not even do that as Yo pushes in with knights. That's huge. I'm wondering how they're gonna cast the Red Bull finals live if they can't say the word monster. And then the Loch Ness monster appears. Maybe it's the wrong type of creature for the energy drink they have sponsoring the tournament. What's Red Bull gonna think if we had all that investment to add the Loch Ness monster to the game for their tournament? And then Monster sponsors an event and we get the Loch Ness monster everywhere. Or we'll reuse the map. The Loch Ness entity. The Loch Ness creature. The Loch Ness bull. So, defensive workshop from Tato. He'll need to win a mangonel engagement. 3 TCs, but TCs are... He's chopped the wood so quickly, he's out of wood from that TC. TC's just a farm PC now. Here's a map with animals stomping across the map. There was a trick you could do with deer, where if you spawned them on the same tile as something else, they would run to the left corner of the map. I don't know if they ever fixed that in DE, but there was a map where all the deer would walk to that corner at the start, then walk back. That was a pretty cute idea. Yes, he gives you wings. Looks like a Total War Warhammer map blocked by the edge by a line of trees. Okay, Mangonel destroys the other Mangonel. And ooh, Cav Archers dying to Archers. What the heck was that fight? That was a great fight for Tato. He killed 3 or 4 Cav Archers there and saved all the Archers. Feudal Archers for him, even. Dravidian's that OP with 1 or 2 skirms? On a Whocl, you need to wait 60 minutes to see if you can reproduce an issue. Well, good luck reproducing it. I don't know what that's like when you can't reproduce issues. You have those low probability issues. Did they fix the placeholder terrain? The placeholder terrain will be a rare bug, but I don't believe they fixed it. Unless they changed the map in the past day. But you saw the placeholder terrain if you played Pilgrims on the latter version of Pilgrims. I think they removed Pilgrims from the ladder because I reported the placeholder terrain. And they swapped it for African Clearing a couple of rotations ago. Right, yeah, they had the placeholder terrain still appearing there. You just the basics I showed off earlier. You gotta do your terrain replacements repeatedly. So outpost goes down. Terrasar while casting, yep. I see, there's just a bit of grass that says placeholder. It literally has the word placeholder in the in-game terrain. It's an 8-story crustacean from the Paleozoic era. So Mangonel goes down. Bowsaw on the way from Yo. Monk here from Yo. He's going to collect 3 relics, and he already has 3 relics from the other side in the forward monastery. So Yo will have 6 relics. And even though he's pushing, he has managed to boom behind it. He has 3 TCs. And he is running throughout, causing mayhem in Tato's base. And Tato looks like he's on the brink of having played all those games and worked his way up in the qualifier, just to get eliminated by Yo in the semifinals. Users can be logged out before the timeout. Ooh, archers go down. So wheelbarrow and heavy plow on the way for Yo. And oh, Yo, gotta shift queue the monk. You can do that from the monastery now with the shift queue. You go boom, 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 boom. And then like one last shift queue right into the middle of the enemy base so that the monk doesn't waste your pop space sitting over there when he's done. The castle is on the way. 500 stone for Yo. University for Tato. Trying to do ranges. 550 stone. There's an opening there. Yo simply can send the vills forward. And Yo trying to mean we'll have time to kill before Doubt Lewis, so hopefully I can take the break I need to warm my apartment. Oh, Cav Archer's killing vills, not even letting Tato do the ranges. Tato wants Dravidian Elite skirms. His final defense will be an attempt at the best unit in the game. Oh, Yo, what is that castle? Yo. Yo. Castle could be right here. Yo going for the chicken castle. There's a castle out the front. This range will start to be taken down. Oh, Yo, you'd be winning. You'd win if you put it here. 1 HP. Okay, 1 HP. Don't let the range continue on 1 HP. This is the Yo who's up to imp and playing safe so that he can go to the finals and see Nilly in person. Is Viper through? Viper's not played yet. Viper has not played yet. This is the Godzilla 998. I've never seen that. What did Nessie do? Did she emerge from the water to protect Scotland from Godzilla? And you're on fire today? That's true. He does need to go Tarkins. Give him a way to take out the TC. And there he goes, researching Dave. Researching marauders at the castle. And once he finishes researching Dave, he will pump Tarkins from the stables. Elephants take out the mangonel. You watch that movie at the local dollar theater that just closed down.
City.
Forging on the way. Will this be an imp GG with that score difference? Tato at least has a good number of vills. But res collected nowhere close over 5k more for Yo. With all the pressure he's applied on Tato, Tato's been idling his eco. And Yo has been booming 4 TCs for Yo. Still looking for more forward stables, but the Tarkin flood has begun adding in the Tarkins. And, well, at the start I said if Tato could get to a good mass of Elephant Archers and Halbs, he'd answer the Tarkins and everything else, but not going to get to that point. Adding in the barracks now, anticipating the Tarkins. But more stables for Yo. Yo adding stables everywhere, stabilizing the entire map. And handcart on the way for Tato. As Skirms will take out the outpost. And there's the GG as Yo hits Imp. Tato not even going to let us see the Elite Tarkins. Yo wins 3-0 and he will continue. We'll look at the stats. 44 to 35 KD. Better eco for Yo. Hits Imp and wins. So GG's for him. And let's check out the brackets. Yeah, Tato hasn't been in shape since that one Red Bull. That is very true, I think. Let's see here, bracket time. Bracket time, refresh the bracket. Is mythology? Yes, I have some AoE1, AoE2, and mythology there. So coming up later today, we will have Sato Sebastian, the winner faces Viper. We saw earlier in the first bracket, Vinch managed to advance through. What else do we have here? Next we'll have Doubt and Lewis. I think that's the next set we'll cast coming up in about 30 minutes. The winner of that faces MBL. We just saw Yo advance past Tato. He will face Barles. So Yo Barles there. So I think although we'll take a quick break myself and then we'll cast Doubt Lewis, which I believe is coming up soon. Wait, what's the schedule? Yeah, Doubt Lewis in about 30 minutes. So I will myself take a quick break. And let me just update the scoreboard and give Yo his win. I need to eat something, turn my heat on. And then not even Nessie could save Tato from defeat at the hands of Yo. Not even the Dravidians could save him. And I'll be right back in probably about 10 to 15 minutes, and then it'll be Doubt Lewis time, so stay tuned. Alright, so we are back. Oh gosh, I have an incoming ad break. But the pre-roll timer says they're off for a while. Maybe it's just ad managing because of the break that we're taking. I'll just let the auto thing do the break, whatever it does when it comes up. Anyway, so we're gonna be waiting a bit for Doubt and Lewis. I think Yo and Barles will be starting too, but Doubt and Lewis is the fun one. Let's be honest. I think Orlin will do Barles Yo, but I'm here to cast Doubt. I am here to cast Doubt. Also, a note as I'm looking at the Red Bull Discord is apparently Sebastian Sato is going to be delayed until tomorrow and will be casted as Rex, and the winner will face Viper. We'll face Viper at 17 GMT. Cast a doubt upon what? Cast a doubt upon Lewis's chances of qualifying. No, you got faith in doubt. You have faith in doubt. So I think what I'm gonna do is, if T90 and Dave also are going on, well, I guess I don't know, because I was kind of planning on Sebastian Sato being after this. I was gonna say I want to cast TTL later, but I also kind of want to take a break. But I also want to do like TTL right after Red Bull. I've been streaming for now 3.5 hours. Why has it moved? Apparently someone is sick. I don't know any more details other than it was called due to illness. Have we seen Doubt Lewis before? I know I've seen Viper get wrecked by Lewis countless times on the ladder, but I don't think I've seen Doubt play against him before. That's a good question. 30 minutes, it is real time, unfortunately. It is real time. So another 10 minutes before Doubt Lewis probably start their draft. But I'm hyped to see Doubt Lewis. I think this should be a good one. Yeah, Yo and Barles have their drafts and whatnot done. You plan to be sick tomorrow so that they can delay the game to when you're well? Isn't having a sick day like a good day to watch the game though? That way you don't miss anything? I know, I'm sure we have a lot of Doubt fans here. Isn't Doubt postponed? Wait, I did not see Doubt being postponed. It's Viper's bracket postponed, not Doubt's. Yeah, don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that. I want to see Doubt being postponed. That's, oh gosh, you made my heart skip a beat there. Yeah, Sebastian Sato is being played as Rex tomorrow. And then they'll face Viper at 17 GMT. So I'm sure Viper is more than happy to have a set that's not as late in the day. And I think we will do some TTL later on. Wait, the auto ad manager played a 30-second ad break? What? That's not what it's supposed to do. What are my Twitch settings? God, I am perplexed here. What is going on? Yeah, Viper is tomorrow. Viper's tomorrow. So I will cast TTL after the end of Doubt Lewis and then winner versus MBL. I think that'll be my plan. I'll cast TTL afterwards, and that way when everyone else goes offline, then we will have something else to cast when no one else is casting. That'll be our dastardly evil plan. We're also gonna have a 1.5 minute ad break every 30 minutes. I don't know what this is doing. I'm also gonna have coming up a what's it called? A show match, a map show match. Do I stream also on YouTube? Yes, I am streaming on YouTube too. Here's my YouTube channel there. Did that work? Yes, it did. I'm dual streaming Twitch and YouTube. In the past, I've been trying to stream in 4K on YouTube, but my internet doesn't seem to be holding up for that. So, Doc Zarna, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. And Potter-esque, thank you for the sub.
Blood will lead us to ruin. Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents can happen.
Sticking around to annoy me? That is not annoying. You just have to tell me what voice line just played. Accidents can happen. Perhaps Bledo should not return from his boar hunt. I think this was such a great idea for the voice lines. Even if we don't hit the goal, I'll still do the clips. Maybe that's a horrible way to do the whole, to do the goal, and there's a bit of a hole in the plan, but we'll make it work. Screw Bledo the Hun. What did he ever do for us? He gave us a 700 food boar. That's pretty nice. You missed the trumpet. I do too, Arbase, but trumpet is for some Dodgers fan now. And I'm not moving West Coast US. I think that's a horrible time zone for streaming. More than anything, though, I still miss Alonso. I think giving him the exact contract he had for Baltimore, and you move him to DH, and you still do this exact same roster moves. You have more infielders then to trade with Vientos and Beatty. I think that would have been the way to go. But yeah, threaten subs with accidents, or am I summing as an accident? I think we're threatening accidents for people who don't follow the handbook. That must be what Nilly's saying. Don't follow the handbook, accidents can happen. The Manny Ramirez Red Sox can win, so can these Mets. Yeah, different time periods, though. Different time periods. There's 100 elo mysteriously. Your opponents will lose 100 elo mysteriously. Alright. So still looking for Doubt and Lewis to begin their draft. They should start within 5 minutes. Hopefully everything will get going just fine. I got my second coffee of the day ready. How much it would take to become a top 3 USA player? At number 41? You'd have to contend then with Daniel, T90, Phosphoro, Smokey, Scotty, Eli, Influenza, Ink, Arbase. How do you get the drafts before I even see them on the Captain's Mode site? Like, Doubt hasn't even joined the draft yet, Arbase. I had to click the spectate button. Arbase sneaking the admin chats in. Arbase, you shouldn't share that in the chat before both players join. Oh my gosh. Where can I see who already qualified? Yeah, if you scroll beneath the stream, I have the Red Bull stuff linked in a panel. Otherwise, you can check the Wikipedia page. Let's see. I'll grab the link for you. There's a tab for the last chance qualifier. You missed most of the qualifier games? Well, you're in time for the Doubt games. And Doubt played Dogao yesterday, had a great set. What if you rename yourself to Doubt and Draft? I think Nilly might ban you from future adminning. You can still admin the non-World's Edge tournaments, though. Those are the better ones, anyway. With the better handbooks. Alright, up now. We are watch live. Okay, Doubt is in the drafts now. Now we can share them. This is the best of 5 draft. There we go. I need to make that darker, don't I? Copy, paste, duplicate. There we go, now it's darker. There we go. Not set up as nicely as the other draft, but we'll deal with it. Getting #1 in the Vatican must be easier than other countries. #1 in the Vatican. What would the monks have to say about that? Do you get a monk bonus if you play Italians? Or Romans? Oh, hey, Coincident, how you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Having a very fun stream today. It's cold outside, though. I have to deal with the managing of heat in the apartment versus noise picked up by the microphone, which is always tricky in the winter. You can say Woolaloo. Did Hart win versus Vinch? Yes, Hart did win versus Vinch. But we just casted Vinch's follow-up games earlier today. That was one of our earlier sets, and he did manage to qualify anyway. So he is still one of the top 8 players who will be in the LAN. And now we have Doubt Lewis while they're getting ready for their draft. Let's maybe take one more look at their bracket. The page got updated, refreshed. Thank you, Wikipedia. And where are we over here? So we had Doubt, who made his way through past Avlet. I'm not sure who that is, but one of the lower rated players. Then Uzi had an admin win against Classic Pro, who unfortunately, due to the timing of the match and power outages in Ukraine, had to forfeit his games. But then Doubt faced Dogao yesterday. Did win 3-2 in a set that looked kind of scary for him when he went down 2-1, but did manage to finish it off. And now he'll face Lewis, and then the winner will face MBL to qualify. Now, Lewis right now, the highest rated player in the UK. So he would be the hometown favorite to make it in, and since he was higher on the ladder, is the higher seed in this set. Streams occasionally. I think he used to post on AoE Zone back in the day. Ooh, it's old school there. Doubt qualifies, we get to go to a shisha lounge. That's true, that's true. That's where you can always find Doubt. So let me start their Civ draft. What maps here we will have. Also, from the qualifiers, we have the maps that were removed because they were bugged are added back. And the 3 maps that had been replaced are no longer in the map pool. So we'll have Rampart as game #1. Lewis's home maps will be Crownwood and Stonefront. Doubt's maps will be Dorothea, Quarry, and Loch Ness. Hoping Doubt qualifies. I know this is where, yeah, you're torn between seeing the UK player qualify versus seeing Doubt qualify. Remember, Doubt is a previous Red Bull champion. He won Red Bull 3. Surprised everyone. Doubt the OG. Doubt and Chris back in the Yachts were the 2 best players. And Vikings Catans down there at the bottom. The 2 randomly banned saves. I don't know why there were 2 random bans. That's a very strange number, but 2 random bans. And Ivy, good morning. How are you doing? Good goof morning. Everyone have a goof morning today. Surprised everyone, perhaps most especially surprised Doubt. Coffee #2. We've been live almost 4 hours. We'll get some TTL after this too. You're sleepy? I am too, because I did not... I tried to go to bed early, but then I couldn't fall asleep. I got like 6 hours of sleep. Mowed your lawn. Nice. That's what I did. I watched a bunch of old Marcel Voss videos years ago. It was the freezing cold when I was in Ithaca, and I was on the elliptical. the gym because I was dealing with a knee injury. I listened to the Roller Coaster Tycoon facts while on the elliptical. That was a great time. So we have bans are Inca and Koreans for Lewis, Burgundians and Saracens for Doubt, and look at that, Catan's getting sniped by the random ban. Lewis, of course, goes first for the way. Doubt wouldn't be surprised to see Mongols here. And goes Bengalis, Mongols. So we'll see Rathas and Steppe Lancers and Mangadai from him. Never Doubt trusts in CA and older civs, he wins. Picked Huns yesterday and won with CA. Let's go Doubt, you can do it once again. Everyone loves Doubt, don't we all? I have to remind you, a famous clown features the Marcel Voss videos now. What do you mean a famous clown features the Marcel Voss videos? Wait, what? And if Doubt goes with a crazy fast castle again. No Rampart, so there isn't... Oh, wait, no, Rampart's the first map. I don't have my overlay set up properly. It's the first map. Yeah, Doubt won with CA before it was cool. We don't do clowns here. Do I have to unmod you, Arbase? We all do clowns here. Oh, Ande. Okay. Ande does it. Wonderful. Like, occasionally, I've slipped a couple of Roller Coaster Tycoon facts into a couple of my videos over the years. They're always fun. Yeah, I remember. He makes RCT parks. Definitely better than staring at the wall for 20 minutes on the elliptical. Yep. 100%. But when I always go running outside, but sometimes it's... sometimes it gets dangerously cold. I'm one who braves the cold almost no matter what, but sometimes it does get dangerously cold for that around here. So occasionally I have to do the elliptical, and when I do that, it is so boring I need to stream. I need to stream or a video to watch. Doubt picks Bulgarians! Let's go, Bulgarians! Also, I'm just realizing this for the draft website. Why did they use the dismounted conic instead of the mounted conic? Did they delete the conic to get that icon? Look at him there, without his horse. Looking so sad. I think that's got to be the Siege Tower meta, though, with Bulgarians. You make the conics, you delete them, you get the dismounted conics, and then you put them in the Siege Towers. Too many horses it is for the confusion. As the spike ball is more visible. Yeah, I mean, it probably is simply because it's more recognizable. Yeah, same with, I guess, pick the bow for the Ratha. That's more recognizable than the sword. But still, I feel so bad for that guy. They didn't even give him his poor little horsey. Translation, let's go, Lewis. To train both mounted and dismounted conics. Maybe they should also be able to train horses, too, and you could remount them. Can Doubt go to Castle Age without selling his stone? If he's going Mongols on Rampart, selling stone is part of the plan. That will be 100% part of the plan. You feel Doubt's picks require more APM than he has. Okay, same settings here. We're all good. Because the maps are enemy? Maybe both? He did try to play Inca on Dorothea Quarry. That didn't work out for him. We have seen Aztecs a couple times today, too. Mongols require a lot of APM. That they do. That they do. Galleys too, with switch between Archer and Melee and Monk Micro. Honestly, you're staying in Archer mode most of the time, though, with them. You're not really swapping that much. I'm forgetting, did they ever add dedicated hotkeys for Archer versus Melee mode? instead of the one swap button. Are they still banned? Yes. Will they be banned for the land? No. And presumably the DLC will contain a patch that adjusts siege towers, and at that point they hopefully will be playable. That is our hope for TTL, that we won't need the nerfs after that, and that presumably also is the plan for Red Bull. What's the problem with siege towers? If you ever saw... Did anyone else watch Star Trek? Did you watch Star Trek Voyager? They're like one of the worst Star Trek episodes ever. Basically, they went warp 10, which they called infinite speed, and came up with the random idea that you would occupy every point in the universe at once, and then you would turn into a lizard. That is basically the speed that siege towers traveled at. You have to get to really bad sci-fi writing to understand how fast the siege towers moved. Every time you garrisoned infantry inside of them, they got faster, and they basically moved at the same speed as a knight. And then you'd have fire lancers that would hop in and out and in and out, and they'd shoot and they'd reload their charge attack while in there, and it was a mess. Yeah, Paris and Janeway just abandoned their children. Yeah. So that is the problem. It is basically threshold levels of speed. And it is those fire lancers need to be careful that they might turn into lizards. That's the problem with it. And so we nerfed it for TTL by lowering the garrison capacity. So instead of reaching the max speed of a knight, it reaches the speed of a longsword. And we also lowered the HP. Not Tuvix. Janeway murdered Tuvix. Y'all remember that? Janeway. Janeway is such an inconsistently written character, but she is evil. She is freaking evil. Is it likely the Fire Lancers themselves will get nerfed? I think so. I think that's pretty likely. But them and the siege towers together. We've also been seeing siege towers with longswords quite a bit, because longswords also give them the speed boost. X2 Civ bonus, X2 garrison capacity for siege towers. Siege towers now affected by careening. Hey, Mongols have extra fast siege towers with drill. They have extra fast siege towers with their siege speed unique tech. Those get even faster than knights. I think the knights need husbandry to be faster. Even with husbandry, I think. Wait, I need to do some math here. Hold on. Siege tower. It's 1.8 speed. Oh, I need AoE to drill. What is drill? What's the percentage for drill? Is it 50% faster? Yeah, siege units move 50% faster with drill. So that gets the siege tower up to 1.2, and then you add 0.05 for every unit. Wait. 0.05. I just moved the decimal. I just need to confirm this. So that's 0.5. So they get up to 1.7 speed with the Mongols? Wait, what? Oh, what? That is... The only thing faster than that are Kuman scouts without husbandry. They get up to 1.71. Yeah, Mongol siege towers are insane. Mongol siege towers. What the... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mongol siege towers. Flintstone cars. Yeah. Yeah, I wish. I really think Kate Mulgrew would have been a really great Janeway if they had a better writing staff for that show. Siege engineers doesn't affect the speed. That doesn't affect the speed of the siege tower. And yeah, Riders. Yeah, Riders. Yeah. It's just the drill tech and the garrison. So both players are in the lobby. And we should be getting started in a moment. Let me just get some ads out of the way before the game starts. And we'll see what we get to as we have Doubt and Lewis in the lobby on Rampart. What do we think the civs are going to be? I'm guessing it's Mongols. I don't know what Lewis plays for Rampart here. I've seen Burgundians a lot. Actually, wait, how did we not have Burgundians drafted? Oh, it's because they were banned. They were banned. Okay, they were banned. No Spanish either. So no conquistadors for the map. Koreans? Koreans are banned. Mongols versus Jurchens? Is this just dueling FC Steppe Lancers? Does Doubt by any chance go Bengalis here and save Mongols for somewhere else? They didn't watch enough Vivi games. They didn't play those Spanish mirrors like MBL did. And they are loading in, so chat, time to guess the civs. Guess the civs, chat. Oh, it increases their line of sight. I didn't know it increased their line of sight. That's interesting. Yeah, but it doesn't hit their movement speed. Koreans are banned. Koreans are banned. We're not going to see a Koreans mirror. No, no Koreans. Chat. We're never gonna live that down. I cast TTL and everyone's like, OMG, there's no Korean mirrors, what is this? Jurchens versus Byzantines, that would be an interesting one. That would be an interesting one, we've seen that before. Not on this map though. Georgians, ooh. Well, done with the spec delay. Here we go, game number 1, Lewis in Doubt. And what are we gonna have? As we load in, capture age, let's load us in. And that really is warp 10. I told you, you didn't believe me, but I told you 1.7 speed for the siege tower. Want Doubt to dominate so bad. Lewis probably found, oh, I failed to download match content. I really need an emote for that. I don't know how to represent that in an emote, but I need that in an emote. This is the one, I think Lewis ran into the one player people might root for over him. So Doubt will be the red Mongols to the south. Lewis, the blue Georgians. Did you guess Mongols, Georgians? If you did, then you were correct. And what will we have here? Opening spear and range is Lewis. Doubt has shown us he wants to go fast castle on this map with Mongols. Lures in both boar. Why Mongols on this map? Because you have boar and because all of the chickens that you have surrounding your base, all of the hares, whatever animal they are, will benefit you because of the hunt bonus. Mongols collect hunt. It used to be 50%, now it's 40% faster. Almost as fast as the siege towers move. And palisade wall going up. So here is the castle age on the way for Doubt. Also have fletching for Lewis. Just do FC, and that is Doubt's plan. FC, here come the archers. One spear to protect an archer. Lewis has a plan for fighting this, I bet. And Georgian's a civ that I think actually are a great pick from Lewis for countering Doubt's strategy here, because he can do a fast castle at a decent time, and then do fortified churches, and he gets fortified churches up, and what do the Steppe Lancers do? They don't do damage then, and then he'll have a much better eco going forward, even though he'll lose out to the hunt bonus at the start. So, forward archers, harassing the gold. They have fletching, and that will pull off the gold for the moment, but with double stables, you'll have Steppe Lancer production, no problem, even doing forging for the extra attack. He's even, Lewis trying to be annoying to that low HP Vil. I don't think many people will root for Lewis over anyone. I don't think, I've never seen Lewis be an early rage quarter. So Bloodlines for Doubt, doing upgrades on his way up. How much gold does a Steppe Lancer? I think Doubt only 53 gold. He needs to make sure he can train more than one, unless he's going to use the market. He didn't sell the stone, So what was that? Someone asking if you could go up without selling the stone. Managed to pull it off. Now needs to be careful with the scout not to take a poke from the spear. So Bloodlines is in, and as the Castle Age comes in, Doubt gets more HP on his scout. And yeah, he has to sell stone for the Step Lancers. Sells only 100 stone though. So it won't be too long before we can get a second TC. And over here, probably a good look for a TC between that wood and that gold. So Scout attacking the other Scout. So, great build from Doubt, as here are the Steppies. And now the question for Lewis is, how does he defend? Well, we have seen this twice so far, and the answer is defend until the eco for the Mongols doesn't work out. And then you get a bigger army than Step Lancers. But that was 2 civs that went unique units? And it was a dueling FC from Bengalis or Burmese with a wood gold unique unit. Lewis will have to play it differently, and I think this has to be a fortified church defense. Right now he's doing everything he can to wall, and Doubt, if he can't do damage, will at least try to stop Lewis's expansion, and use the Mongols' hunt bonus to take the chickens, a long distance take them, and start picking up the relics in his base. Double stable Steppies, and the question then for Doubt is, what does he do here? Does he extend his eco? Does he... Oh, Lewis going to try to raid the berries. I mean, run from the berries. Deletes the house. And will lose 2 vills. So 2 vills down for Lewis. Step Lancers, this is a choice for Doubt now. Doubt could pull off the option of running through the TC, but the fortified church will be up before that happens. And now Lewis blocking some gold access, but with all the mule carts he has. One goes up the hill, one goes down the hill. Maybe just be careful of Step Lancers breaking through the outpost. Remember, quick walling against Step Lancers is kind of tricky because they can poke you over the wall. And they'll try to go through the palisade with a hill bonus. Immediately swap and force more houses. And Lewis will go Cav Archers. Okay, so essentially the same plan as the Ratha / Arambai. Make a swap for Cav Archers and defend. You can amass Cav Archers, keep them under your TCs, and with the Georgian's economy and the fact that he doesn't have to go for a castle, maybe this is even the better play. I like this. I like this a lot from Lewis and how he's playing this matchup. And Doubt unable to do damage from the quick walls, and I think everything Lewis has done so far has been absolutely perfect this game. And Doubt sold the other 100 stone, so no TC from Doubt. Adding in a workshop, and you will come forward with a mangonel. At the very least, because of the Cav Archers, Lewis won't have anything for really pressuring the mangonel. Didn't go for a stable. Does he have a stable? He doesn't have a stable, so at the very least he won't have bloodlines and husbandry for the Cav Archers, and that could be worrying with how quick the Step Lancers are. They are faster, and with one range they can take a decent fight if they close the distance. And Lewis may be a bit out of position with the Cav Archers there, and Doubt will close the distance, start picking them off. And well, the downside of not having that castle is you don't have as much defense, and the churches themselves not quite as intimidating. And Doubt no eco upgrades. Lewis only double good axe. And mangonel shot. Lewis didn't dodge it, but Doubt didn't connect anyway. Doubt no repair vills though. And that mangonel might even go down. Don't mangonel your own steppies. Cav Archers will do enough against them, and I think we're getting to that point where the Cav Archer numbers start to overwhelm the Step Lancers. Okay, Doubt is picking up relics, does have 2 now. Yeah, but here's the Repairville. The weak mangonels in front. Try to take the hill. Problem is, mangonels don't push fortified churches all that well. And Doubt only has 6 Step Lancers, 1 TC, and now Lewis in the back with a scout and a spear, even able to harass Doubt's vills on the chickens. And Lewis takes the score lead, and I think this is a good win for Lewis here. I think this is exactly the right spot to use Georgians. I was questioning what civ he'd use, but against the Mongols, this is, I think, a perfect defense. I say that, maybe he'll find a way to lose the game, but as long as he doesn't get clobbered by mangonels, I think all's good for him. What's the Georgian monks? They do have redemption, too, if they want to go monks against the mangonels. And there's a mangonel down. Cav Archers picked the second mangonel. Doubt not repairing in time was building a house. And if he had 4 mangonels, that'd be one thing, but now he's close to having 0. Cav Archers run in, they'll pick off the mangonels. least do more damage to them. Imagine if that were 5 mangonels now. So more TCs. TC up here between the gold and the wood. TC down here between the gold and the wood. So both players going for a second TC. But I'm worried about Mongols in this Civ matchup now. I don't think Steppe Lancers will continue to be useful, and look at that hill bonus for the Georgians. Doubt about to lose some vills, or at least he would be if Cav Archers without ballistics could hit anything, but this is DE, and archers are much less accurate in DE. Hills go down, and the Siege Workshop on the way to producing more mangonels, but mangonels that might again become useless very quickly if Steppe Lancers get converted, or just in general difficult to push in the face of the fortified churches. Without saying, let's take down this house. There's one last poke. Lewis up to 29 Cav Archers, done such a great job of amassing them and not taking bad fights. The micro here for Lewis has been impeccable.
Get to ours.
Get to ours.
Hill getting mangonelled. Okay, let's turn around and take out some of the Cav Archers. Archers hit. And I can feel Doubt's frustration here. I can feel this. I wonder what things would be like if he played Mongols but didn't go for the fast castle, just played them normal. Needs more APM. I don't think this is even an APM thing. I think that Lewis picked a civ and a strategy that counters what Doubt's doing very, very well. F's in the chat. Well, for game one. Just game one. He's not going to be out yet. Let's go down to the steppies. He's not hit a single mangonel shot, and there's the GG. Lewis with the game 1 win. Very well defended. Used the Georgians perfectly. Fortified Church plus walling stops the Mongol push. Doubt not even having that chance to do a Mangudai transition like you'd probably want to in the long run. But don't think there's much to say about that. Lewis with some domination early on. What would counter Cav Archers in this situation? That's a good question. Doubt kind of put him in that situation, himself in that situation, because he immediately went to the Castle Age. And when you do that, you don't have many options for how you set up your eco. There are a lot of civs that tend to go wood gold units from the castle because they're really strong. Here, when Doubt goes FC, he's the Mongols, so his goal is to put his food economy into a unit that costs food because he has all that extra hunt around. And the problem is that the Cav Archers themselves counter the Steppe Lancers, and pretty much anything that Doubt does that costs food is either at that point going to be really weak because it's just the skirmisher, and he won't be able to raid that well, or it's the stable units that all cost food but can be kited by the Cav Archers. So at that point, if you go for the fast castle against the Georgians, I don't know if there really is a good option for the Mongols. I don't know if Doubt sees the Civ matchup and then decides, maybe I should do something else and just play a standard game and go feudal. Try to go a bit more skirm heavy so he has more eco to do his own Cav Archers. The Mongols should have better Cav Archers if they just mirror that. But if they go Cav Archers on that map, then they're not using their hunt bonus. So, not entirely sure what else... Oh, I got this wrong. What else Doubt would want to do there. I think as strong as that strategy looks on paper, there are a lot of civs with ways to counter it. And that's 3 times now I've seen the Mongols go for that fast castle, and 3 times that it hasn't worked out. But I think Lewis really had a great civ pick for it too. How's the snowstorm? It is snowing. Very much so, Nabooz. Very much. Oh, and I forgot to leave the game. That's my downfall. I need to leave the previous game before joining the next one. Always gets me. You're iced in Texas. I'm snowed in here in Jersey. Not going anywhere. Currently a nice minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit, but no wind chill. Nice. I'm used to those Midwest temperatures. I'm glad I haven't had those in years. So, Loch Ness. Where is Nessie? Where is that Loch Ness monster? Right at the start. Will we see her? Will we see her? Ooh, she didn't appear yet. She appears once every 10 minutes or so. Harris said doubt was 50-50. I think that this could go... This is a matchup that could go either way. Could go either way. Okay, I didn't see Nessie. I didn't see Nessie. It's way too cold. Yep. It is. What did I say? It was minus 14 Celsius here for you Europeans. What is minus... Let's do a quick minus 17. We're approaching the minus 40 point where they meet. Minus 17 F2C. That's minus 27 Celsius. Walk your dog. Minus 32. You're getting to the point where you don't need to specify the letter there. Sounds cold. It is cold. So, man-at-arms for Lewis. Where are the militia? They are forward, trying to disrupt Doubt's eco. Doubt with some defensive archers will be chasing them down. We'll find the scout and try to do some damage. On the water, spread out docks, but 2 docks for Lewis, not really walling the middle. And that fire will come forward and try to hit the Vills by those rocks. We will have double bit axe on the way for Lewis. Can't consider 14 is freezing. Can't imagine minus 14. As I said earlier, I'd be back when I was living in Wisconsin, and we'd have minus 20 to minus 30. My friend in Florida was complaining that it was in the 40s, and I'm just like, your weather's 70 degrees warmer than mine. I love that. So Doubt, amassing archers, Armenians, Dravidians. Again, on this map we had seen pretty much Koreans, Burgundians the entire time on the ladder. Now that we are freed from the tyranny of civ picking, and we at least have some drafts to add a bit more variety, we're seeing some different civs. Armenians with fortified churches, they will be great at taking the relics in each corner with their warrior priests, and also a really good water civ with Cilician fleet demos and Dromans in the late game. 7C, that sounds so warm. We looked at 3 different sites and got 3 different temperatures. Ooh, TC kills the scout from Doubt. And Lewis, great job walling the gold so Doubt's archers won't be able to do damage. Mark it in the back as walls and house come up. And another fire galley on the way out of that dock. Archer is running around, but Lewis using the market to go up quickly. Doubt not finding the damage he wants. And looks like Lewis also winning the water. So another 4 minutes, remind me to look for Nessie. Look for the Loch Ness Monster. So that Lake Michigan has ice blocks on it because of the cold. There we go, Horse Collar, Castle Age from both. Skirm's hitting the archers. I think you might grill later. Not the time of year for grilling, as lovely as that sounds. So archers from Doubt trying to keep Lewis off of the wood lines, but not really getting in to do damage. And Doubt up to the castle age around 10 seconds more slowly. And we do have Dravidian skirms. We do have those scary, scary Dravidian skirms. And if the Armenians do want to go infantry late game, remember they do have Feriders for all that extra... menu disappeared. For all that extra hit points they can add. Plus 30 hit points to their infantry line, their swordsmen, their warrior priests. Arumi's swordsmen, I would think, still counter that from the Dravidians. And perhaps a challenge to get that many swordsmen out from Dravidian castles. But I think this is Doubt's plan. Go castle, and grab the relics, try to win the water, and then you can go Heritage late game if you need to. There's War Galley on the way for Lewis. And we'll have a fortified church immediately for Doubt. Well, actually, Doubt needs to do his first fortified church at home, so he gets the relic at home and not on the sides where he might be gifting it to Lewis. But War Galley for Lewis, War Galley for Doubt. Doubt will get his in a bit later. One demo for Lewis. Doubt will micro, take a bit of a demo hit. Might lose some fires here. He's trying to repair, swap the ships out and get repairs, but can't get back to the other side of the dock. But now, with the fires here, if Doubt can repair, maybe get some arrow fire from the church. Oh, 2 very low HP fires able to run back for Lewis. If he can repair them, that's great for him. War Galley just about finished. And there is now fire ship from Doubt, who should clean them up. Lewis stops running. And looks like Doubt has some water control. A skirms to the outside, that spear being chased by 2 wolves. Oh, go spear, run away from the wolves. Oh, did the wolves catch him? I think he's actually slightly faster than the wolves right now. Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's close. I forget what speed wolves run at. But we'll have a fire ship fight here. Doubt less HP there, but has a reinforcing ship on the way, sending a warrior priest forward. And this is Doubt, 1 relic at home. Warrior priests now heading to the corners to try to grab relics. And the skirms will miss the warrior priest. Oh, Nessie. Where was she? Did I miss her? Was she here somewhere? Was she here somewhere? This is where chat will see Nessie, and I won't. Alright, remind me at 20 minutes, we'll look for her again. Plenty of wildlife messing with Doubt as usual. So the warrior priest, okay. Kind of surprised. Doubt ran forward all the way to Lewis instead of grabbing the relics. But it looks like he's pumping out warrior priests and doing fervor so that they move faster. Grabbing the relics from the right, one of them dropping the relic to fight the skirms. But he's going full warrior priest relic mode. And then we'll probably swap back to fighting on the water. Armenians do shoot arrows when the relics are garrisoned in the fortified churches, right? Is that listed anywhere here? Does that still happen? I think that still happens. It says +1, so I'm going to guess that's from the relic. Yeah, projectile count 0 + 1. So Doubt can actually get 7 projectiles from that fortified church, which will be a nice way of holding the shallows. Lewis going for a 3 TC boom, but Doubt already with his 3 TCs up and running. I think Superior is still open. And there's the final relic from the right. Doubt should have 2 from the left coming in. So that's 1 relic already. 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. So that's a total of 6 relics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one will be 6, and then 7 over here, as long as the wolves don't chase down that warrior priest. So Doubt happy with his relic situation, I'm sure, grabbing the final relic, and will be even on vills while doing so. So Armenians OP, warrior priests take out the fire, and this game is feeling good for Doubt so far. Unless the Dravidians have an insane late game civ advantage against the Armenians, which I don't think they do. Elephant archers could be scary, but that's super late game, and I don't think Lewis can afford it. I think Doubt has this one. I think this will be tied up. 1.2 Vil. Warrior Priest is a broken unit. Huang has got to push with them. 1 relic equivalent to how many Vils on gold? The conversion I always used was 5 relics equals 6 Vils on gold. So 6 relics, 7 relics, maybe like 8 or 9 Vils on gold. 1.2, that sounds okay. I'll tell you that a relic is 30 gold per minute. And Vils, of course, vary with eco upgrades. Eco's still very even. I can actually check. Hold on, I'll click a Vil in game. I'm running gold. In game, it says 22.8 gold per minute is the work rate for villagers mining gold right now for Lewis. Does he have any eco upgrades? Yeah, no eco upgrades for him. They can get faster though.
சரி. என்ன கட்டளை?
That was an old Zero Empires stat from years ago that I remember. The work rate on the relics. Oh, warrior priests. Do they beat fire ships? They do beat fire ships. Look at that. And then they heal each other. They heal each other up. So Doubt redocking, and Doubt's plan now with, what is that, 7 relics, 6 of them off of the shoreline. I honestly might be tempted to put the relics in this church. Oh, Demo, he spread formations, the priests. He micros, Doubt micros, doesn't lose a single warrior priest, and now they can heal each other. They're low HP, but that doesn't matter, they can heal each other. Well, they need time to heal each other. But here come the elephant archers. Now that's, I think, the scariest thing for the Armenians to deal with, the elephant archers. And maybe they can deal with it by fortified churches? He wants another church. Sanctity on the way. Does that apply to warrior priests? I guess it does. 95 hit points now. Vills want a church here. Hope they'll heal each other. Oh, here comes a demo on the Vills. Doubt. No, not like this, Doubt. No. Doubt. No. Oh, don't build the... Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the fortified church so close to the shoreline? Oh no, Doubt. Everything was going your way until then. My worry is still the elephants. I don't know how they deal with elephants. I think they need actual monks now. That's a lot of elephant archers now for Lewis. The elephant archers are surprisingly cheap. It's actually not that bad to amass. So that's a 41 to 25 KD now in favor of Lewis, and I think Doubt needs some actual monks here. As I said, I'm not sure how Armenians deal with elephants other than potentially controlling the map. Oh, another one of those one-tile wood lines. Look at that. Look at that. Even a little gap on the end, but look at how long that extends, that wood line. That's the thing of nightmares for me as a map scripter when my wood lines act like that. It has to be infuriating. Well, I mean, it's his own fault, right? He could have built it 3 tiles inland and he'd be fine. It's called a skirm. That's true, it is called a skirm. Oh, Nessie time, Nessie, 20 minutes in. Nessie's gonna appear soon. It'll be near one of these medium water bits. So we gotta take a look at both sides. Vodka's gonna have a heyday with this when he has to spectate live. Or Mapu, or whoever's doing the spectating. Who's going for docks on the edge? Doubt will be imp first. And remember, Armenians do have Dromans, and in this setup with the water control, I think Doubt's still in a commanding position despite that deadly demo. It's usually a bit late, so she's usually a bit late. She takes her time, shows up fashionably late to the party. Let's just zoom out a bit. Where is this Loch Ness monster as Capture Age struggles to render? Where is she? Where is she? Gotta appear here somewhere. Elephants still walking around the outside. We can take a good view of everything going on now, as I'm sure we're taxing that VRAM even more when we zoomed out this far. Where is she? Where is she? Did we miss her again? Am I just not seeing her? Is she actually a myth? Nessie, you're oh, there she is. There she is. There. There's the Loch Ness monster. Anyway, did Doubt see Lewis's docks? Yes, he does. That outpost. Outpost's OP. And here come the elephant archers, but they will be shot down by the relics inside of that fortified church. 7 relics is still a lot of gold. Doubt already on 2k gold. And I think he... Composite Bowman, I think he just needs a unit that can fight this. Are skirms the answer? Maybe skirms are the answer. We all know skirms are the best unit in AoE 2. So castle on the way for Lewis, but Doubt sees that with the galleys and immediately can make Dromans to take that down. Let's position the Dromans over there and shoot down the castle. No problem for him. Lewis trying to redock. I think on this map, Cilician Fleet demos would be absolutely insane. And if Doubt sees the commitment to all the docks that Lewis has, Cilician Fleet and ship upgrades need to be his next path, and then he holds the water. And if he holds the water, I think he should be able to win. So much resource around by the water. If Doubt retakes it, he'll be fine. And some stone walls going up on the side so Lewis can't raid from there. That wood line is still so silly. Ooh, the wolf kills a villager. The wolf kills a vill. Yes, wildlife on Doubt's side. That's a rarity, but sometimes it does help. And then those elephant archers still being chased by skirms in the south. Lewis going straight for fast fire ships, but Cilician Fleet heavy demo. That's how you counter that. There's heavy demo for Doubt. Don't waste it. Don't waste it. Don't move. Oh, Doubt almost wasted it. Almost. Where is... And he has it. Cilician Fleet, heavy demos, extra blast radius. And Doubt is ready for this. Don't waste it. Boom. Boom. Make Tato proud. Another large demo hit over here. Doubt, he's not wasting the demos. Doubt can micro. 3 fires down with 1 demo. And that is exactly what Doubt needs. He has the Dromans for the castle. And a few more elephant archers that need to be cleaned up eventually. Doubt's still running the skirms around. Oh, those elephant archers are so tanky, even without extra armor. Ship right for Lewis, but that'll just be feeding the demos. The elephant's going down. Only 1 elephant archer left. So that's not too big of a problem. Doubt will stonewall the other side. Do Armenians have fortified walls? Yes, they do. Yes, skirms on a great answer when Lewis doesn't have that many farmers. 27 farms, 25 on food. So some elephant archers coming forward, but those can be demoed too. Those can be dromaned. Lewis trying to redock. He's redocking everywhere. But Cilician Fleet heavy demos are the way to counter fast fires like this. So careening and galleon on the way for Lewis. I wonder if Lewis ever considers Thericidae, but I think Cilician Fleet demos would be a good counter. The Doubt, spread them out. don't use them all at once. Okay, that's still working out for Doubt. Still working out for him. He has galleon himself. Remember, the galleons also will have from Cilician Fleet 1 extra range. So better galleons for Doubt. The only ship that I think the Dravidians actually would do better here would be the Thericidae. But I think those are pretty vulnerable to demos. And they are expensive. And so far, so good for Doubt with all the relics. And he can basically hold now until Lewis runs out of gold, I think. Maybe that'll be a while. But he has the scout lead, he has the score lead, no need for him to do something too crazy. Skirms can even come and think about raiding. Why is he not using the Dromans? That I don't know. APM, I guess. And great resources for Doubt, too. He just needs to make sure he's pumping galleons and demos. He can even think about doing his own castle on the water. His own castle is in the back protecting his farms, and he will be doing Feriders, too. Is that necessary when he's fighting on water? I don't know. The demos, even that far away. Yeah, now the demo's less useful against all the galleons. But Doubt can also do his own fires. Armenians have fast... Well, they're not fast fire. They can also do dry dock. Has to be careful not to be surrounded by Lewis. Demo from this dock would be great now. Dromans also, though, in the fight helpful. And Armenians, as I said, should have the better ships. Long swordsman, plate mail armor. And not the most gold-intensive army going for swordsmen. They do cost gold, but they're certainly cheaper than something like knights would be. And if Doubt occasionally lands a demo hit, that'd be great. I think the demos have to come from this dock, though. Or this dock, just something that's close. And again, the Dromans also, with their long range in the back, just dealing damage occasionally. Still pretty useful in these ship fights. And as Lewis goes for the fires, Doubt can go for the demos that counter them. Boom, nice demo hit. It feels like Lewis maybe more production than Doubt on the water, though. Doubt might need some more docks, and he's added them in. As long as he's fighting by his docks, he's fine. Here's two-handed swordsman. And, oh, look, Vils are forward. And Doubt is about to rush with Champion's two-handed swordsman into Lewis's base. Lewis trying to dance with the fires. Doubt needs still more production. 60 on wood, and it's not enough. That's how water maps go. Yeah, now it's a water map indeed, our base. Competing on water, the right call for Lewis. Why not full clear on land after losing water? I think he's thinking he doesn't have the eco to commit on land for elephant archers like he'd like to. He only has 94 Vils. And there's a castle drop from Doubt. Well, Lewis, his way back in the game would be to deny that. Let me check his scouting. He clearly sees it with his outposts. Well, only 5 Vils, but Champion's there. Doubt will push on land. And Doubt maybe slightly losing on water. But the problem for Lewis is as he tries to push the docks, then the demos will be closer to the galleons. And he would need cannon galleons himself. There is a demo from behind, demo hitting fires, demos everywhere. Exactly as I said, demos everywhere for Doubt. Maybe not the best micro, but he's getting the job done. And Lewis needing to push now into Doubt's production makes it harder for him, as Doubt is raiding his base with Champions on the outside. Champions killing the elephant archers, killing everything. how it is a water map. Twitch telling me we have an ad break in 3 minutes. Okay, hopefully that's between games. These champions kill some vills. And there's a GG from Lewis. So Doubt ties at 1-1. GG. Yeah, we'll hopefully get it between the games. I don't know, maybe if I run an ad myself now, it'll not do the ad break, so we can experiment a bit. We'll run an experiment. So that's 178 to 162 KD for Doubt, playing the Armenians perfectly. And GG. 1 out of 3 Nessies spotted room for improvement. The GOAT lost versus Doubt. Is the Lewis dynasty over? Alright, let's see if the ads will delay stuff properly. So let's edit this. That's 1-1. As far as the maps go, Doubt will win Loch Ness. And yeah, Lewis, I have that right. Lewis won game 1. And for the civs, that is Armenians over Dravidians. But Dravidians towards the end of the draft for Lewis. So next map looks like it'll be Crownwood. Crownwood, remember, very open, but you're far apart. So what do we think the civs will be here? Bengalis, Byzantines, Huns all feel like options for Doubt. Wei Vietnamese, Jurchens for Lewis. I think Persians get saved for Dorothy or Quarry. If played. Oh, also thank you everyone for watching over on YouTube too. It's nice to still have, between Twitch and YouTube, almost 400 viewers combined. So thank you all. And now we get to see if running the ad manually also stops the Twitch auto ad. So this is an experiment for us. Coffee's good. So Crownwood. Also Doubt, only 2k3 on the ladder. Interesting. If Doubt really committed to grinding, he'd certainly be much higher than that. Yeah, nice 1-1. And again, credit Lewis for drafting the Georgians and having a counter to Doubt's Mongols pick for that first game. And where are the Georgians in Lewis's draft? Quite far back, actually. Quite far back. But good strat against the Mongols on that map. Won't do well in ranked playing the same maps and mirrors. Well, ranked is a lot of Arabia, right? It's not going to be mirror matches on Arabia all the time. So waiting for Doubt to join the lobby. Sure, he needs some breaks himself too. So I think whatever happens after this set, I will probably take a break and then cast the MBL set. The winner of this faces MBL, and that should be coming up a good 10 to 15 minutes after the end of this one. And here we are launching. And we have Crownwood, Wei for Lewis, and Huns for Doubt. I'm not sure how the Huns deal with Tiger Cav if Lewis goes for them. They do have a lot of Pierce Armor and have been successful against Cav Archers in the past. We'll see if Lewis can find his way to a 2-1 lead. And Doubt. I do feel that with the home map picks and the way players prepare, that Rampart loss with the Mongols for Doubt will probably come back to haunt him if he goes on to lose the set. Having shown the Mongol strat already on that map. The more I think about it, the more I think the way to play that map would have been standard feudal opening, try to get castle first with the hunt, and then go Cav Archers, but with more eco, so you don't have to go for the straight FC. And I think Georgians probably struggle against Mongols. They get to late game in the Mangudai stages. But yeah, the pure FC was an all-in from Doubt that I think Lewis, as I've been saying, very wisely played the Georgians to perfection in that matchup. But Armenians, I love everything Doubt did. Warrior Priests to grab relics. Cilician Fleet demos on Loch Ness. I'm sure Nessie enjoyed seeing that. And we're down to a best of 3 now between them. Oh yeah, everyone's streaming. It's nice to see days when everyone's able to stream too. We got lots of stuff going on. And here we are launching. Oh, did I fail to download match content? No, I didn't. Okay, we're good. We are good. All right, here we are. Lewis to the west as the blue way, Doubt to the east as the red Huns. And it shall be an archery range forward for Doubt. Whatever happened to Vinch Hart, that is settled. Hart did win that, and we casted Vinch's set earlier today, so Vinch also did manage to qualify. That was unfortunately, that was the day my neighbor's daughter hit my car in the parking lot, so I had to deal with some IRL stuff that day and wasn't able to cast that like I wanted to. But that's all settled now, and both of them will end up qualifying for the event. Vince just had to play a few extra games to do so. There we have double bit axe for Lewis. Rooting for Barles in the other set. Can't even watch it. I do want, honestly, I want to see Yo qualify. As much as it'd be great for Barles to make it. After all the drama, I'd like to see Yo qualify. I don't think that minus 100 elo is fair at all. Brackets. Do we have a brackets command? Brackets are under the stream. They're linked, Imperial Militia, if you want to see that. I have a panel beneath the stream. I need to make one for TTL, but I'm going to try to do that for every tournament that I cast. Look, put a panel beneath the stream with the brackets and all the links and whatnot. Barles is just the victim of, since Yo lost elo from Nilly's admin decision, that he faces Barles. And Barles is essentially grinded the ladder to get a top 4 spot, only to face a player who realistically should have been in the top 4 anyway. For Barles, I guess it's not too bad because he technically is the higher seed and maybe has a drafting advantage when he faces Yo. And he could have had to face a top 4 player anyway, but it is unfortunate for him. And finally, say thanks, Nilly, instead of TYG, man. So Doubt opening Archer Skirms as Lewis walls up. Crownwood, as open as the map is, you're so far apart you have a lot of time to wall, and Lewis will take full advantage of that time by building the walls. Builds them everywhere. And other than the very front of the TC, but that won't be too hard to plug with the house. Archers and Skirms come around as a spear pokes a scout. Well, if they applied the letter of the law, the handbook said prize pool deduction or disqualification. So I think just doing a prize pool deduction would have been better. There were also cases earlier where players were playing on alt accounts, so Nilly messaged them and asked them not to. And I think that would have been the right way to deal with the streaming situation. You just message Yo and remind him about the rule. And I'm sure he then would use a delay when streaming. So if that didn't happen, I think that's also some admin fault for having a change in the last 48 hours and not really being as active as they needed to be in making sure players followed it. Yeah, and it's not something that even benefited Yo as Darkening Brights, because his highest achieved elo was before the final 48 hours, and he didn't past that in the final 48 hours. So Doubt macroed super well. More army, castle faster. That is what you expect from Doubt. And also maybe what you expect from the Huns, too. The Huns not needing houses have a really smooth eco. And also, Doubt is forced to be aggressive on this map because it is so much harder for the Huns to wall without houses. Yeah, they can do palisades, but all the reinforcements behind those palisades with those houses, not possible for Doubt. We'd have to go to stone and stone wall if you really wanted to be safe on this map. So the Hun's a risky pick. But I guess Doubt's thinking is he wants to go cav archers against potential Qianbei raiders. But as I was saying at the start, the Tiger Cav have a ton of pierce armor and are usually a good counter to the cav archers. The brackets were randomized, right? I think the brackets were randomized. Huns are Huns, Huns are Huns. That's true, and hopefully that always stays true. Huns are Huns. That's thinking is Huns are Huns. Yo actually likes playing Huns on hybrid maps quite a bit in Empire Wars. I was thinking maybe Doubt saves them for Dorothea Quarry, but Groundwood is where he wants to use them. Yeah, unleash the Tarkans. So Doubt up to the Castle Age, and Siege Workshop on the way for Doubt. Not getting host improves Elo by 200%. That's a nice percent. Those are real statistics. I would trust you, Dark Noob. I would trust you. I'm sure when you're playing Arena for 4 hours and you're just waiting for your opponent to resign, you have lots of time to alt-tab and work on statistics. So, Castle for Lewis, and Doubt immediately will see that it will be Tiger Cav. And the question is, will he break in time? He will go Knights. So his attempt to fight Tiger Cav will be Knights as the Huns, who, faster working stables, are good for Knights. So Skirms for Qianbei Raiders, Knights for the Tiger Cav. That's his plan, as he rams through the wall, and will look to pick off a few vills with the Skirms as he can. And maybe a ram push on the castle, even. Don't think that'll last too long, but he'll bring the ram back, lose a couple of Skirms to castle fire. But he did pick off 2 vills. Bit of idle time, though, and of course the Wei have the extra vills from their eco upgrades, so Doubt has to be careful that he doesn't fall too far behind in vills. Personally, I do think the Wei are a much better civ than the Huns at this point. But Huns still Huns. So why are the Tiger Cavs so scary? We'll look at those stats. 4 pierce armor. 4 pierce armor. So in the fight against the Huns who like to go cav archers, they will resist a ton of the damage the cav archers usually do. And I've seen them a few times against cav archers or in Wei mirrors, beating Qianbei raiders. Tiger Cav are scary. So Bloodlines for Doubt. And he is adding in a monastery, 1 stable and a couple of knights. I feel that Doubt would need to go heavily into knights if he's going to fight Tiger Cav. Scary because of the tiger hat. It does make them scary. Huscarls on horses. More or less. So through the range pushes the ram. Mangonel on the way for Lewis, who does have the score lead and still has the better eco as the Wei. That's too stubborn to change into knights. Well, he does have 2 knights, and the knights themselves should do well against the Tiger Cav. They have pierce armor, but no melee armor. They will have more HP if they get bloodlines, but knights usually are the unit you'd want for fighting them. And Doubt playing a big risk, he needs to pay attention and see that the Tiger Cav are in the back of his base. They were in his line of sight for a good while, but I'm sure he's paying attention to the front and moving the ram around to try to find another way in. Just raid Doubt to death. That's what he's going to try to do. Right now, Doubt. 2nd TC, though. So Doubt, 2nd and 3rd TCs while Lewis is booming. And if while Lewis is defending with a castle. So if Doubt, who has a huge military now, can sustain himself against the raids, which he sees the raids at least, and will garrison his TC. He does at least have Bodkin now, while the Tiger Cav don't have armor, so he'll be okay for fighting them for the moment. Lewis going full Skirm, but he doesn't have Elite Skirm. Tiger Cav. And that house could go down to the ram. That mangonel not quite in position to defend. The cav archer's keeping the mangonel at bay. They can tank a shot or two, and then Doubt can get in. Can he actually go in, though, with that TC? That's a risk for him to dive. And the Tiger Cav are in the back. He's just going to use the Knights to destroy the mangonel. Still no armor upgrades for the Tiger Cav. Elite skirms will fend off Lewis's skirms, and Doubt's starting to boom. He's up now by 4 vills. Res collected still pretty similar, and Lewis, having done Ecotechs already, has gotten a lot of his vill bonus. Oh, converted Tiger Cav for Doubt, let's go. And Lewis wants his 3rd TC, and again behind Doubt's pace. He's going to start collecting relics though. Doubt with Cav archers. Are a few knights enough? Will they be enough? Will Doubt get a 4th TC pretty soon? I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, a TC here between that wood line and those golds would basically secure all of his base. This is a tricky map to play with the back wood lines, and I think you do rather quickly want to move to middle wood lines to save your wood for the late game, so you're not as hard pressed for castle control in the middle. But here comes another raid, and Doubt will need to react properly to this raid. And again, Huns are Huns, and Huns are not walled. So Monk there immediately. Will he get a conversion? Will he get the conversion? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. All right, big play for Doubt. That drastically slows down that army. Gives him another unit to defend. And not going to lose a single vill. Tiger Cav have to run away. Finally getting their armor. Doubt doesn't have ballistics yet. Oh, and that castle. Lewis not going to get the castle up. Wanted another castle. Doubt has to avoid losing skirms. There he goes. There he goes. He's pulling back. Another TC. Okay, at the front for Doubt. I was thinking at the back, but he's thinking, let's take the forward wood lines. And Doubt's starting to pick up relics himself, too. And there's the castle for Lewis. Will Doubt try to deny that again? And Lewis will have to delete it again. Lewis can't figure out where he wants to put his castle. Very indecisive. We'll do it directly under the TC. Doubt will turn and try to fight some Tiger Cav again. He has a much larger military, 43 to 17. Lewis hasn't really stepped on the gas in terms of military production, though. We know he can turn that on. So skirm and a monk guarding a relic. Doubt should find that. Should find it and stop it. Doubt. There we go. A monk, as they customarily do, dropping the relic to the left. Skirms forward. And Cav archers coming forward. The phone's still in temperature conversion mode. There we are. And mining camp on the stone. Tiger Cav running around. Monk going for some healing. Oh, the farm underneath the side of the blacksmith, reminding us how the graphics overflow. Lovely. Next armor for the Tiger Cav. They're getting more armor. 46 to 22 military. Lewis starting to bulk up a bit in terms of his numbers. More eco upgrades for Doubt now. Wheelbarrow, heavy plow, bowsaw. Doubt's just like, let's click these upgrades. And what does Doubt do now? With his military advantage, I'm just wondering. Lewis has 2 castles at the front, but Doubt could run through. Is there a world where Doubt adds 3 or 4 stables and goes all in Castle Age Knights? That lets him add in more eco as the Huns on 4 TCs and give him a later imp, but the option to go Cavalier into Paladins. Here come the Tiger Cav, and Doubt needs to run. He's trying to break in, but he's going to lose a lot of skirms here. He's going to lose a lot of skirms. Not enough knights for this fight. And he hasn't really pulled too far ahead in eco. That's how strong the Way are with all their bonuses. And now up to 6 Pierce Armor. At least the Cav Archers still do 2 damage instead of 1, but it is still quite a tricky situation. And Relic coming in from Doubt. At least he's trying to get more relics. You will see Lewis's vills coming forward, going for the outposts. 1 vill trying to run to the side, and Doubt will snipe off a vill there. So 10 vill lead for Doubt. Starting to pull ahead in eco now. And that's a 3rd relic for Doubt. Should be able to grab a 4th without much issue later on. Yeah, very scary unit, as Doubt needs to chase them down now and stop the raids. Doubt trying to go for gold. Devotion on the way, handcart, iron casting for Lewis. Lewis still with the score lead, still with a much better KD. A lot of those kills are skirms though. Oh, but Lewis is thinking, let's go forward for a castle now that I have the Tiger Cav advantage. Doubt wants to go more heavily into Cav Archers, doing gold shaft mining. I don't think that's the right play against Tiger Cav. I don't think you want to keep going Cav Archers here. And Lewis will go for the castle. Doubt immediately goes for the counter castle. Doubt will have more Vills, but Lewis will have Tiger Cav here. And Doubt will have his TC garrisoned and his entire eco idled. He will finally have to delete a castle himself. That Tiger Cav is trying to run off the edge of the map. Doubt here not really winning the fight either, and all of a sudden Lewis takes a huge score lead as he raids the unwalled Doubt. And all that army advantage Doubt had earlier is just evaporated against the Tiger Cav, and how scary they are. I still think Doubt needed to make his transition to Knights to fight them. So that feels GG there. So, Doubt feels like things have just fallen apart. He lost his forward stone. And that's another reason I thought the back TC would have been good for him, because it would have given him gold control and more gold for pumping out his own units. So he is up to Imp, but up to Imp when you're not walled. Another reason I thought All-in Castle would be the play, because he's not walled. He needs to stop the raids like this. And he's lost way too many Vills now. He's down to 81 Vills, and he's not going to get any advantage from Imp. He was hoping he'd be able to go Imp and then get the upgrades, Bracer, Chemistry, Heavy Cav Archer, where the Tiger Cav won't get a final Pierce Armor upgrade in Imp. But it didn't have the timing there. Did not have the timing on it. And Lewis is going to take this game. I don't think there's any coming back now for Doubt. Lewis had way too many Vills. Is this unit just broken? I think it's really strong. I don't think it's broken strong, though. But yeah, there is the GG. Lewis takes that, goes up 2-1. And a strat that opening for Doubt was great, but you can see exactly the point where Lewis was able to force the fight with the Tiger Cav, and Lewis did just enough defense to keep Doubt away from his eco. And at the point where Doubt was starting to pull away in eco, that's when Lewis was able to turn his eco into raids and have the exact right timing he needed on the Tiger Cav. It's like making crossbows against Huskarls. Not quite that bad, because I think the crossbows do only 1 damage to the Huskarls, but same principle, yes. Also, I think we did successfully delay Twitch's ad, so yay for us. That's a win on Crownwood there for Lewis, so Doubt now in the same situation he was yesterday, down 2-1. Needs to find a way back. Did lose with the Huns. The worst part is I think he could win that matchup too. He just needs to play it a bit differently going into Knights. I think he was in a great spot but made the wrong call. Much easier for us to see that. But when he sees Lewis attempting to go for another castle, that's kind of the sign that it's going to be heavy for Tiger Cav. I don't know how Knights do against the Whocl Cav. Maybe Lewis sees Knights and then makes a swap for them. But then Doubt could then make a swap into Cav Archers later. I don't know, but I know against the Tiger Cav, I've seen too many games where full Cav Archers don't work out. We're doing on time. I need to... When this set is over, I need to take another turn my heat on break. Doubt castle inside his own base. Oh, that's not new. That's happened before. So where are we going for the next game? We will be going to Dorothea Quarry, Doubt's home map. I'll be heading over to Doubt's home map. Go, Doubt, go. Well, let's at least see a game 5 from Doubt. Although part of me is rooting for Lewis so I can turn my heat on. Responding to some bug reports. Why can't I turn my heat on now? Because then the microphone picks it up, and then it's way too loud and annoying. And it's from my testing, it's too loud to filter out, even with an aggressive noise filter. TTL? What about TTL? What about TTL, Arbase? We're gonna cast TTL as Rex at the end of the day today. Oh, TTL bugs? No, not TTL bugs. This is spectators not being able to spectate games bug. So I told them subscribe to the map mod. Alright, so we should be loading in here in just a moment. Game number 4, Dorothea Quarry. That needs to hold on. So here we have Lewis as the blue Jurchens to the northwest, and Doubt as the red Bulgarians to the southeast. And who's ready for some men-at-arms, as Doubt will look to teach Lewis a lesson with his new men-at-arms having the free man-at-arms upgrade right from the start. Oh boy, oh boy. So, archery range here, constructed by the villagers. And a gold mine there. Lewis staying on gold, and he has to be opening archers here to deal with the men-at-arms. So what are the Bulgarians going to do now? Doubt going forward with men-at-arms. I'm sure he's practiced this, and he's going for a market. Oh my gosh, is Doubt going to go longswords? Is that market for a fast castle where he goes longswords? What the heck? The man-at-arms is losing to a scout on the hill. The Doubt. That's not how you micro against this. Alright, so bad start to the man-at-arms for Doubt, and bad start to his scout getting poked by a spear. Want petards from creposts? Is that a thing? Can you do that now? Was that like a DLC thing? Spear pokes a deer because misclick. Yes to you can do it now, or yes to it's a DLC thing. Can you do it now? Why is that a thing? It's in the last patch, okay. So petards from creposts, will that be useful? That'll be a sudden disaster change. Maybe make Bulgarians see sudden death. Oh, my coffee's getting cold. I need like a hot plate or something to keep the coffee cup on to keep it warm while casting. You died to her in the community version, so Arbase with some PTSD from it. So it's going to be double barracks long swords from Doubt. What the heck? This is an elimination game, and Doubt going double barracks long swords. Dia won't rot if Lewis lames with Jurchens, correct. I think it's only a villager though. I don't think it counts for the spear. I think it has to be a villager. With the spear, I think it does still rot. It is at least still rotting, and I don't think anyone would have gathered from that. So I'm going to say the spear calls it to rot. I think it is the Jurchen villager. The Jurchen villager kills or gathers from the corpse. Actually, does it happen as soon as the animal dies, or does the villager have to gather from the corpse? I'm not sure if it's enough for them to kill it. I think they might have to gather from it. Maybe it's enough to kill it. But if the Jurchenville gathers from it, then it will not decay until another Ville gathers from it. And I don't know what happens if two civs, one of which is Jurchens and one is not, gather from Hunt at the same time. Anyway, Doubt getting a kill on a Huntville, as he's almost up, and then we'll be going longswords. He's going to need a forward workshop, assuredly. Assuredly. As he's going more men-at-arms, trying to deal with the archers. I don't know how he deals with archers with only men-at-arms, but he will do a third barracks. So triple barracks longswords from Doubt, as there are enemy archers in his base. And scouts there, but they are fighting now long swordsmen, That's not going to end well for the scouts. Oh, and Batty, thank you for the sub.
Abandoned house? No, a Saracen ambush.
I think Lewis is doing this, chat. I think Lewis is doing this. I don't think the longswords are going to work. I don't know. I mean, Doubt's in. Was there a hole? Because there was a hole. That's walled up now, and the longswords are facing a lot of archers. Oh, and tower from Lewis. Remember, the longswords won't have siege towers. Feels Doubt, man. A Saracen ambush. An abandoned house? No, a Saracen ambush. So yeah, great walling from Lewis, adding in the market, and keeping the longswords away from his gold, which he'll tower. And Doubt maybe has a chance to get to the wood line with the longswords, but I think that's his last chance. Is there a hole? It doesn't matter if there's a hole if Doubt doesn't go through it. Right? So, scouts in the back, they pick the spear. They have forging. Vills have to fight, but Doubt will probably lose a Vill here. Things looking bad for Doubt. He's down 28 to 44 Vills. Oh no, and he's going to lose more Vills on the wood line. Lewis able to quick wall. And I think Lewis is finding himself heading to a matchup against MBL. Vills go down, and then Castle Age on the way for Lewis. This might be GG when Lewis hits Castle. As Doubt in an elimination game goes triple barracks longsword FC. And that does not work out for him. Yeah, I mean, it'd be one thing if Doubt were able to get a workshop forward, but Lewis had so many scouts that it didn't work out. Lewis simply went scout archer. And Doubt going only men-at-arms couldn't deal with it. Sad Doubt noises. Yeah, get your grass sad emotes in the chat. No, what is this? What is this? Doubt breaks through. Doubt breaks through. Wait just a minute. Doubt breaks through one of the lumber camps. And he has killed now 3 villagers, but Lewis has killed 10. And oh, he almost gets through another lumber camp, but there are some stone walls from Lewis saying your longswords are not getting in. He doesn't even have arson yet. He has squires but no arson. Losing longswords to the TC, Doubt. So I think we're going to have Lewis MBL coming up next. I think we're going to get to Lewis MBL. Vill goes down, longswords killing some more Vills. Archers kill longswords here. Vills go down. Longswords come around as the archers go down. TCs hit the longswords. Down go the longswords. Tower hits these longswords. Vills going down. Vills go down. There's the range. Just about finished for Lewis as longswords hit the palisades and a Vill tries to wall up. Longswords in, kill a villager. Archers in the back killing longswords. Longsword dies to the TC though, as well as Bodkin arrow on the way for Lewis for those archers. Longswords hitting another Vill. Vill waiting for players. Goes down, so Doubt not giving up. Doubt's gonna fight in the elimination game. Sees the scores are still close. And trying to make more and more longswords. Is there still a way for Doubt? Is there any way Doubt wins this? Cav archers now for the Jurchens. Remember, they do shoot faster. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Jurchens can go grenadiers. Does Lewis even know what a grenadier is? Oh, my laptop battery's running low. I'm going to plug it in. I just turn it off. I don't need to monitor the ads from it now. They seem to be okay. Let's turn that off. Okay, yeah, grenadiers should hard counter this too. You're right. If Lewis loses because he doesn't go grenadiers, that's going to be madness. I mean, Cav archers should also hard counter this, right? Like, both should hard counter this. And maybe Cav archer is more useful when left over than grenadiers. TC's hard counter this too, as Doubt runs into the TC. And Doubt content to whack at houses with the longswords because that's all he can do with them. And now Doubt getting up to what's that? 16? Oh gosh, he's up to 16 villager kills. Lewis has miswalled some of his lumber camps, but I think he has enough cav archers now that he can kill the longswords easily. Is Doubt gonna get more villager kills here? Lewis, don't let Doubt get villager kills. Longswords go down. And Lewis now out on the lumber camp. A few more longswords hoovering around as the tower shoots them down. Gridville garrison in the TC2. Longswords go down. Cav archers shoo them away. Scout on the woodline gets killed, and Lewis stonewalls that up. Lewis with some archers looking for a counterattack. Now it's Vills. Where are they taking hunt from? I don't even know where those Vills are going. They're going right to the archers. Archers with bodkin, but they'll pass like ships in the night as Lewis not noticing them. And Lewis will now go forward to raid with his cav archers. Says I can stonewall myself on the lumber camps. I'll make enough cav archers at home soon enough, and I can go forward. A couple of scorpions. Sure, I'll take a hill and shoot them from the hill, maybe. Maybe Lewis needs to get ballistics. I mean, it's only 8 Vills. Oh my gosh, Doubt on the mining camp too. Is this a mistake from Lewis to have gone forward? Lewis actually mining some gold on the oysters from a forward dock. Doubt will Vill fight the archers. That Vill's stuck saying, I want to hit the archer, but my friends aren't letting me. Archer goes down. Men-at-arms or longswords will destroy a house. Good for them. That's still walled behind it with a palisade. More cav archers for Lewis at home. Lewis still up by 9 Vills. Even after Doubt's killed 20. Doubt idling the TC so much for longswords, and now the cav archers are in his base. Doubt has 6 Vills on wood. Where are they even? Those hunters are idled out there. They hunted from super far away. They ran 2 marathons. Oh, the scorpions and the longswords come forward. Maybe it's grenadier time? There's the workshop. Doubt's trying to run longswords away. I'm sure Lewis would love ballistics, but he's focusing solely on the cav archers. But these longswords should go down now. Kind of low HP, Lewis still there to micro. Doubt would theorycraft his way into quadruple barracks longswords. Oh, he went triple barracks longswords. This would work much better if he had siege towers, I think. But alas, the silly broken unit is not there. Oh, what is this though? It's gonna be some dead Vills to the scorpions. See, if Doubt could have had scorpions earlier against the lumber camps, that would have been nice. He's killing more Vills. His scorpion. Is there a world where Doubt somehow wins this? It's 34 versus 24 villagers. Lewis has about 2.5k more res collected and the better KD, but is there a world? Is there a world where this is possible? Is there a world where Doubt, those Vills should die? Breakfast still believes. Always believes in Doubt. Can't counter either scouts or archers with the men-at-arms and feudal. That certainly was a problem. Okay, Lewis with the hill. But that's 3 scorpions. No ballistics on the scorpions, though. Oh, there we go, rocket cart. And that should end it, right? Rocket cart on the scorpions. This entire thing should get clean. The final scorpion dies with the cav archers. Yeah, the rocket cart taken out by the longswords, but what can the longswords do now? They can find more Vills to kill. Oh my gosh, Doubt. Not gonna dive the TC there. Still with scorpions at home, trying to clean the cav archers. 34 to 23, and Lewis has started fishing, so I like that. Nice addition to his eco, the fishing ships. If anything, I think Lewis might want to take these Vills and put them on a lumber camp out here. Feels much better than whatever he has going on back here. And then gold miners here with the tower feel a bit safer. Our base is a believer. You really gotta believe. I think Doubt has a chance now. Scorpion's coming over. And more cav archers killing all the long swords. And Doubt still 1 TC. Lewis buying stone, and Lewis is going to get another TC somewhere up on these wood lines. And with the TC, of course Doubt won't see that, but Lewis should be extra safe. Feels like a Low Wheel of Legends match. I feel Low Wheel Legends is more players boom for a while and build walls of houses, and you never know if they're gonna attack or not, and probably don't even have the score on. So Bear chasing the Cav Archers as the Longswords try to pick off a rocket cart. That will flank the Longswords for no reason. And ooh, rocket cart does get the Scorpion. Cart goes down, but Cav Archers kill the Longswords. As the Bears chase the Cav Archers. We should have closed this match yesterday. Well, Stout's gonna hold on. It is an elimination match, right? He still has some villagers. Keyword being some. 22, that is, in total. Bloodlines now for Lewis. Cav Archers will survive much better against the Scorpions with Bloodlines. 20 extra HP for a unit with a base of 50 is quite a bit. Doubt buying some food as a rocket cart and a Villa come forward. What is this? This is Doubt. This is the glory of Doubt. And MBL is probably watching this thinking, I gotta get ready for Lewis. Hope you have same Vil count as me, 11. I hope I don't. It was more than double. Scorps go down. And yeah, Doubt can look at the score and know that's not the case as Lewis has another TC. There's the GG from Doubt, and Lewis will take it 3-1. And right from the start, Scouts and Archers counter the Men-at-Arms, and Lewis held on enough against the Longswords. He did take some damage. He did take quite a bit of damage at different points. You can see the eco graph doesn't grow in a straight line, just kind of smooth out a bit, but then grows more at the end. So GG's, Lewis MBL will be coming up next. Let's just update the scoreboard here. Give Lewis his well-earned victory, and I will be taking a break, so I'm going to play some ads, and I'm going to turn my heat on for a few more minutes. We'll probably have a good 10 to 15 minute break before the next set, so stay tuned, and we will have Lewis versus MBL. So for the drafts, that's a loss on Dorothea Quarry, and a loss for the Bulgarians against the Jurchens, and all in all, a win for Lewis. So congrats to Lewis. Time for us now to reset the scoreboard, as it'll be Lewis and MBL coming up next. And let's see, I'm going to want the best of 7 drafts yet next. And then this will be a finals there for MBL and Lewis. So stay tuned. All right, so I was I was waiting for Lewis MBL, and turns out they're not going to start for a moment now. So we're just going to jump into Barl's Yo for a moment. And whenever we get done with this, we'll be done with this. Remember, this is a best of 7, tied 2-2. But I'll just cast this until Lewis and MBL start. I think they probably have another bit to go before they actually get underway. Lewis seemed to be a bit sick earlier. Arbase said, fun map draft for TTL later. Oh, we have Zimbabwe, Costa Rica, and Tulo. Oh, we have 2 clowns. 2 clowns. That's beautiful. That is as stronghold frenzy as we can get from a map draft. So, thank you everyone for sticking with us while we have this break. We're just waiting for Lewis and MBL to get started, like I said. Had to run my heat for a bit. So did I successfully mute myself while coughing and then unmute? The mic's at the bottom of my audio sources, so I don't see it. So, Yo, Barls, they were a good way into this match. When I joined it, I saw Barls imp, but Yo pushing. So we'll see if maybe an imp transition might spell the doom for Barls here. Romans, Persians, how does this go late game? And Barls is up by 30 bills and is Yo an imp, but Yo is pushing. Barls is trying to do a castle. And Yo will push with mangonels against a guard tower, so scores flip back and forth a bit. Chain Bard armor on the way. Yo looks like he's going full in Castle Age against some Scorps now from Barls, who's pulling ahead and score. Yo cleans this up with some Knights. Flips back and forth. Barls with lots of map control with that castle. And now we're up to real time where Yo still does have a score lead, but in perhaps a dire situation where he's down 13 vills to the Romans, but also pushing. And Barls may be unable to hold this push. Feels like this castle is not in a good position to defend anything. He's got a lumber camp on his gold there. And Imp is on the way for Yo. Yo, so good in late game situations. Has to deal with a Centurion raiding his dock. Remember, Romans don't have demos on this map. They do have Dromans, the Roman Droman, as Barls goes to pick up a relic. So after this game, we probably will go swap over to MBL Lewis. I think everyone else is covering this set right now. But might as well just cast it while we're waiting. And again, after MBL Lewis, we'll have some TTL sets tonight. And Arbase showed us the most fabulous map draft I've ever seen. So a castle race here. Yo throwing up a castle, and at the same time, still pushing into Barl's base. Outposts coming up for Yo. As a relic around the dock. And this castle denied. Castle denied. Castle race won by Yo. And even if Barl starts to pump trebs out from this castle, Yo will be the Persians. He can research chemistry and add in bombard cannon. The Romans fighting cannon. What a universe to live in. So Wolf eating a vill over here. And yeah, that is an absolute disaster for Barls. And I think it was that imp where Yo got the bigger army and the map control that might have been the mistake from Barls. He wants to add in Roman Cavaliers though. Does he have comitatenses? No, he does not. That is expensive, and I don't know if he can afford the gold for it. He's trying to sell wood. Prices are still okay, but he really does need that tech if he's going to go Cavaliers effectively as the Romans. Will be fully upgraded Cavaliers, but they really want to train faster and receive that charge attack. This castle will be taken down. We'll have a few barracks for Barls. Barls maybe has a shot if he could get a large army pushing here to provide cover for vills to finish the castle, but doesn't look like that'll be happening anytime soon. Yo has to be careful about his gold control though, but having the water available for the oysters could be all he needs. Taking oysters instead of gold. There'll be a castle here as the Treb is deployed. Gotta be careful with your Treb positioning, though. That's a downhill Treb. He could put it right where that house was and not have it be downhill. And also maybe a bit easier to wall in by the wood. Actually, I think maybe the best thing for Yo would be delete the house and palisade, wall here and put the Trebs, or wall somewhere over here, wherever the Trebs would be in range, and hit the castle from the other side. Halb's on the way, and many barracks for Barles. And Yo doing another castle in his eco to defend some wood and a gold and a stone. Tons of resources in the southern corner. So far controlled by Yo, with his army forward in Barles' base. Barles, 23 vills on gold, but still feels like he's struggling to get resources out. With that outpost, he should see the gold in the corner, yeah. Wait. Okay, player line of sight and capture is a funny thing when it doesn't show the edge of the map that he clearly sees. Ooh, okay. Interesting capture bug there. I have to add that to their tracker, I guess. Yeah, Yo has so much control right now. Knights and camels still chasing the cavaliers around. Is this best of 7? Yes, best of 7 between Barles and Yo. That's what I said. We'll probably cast the rest of this game, then head into MBL Lewis, because I really want to see that set. But we're waiting for that one to start. So Yo taking down this castle. Remember, Barles won't be eliminated here if he loses this game, but he would then have to win 2 in a row. And Parthian tactics for Yo. As this castle looks like it'll go down. That one piece of wall there taken down by this castle. And this castle will crumble. Crumble to dust. Cav archers take out the halbs. Castle going up for Barles. He's still trying to hold on, trying to take the south now. This is a long. What if this game goes the full 75 minutes? It could. It legit could. I'll just double check my Twitch stats. Why is my pre-roll timer not... pre-roll off timer not displaying anything? Twitch. Why do your interfaces not work? This is where I need to incognito check if I get pre-roll ads on my stream. And I don't. Okay, interface is just broken. So in the north, Halb push time now, but Halb's into Cav Archers. Interesting Persian Cav Archers that don't get Bracer. And they do have Parthian, though, for +2 attack versus the Spears, which is perhaps more important than Bracer. No hand cannoneers yet for them. Barles desperately trying to keep the castle up. If he keeps it up, then maybe he has map control still enough. As Light Cav try to come in, they won't be walled out in time by Yo, but Yo is getting a castle up to defend here. He needs to be careful not to lose too many vills. But his Persians should be able to replace them rather quickly, at least. Still pushing, we have guilds finished for Barles. Water control here, though, for Yo. I'm trying to demo the vills on the oysters. Light Cav are running around in the back, hitting vills under the TC. Castle takes down the Light Cav. There they are. And Hussar on the way for Yo.
Salve.
Treb goes down, so Legionaries save the Treb, or save the castle. Still no commit to Tensace, though. At this point, you're also hoping that Barles knows what the tech is, but it's very expensive. Maybe he's saving up for it. I have seen Romans win incredibly long games with committed Tensays in their production speed of Cavaliers, as long as they have gold access. And with all these oysters, there still is a ton of gold. Right here in the middle of the map. What's that, 14.2k? Even just that. Well, okay, there's still a ton of gold in the middle of the map. If I'm selecting that. At least Barles has. Yo doesn't. Yo mined a lot of it. We're right here at the front of his base here. 10k gold. That's what I'm looking at. 10k gold here for Barles. So he should be able to, as long as he mines it, make Cavaliers. And that's where the water control then comes into play. If he's to mine that, Yo has to contest it. Yo can't let him sit out there and mine it freely. And you probably want docks for drop sites rather than mining camps. Treb's going for the castle. As the castle comes up. And guilds, ring archer armor, iron casting, all on the way for Yo. Two-man saw, crop rotation. Yo is clicking the techs. He's getting ready for that score victory if it comes to it. And he should be pushing in this castle. Barles trying to make a push in the south with the legionaries. But hand cannoneers are out for Yo. Should be a nice counter to this. Castle here, killing some of the legionaries. The castle forward for Yo. He wants to use the hand cannoneers for cover. So hand cannoneer, heavy cav archer against this composition should be pretty good. Even against the light cav. Cav archer should take them down. Hand cannoneers do enough damage. They're useful. And we have heavy scorpions, though. Heavy scorpions from Barles. Needs to unleash them in time to stop the castle, though. As Yo is continuing to push in the north. But legionaries are taking down his trebs. Will this castle go down? No repair vills. And it does go down. So even if Yo loses his trebs, there aren't any more castles up here. The trebs have done their job, and the castle goes down just in time for Yo to start hoovering up these vills and cleaning them. At the same time, he's getting the castle in the south. Can the heavy scorpions deny this castle? Only 2/3 of the way done, and Yo's saying, nope, I'm getting out. I'm not overcommitting and wasting stone. Architecture on the way, but the heavy scorpions will stop that. He'll fall back to his next castle. And Barles, well, maybe the trebs didn't finish off the job. Another castle on the way. But the heavy cav archers need to deny the castle before they go for the woodline. Yeah, Yo notices that. This castle shouldn't go up. And denied. Now the woodline can be slaughtered. And more vills on the other side of the castle. Safely can be reached by the cav archers if they move forward. Yo will surround that. And the push in the south, he'll lose a treb. But now the castle with citadels, look at that. Citadels, +4 attack, +3 versus rams, +3 versus infantry, and -25% bonus damage, so much tankier against trebs. And he will have architecture and hoarding, so these Persian castles, very, very tanky. And you can see how little damage the trebs do. Romans, they do have siege engineers, but mostly counteracted by that damage resistance. Yo, however, needs to repair. This is the Hoarding's castle. He doesn't want to lose it before the tech comes in, at least. This, I don't think he gets Hoardings. There's a castle in the back. Ooh, this will be close. 90... No. Did he cancel it? Did it come in? Yeah, he canceled it. He canceled it and put it in the back castle. He didn't think it would come in either. I would have chanced it and just moved it afterwards, but okay. Good enough. And still 20-vil lead for him. Raiding, trying to destroy a guard tower. Do the Romans get keeps? They do. Thought maybe they'd be like AW1 Romans. Get guard towers, but not... No upgrades. Or sentry towers, no guard tower, no ballista tower. So Hoardings, a war galley there for Yo. And just gonna be double checking Red Bull for a draft. Yep, MBO and Lewis. So after this game, we'll hop into MBO Lewis. Carl's pushing back down here. And now you get to that late game point where the Romans have Scorpions. And if your gold's running low, it's hard to fight Scorpions. Even with Hussars. Hussars kind of get mowed down if you trickle them in like Yo's doing. But Barles' pop is down to 130, and Yo perhaps can afford to trickle them in. 62 farmers, so he should have decent production. I think this will be enough if Yo now, with Hoardings, finishes that castle. Hoardings and citadels. So other than a Byzantine castle, this is about as sturdy as you can get. And Varl's desperate for another castle, but I think he's making another doubt castle. That won't go up. I think Yo is about to go up 3-2. And there he goes. All right, GG. Congrats to Yo, up 3-2. But we will head over to MBL Lewis. Still 2 more games here, and I want to get that other set casted. So there we go. Yo on the brink. GG. I see draft links, and looks like MBL and Lewis will be starting. So here we are with the drafts. And for some reason, copying and pasting is not working. Freaking Windows 11, copying and pasting not working. Anyone else have problems where copying and pasting randomly stops working in Windows 11? To restart Windows Explorer. There we are. Alright. Let's maybe check, if I check in Chrome, does the counter work? This is where it usually doesn't work. Nope, doesn't work there either. I have to hover over it to get there. Twitch. They have a pre-roll off timer, but it doesn't display the time unless I hover over it, which is like, what? 3 doubt castles this game? Well, doubt's eliminated, but you never know when he actually is eliminated. So MBL Lewis, looks like Lewis said 14 in their chat. Oh, this is a best of 5 draft. So they will be making new draft links. They will make new draft links. As you see, the overlay is messed up because they had the wrong draft links. Now we're good. Viper set's tomorrow, yes. Viper set is tomorrow. You're screaming? Okay, I think they're going. Just check that this is good to join. Alright, good. So maps there, civs there, and we will fix the mistaken drafts. There we go. So first home map for MBL, Loch Ness for Nessie. Lewis picking Thames, picking the themed maps. Getting ready. Lewis from the UK. Maybe he's gone swimming in the Thames IRL at some point in his life. Might be feeling the vibes from it. And Galesis, his next map. Glomgor, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I think you'd be feeling sick from it, probably. Then our Rampart and Hengehold for MBL. And finally, what will we get? What will we get from Lewis? Stonefront. Vulpine banned randomly. Dorothea Quarry banned randomly. And Crownward game number 1. I'll see if MBL learned his lesson about using relics as his wall. Thanks for all the YouTube VOD streams. You're the only one covering TTL Silver. Yes, I'm trying to do a lot of TTL covering. I made the maps, so I need to make sure that the maps work. So, what do we have going on here for the drafts? Civ draft next. So, 2 random bans. Feels weird that there are only 2 random bans, but nevertheless, 2 random bans. I'm only 20 subs away from the next goal. Lovely. Maybe we'll hit that by tomorrow. Yeah, they said someone was sick, and therefore they rescheduled the Sebastian Sato and Viper sets for tomorrow. Apparently the first set will be Rex, and then 17 GMT will be the finals. I don't know who was sick of those 3. Who knows, maybe all 3 of them are sick. They caught the same AW2 virus. Viper, is Viper sick? And Sebastian Sato apparently is played as Rex tomorrow. This is a huge TTL day. They could just add Admin Lost Viper then if he can't play. I don't know if they've played already, but they are certainly playing. Lots of back-to-back sets. Well, lots of casting today. I mean, today is apparently a good TTL day based on that map draft you sent me. And then random bans. First the Burmese and then the Franks. I doubt they'd pick Franks, but banned at least. And Burgundians banned for Lewis. Way banned for MBL. But we have a Koreans ban. Well, probably not from MBL since he's the first pick, so he wouldn't ban Koreans at this point, I guess. And Katan's banned. Okay, so Lewis has to ban Koreans here. They got sick of our RBW ladder grind. That's Doubt got sick of that. Doubt got sick of that. And Koreans. Oh, the Inca are banned. So Koreans picked for MBL. We're gonna see Koreans, chat. We're gonna see Koreans. We're doing it. Got the Cav Civs Lewis already played. Always plays out of there. Let's see, Georgian's still available for Lewis if he wants to use them again like he did last round. Does have Rampart as a home map. 2 weeks of sickness, that's a lot. So Vietnamese are there for Lewis. Well, see, I know Lewis was feeling sick. He had a headache and had to take a walk after that set against Doubt. So I'm hoping Lewis is okay. No, this is not the day to be sick if you want to qualify. No one picking Chinese, not for Empire Wars. The Chinese don't get as much of a benefit from their 3 vil advantage when you start immediately in the Feudal Age and don't have all the resources you would have gathered during the Dark Age. And they also start with negative food on this game mode, so they can't actually queue up Vils right away. Nothing at the TC costs only resources other than food. Or everything at the TC you can do costs food. You don't have the loom right away. So you are basically giving up your villager advantage right away in Empire Wars. You want to be a sick player, not a sick player. Yep. Tennis, if one of the players is sick? I mean, I don't know how it works in real sports if they're individual sports. Presumably, most events have strict deadlines, and if you're sick, then you're sick. You play through it, or you forfeit. Right, like in any professional team sport would just list that player as out and have some type of injury replacement. So you have your DL in MLB. And Wheelorin or Waylorin, thank you very much for the follow. Or Wellorin, or however I separate your name into syllables, thank you for the follow. Jokic plays regardless. Can't imagine Jokic ever being sick. So Aztecs and Persians on the way in the draft for Lewis. Aztecs, okay, another Aztec we might see. And Byzantines for MBL. Byzantines, Hindustanis. And Puprop3, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. I don't know if everyone else is casting Yo Barles, but we're gonna stick to this. Oh, thank you for 5 subs.
The outpost is destroyed. That should slow the English raids.
Caddy Mat dodged. Thank you for the subs. Yeah, we'll I guess we'll do the tux tomorrow if we hit the goal, and then we'll have it for the whole stream. Oh, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. I don't even know how many that is. Oh, 16, a power of 2. That is a great number of bits. Thank you. So Maya there at the end for MBL. Thanks for streaming on YouTube. Can watch on your TV. Yeah, that's why I do it. I figure people like having different TVs or phones where they watch on YouTube. And also, if I hopefully can get back to more video editing soon, there'll hopefully be more visibility for the stream. So Magyar is then at the end of the draft for Lewis. And what surprises me here is how many games of Spanish on Rampart has MBL played. No Spanish. Also no Mongols. No Mongols anywhere. No Huns. I did change the sub icon, yes. I was getting confused because I just used my logo for the sub icon, but that also meant when I did the stream together, you had 2 TOS logos next to your name, which is very confusing. So I just swapped it out so I can tell the difference now. I have a difference between chatters and subs. I brought back the Baltic Heart. Oh man, we've been streaming 6 hours already. I like the 7 a.m. start to the stream, honestly. I get started to stream for a long time. Feels like it's less long, although I'm 2 cups of coffee in. I can tell that my eyes are gonna need a good break after the stream. So we'll see how much TTL I actually do manage to cast, but I'm happy with where we are right now. It's amazing how tired you get from casting with bright lights on you. That's why sometimes I do the no webcam cast. It's a bit more, I think, sustainable sometimes. Maybe that's a good word, sustainable. And we know that we know that Lewis will lose? How do we know Lewis will lose? He hasn't played the games yet. Can't spoil something that hasn't happened. Alright, so here we are for the dashboard, and they are in the lobby. So let me just do a quick ad while they're in the lobby, and then we'll get going. Hopefully they launch. As the MBL wanted to go. I think MBL's draft a bit better. I like the draft that starts with Koreans. Romans may be a bit high, but he has Koreans, he has Saracens. I love Byzantines still for Empire Wars if you're not facing a Fire Lancer Civ. So as long as they're not against the Vietnamese, I think they're pretty good. Vikings sneaking in at the end, sneakily strong Empire Wars Civ because of their eco. Sneakily strong. Oh no, the English. Scary. English are very scary. Terrorizing all of Scotland. Making sneak attacks. Building outposts. Coming to attack our village. Building castles in Falkirk. Alright, looks like they're rehosting their lobby. Don't sneak attack the Scots, please. So how is Yo versus Barles doing? Let me check that. I see 3-2 Yo still. They're in the middle of game 6. Oop, changed my hotkey accidentally. The downside of using my forward and back buttons to change scenes, they also changed my browser tab. 3-2 to Yobert. Yobert. Oh, and the booze. Remember the biggest threat to Joan of Arc? It wasn't the English or the Burgundians, it was the Sneck himself. Yeah, Viper certainly liked to lose Joan of Arc in that campaign. I remember when he lost... my favorite bit was when he lost Eric the Red because the Sea of Worms, the trigger that damages your units, extends onto the land if you run down the coast of Great Britain. And he ran the hero unit down there on land and lost the hero. Ah, sad, sad time for Eric the Red. Joan of Arc likes to run to her death, just gotta put her on stand ground. Stand ground patrol, and all's good. Alright, Lewis in the lobby himself, what's going on here? Looks like they're probably gonna play on UK West. Lewis says he has 24 ping, and MBL has 26 ping. So that sounds pretty, not just fair, but also good. Does anyone use the forums on Discord? I feel that Discord forums don't quite work. I don't know what it is about them, if it's just a UI thing, but I've never really been able to use them properly. Well, Zach was around before Whocl Official, like well before Whocl Official, in terms of streaming, at least on like YouTube and stuff. Whocl Official might have done some other jank stuff, but Zach was definitely Grow before that. Alright, so we have launched, and for Crownwood, chat, guess the civs for Crownwood. Guess our 2 Crownwood civs. Take your guesses. Get your picks in. What are the civs between Onamaru Lewis and Taiwan AoE Gaming MBL? Vietnamese and Celts, Koreans, Georgians, Magyar, Arbase probably looking at the dashboard and knowing the civs, Arbase guessing correctly. Quite nice for subtopics or game hubs, especially if you want convos to be active but not taking up space in the main channel list. I've seen them used as like question and answer forums. I've never really... Maybe it's just the search functionality isn't what I'd expect. Maybe it's just because they only show the title and not the post name in the preview. I don't know what it is. I've never really warmed up to them. You're looking at a TTL gen, sure. Yeah, but well, Hera's gained a ton of people because he's been doing a lot of non-Twitch content, which I think is the key to growth by hitting all different forms of social media. I think a lot of people grew when DE came out because you had the 2-pronged DE comes out and COVID. And there's a lot of people I know who don't stream anymore, who I never really realized had like 15 to 20k followers on Twitch, who got a ton of growth from the early days of DE. And I know I certainly benefited from that on YouTube. Like, there was a time I had even more YouTube subs than Mem. I think Mem's just grown a lot because he streamed on YouTube for a while and had a lot of Twitch audience to convert to people who watch on YouTube. My YouTube channel was all pacifist campaigns or achievements or the voice acting videos. Yeah, Spirit of the Law grew there too, right? And it's a weird thing, like, Hera's probably passing T90 on Twitch soon. Or if he whatever is going on now, maybe he has. But then T90, I think, I've been looking at sub numbers, he's probably going to pass Spirit of the Law pretty soon on YouTube. As there's a certain, like, content amount that T90 can produce that Spirit of the Law can't. Because T90 has Twitch content that generally does well for YouTube. That was the key for Viper too, that the Twitch plus YouTube was able to synergize well. Setting up Whocl WK raised the barrier of entry, yep. And trust me, no one is more disappointed in the shortcomings of DE and HD than I am. in the fact that no matter how easy that would be to set up, there would never be as accessible as an officially backed product on Steam. And having such large shortcomings is truly disappointing. And I miss the days when we had a working product, even if it was harder to set up. So Archer opening, Archers plus Spears from MBL. No surprise that he'd go for that. We'll see how long it takes before he adds in Skirms. Scouts opening from Lewis as he adds in a range. We'll see if he goes Skirms. And then Spear gonna poke down the Scout Cav. Yeah, I think Zero Empires was the first to 100k subs on YouTube. Remember that years ago. So Skirm's able to pop out of that range. We'll have Double Bit Axe and Padded Archer armor on the way for Lewis. And he needs to get the Skirms out quickly because those Spears are going to protect the Archers until the Skirms come out. And Spears for Lewis being sniped off by the Archers. I would personally still feel MBL is the favorite in this matchup, but I think it could go either way. HD doesn't get enough credit. There are still things the HD edition does better than DE. Like the Steam Workshop Mod Center is so much better than what we have for DE. Maybe the embarrassing thing for HD was just how awful it actually was. And that it was such a step backwards from the original game from 1999 in one person with a hex editor and an IRC chat. Oh, that's a long story. So Lewis losing a Vil here, and it feels that the Archer opening for MBL was so quick in hitting that forward woodline, he knew exactly where to go with it. And Lewis counterattacking gets 2 villagers. And Lewis actually gets 3 villagers. He's ahead in the Vil KD. Feels like MBL's army may be a bit harder to clean up, but Lewis did manage to run off of the woodline, get to the back wood a bit more quickly, as the Skirms come forward and we'll start to pick off Spears. And the Scouts hitting the Skirms. Spears go to poke down the Scouts. Spear pokes a Scout over there, more Scouts going down. And MBL, who at first felt like he had a successful attack, seems to have been stymied by the Skirm transition and the defensive tower. He did at least force up the tower from Lewis, but I've seen Lewis play this map quite a bit. He wants to wall. Hopefully Lewis knows not to use the relic as part of the wall. I would have built that house a couple tiles forward. It's still the same distance to wall to the edge. But then we have forging on the way from MBL. Yeah, the big thing HD did was enable people to play on Whocl with the patch. Yep. And then we helped add in Whocl Kingdoms, so you could play all the new civs on a working version. It was honestly really silly that we had stuff working on Whocl Kingdoms that was broken on HD. So, Scouts come around, and nice gate from Lewis, but how long will the gate stay up? Will he be able to get enough HP on it? No, he won't. And the Scouts get in, and in at a point where there's no Spear to protect these Skirms. So Skirms come forward, they'll hit the Scouts and hit the Archers. Yeah, Merits of HD could be bought and played on Steam, and it had Steam Workshop support. I know Matt probably spent a long time fighting internally to get the digital re-release of AoE 2. I still do feel that maybe just a $5 release on good old games like Galactic Battlegrounds might have even been a better way. You could basically do the same thing on Steam too, but alas. Is this the final of a tournament? This is the final to decide which of these 2 players qualifies for the LAN. The winner of this best of 7 qualifies for the Red Bull LAN in London in April. So Skirm Scout against Scout Archer. Archers start to be picked off by Skirms. Archer's going down. Archer's all going down as another Scout goes down. I would have much preferred that. I know I would too. Would have probably made the user patch much better if that somehow could have been integrated to a good old games setup. Oh, Skirm is blocked by their own gate. And go Lewis Cazador 10. Another name that makes me really want to go do a New Vegas playthrough at some point. So Horse Collar, Castle Age on the way for Lewis. On the way also for MBL, but just about the same time up. Lewis with 5 more vills. A couple more kills, bit less idle time. But Georgians will still probably out-eco the Magyars with their fortified churches. How many factions in Star Wars canon? That's true, maybe it might lose a sense of direction though if it has to add too many civs from different eras of Star Wars. And different creative teams behind it. Original Galactic Battlegrounds at least had a nice sense of cohesion to it. Despite the honestly pretty vast differences between some of the civs. Look at those vills stuck on the mule cart. They probably don't show up as idle either. They probably just stuck there. How can that Vil not drop off gold at the mule cart when he's literally on top of the mule cart? I guess it's just the graphics? Oh, thanks DE there. You're poking the scouts. And the scouts go down. Skirm's hitting scouts on the wall as archers try to push in. And magnifying glass for that. That guy lifts. So Bodcanero on the way for Lewis. And all the snow is going to make it. I finished with the physical therapy I was getting on my shoulder. I have a lot of stuff, still a ways to go and stuff to do at home. But the snow is going to make it hard to get to the gym this week. We have the box formation doubled up scout as we see so often. Always lovely to see that. Skirm's coming in, killing the scouts. TC goes up for Lewis. And we'll have Bodkin on the way for MBL. Scout in the back, still running around. Vills on the wood line need to turn and fight it. And that scout will indeed go down. So crossbows and cav archers still on the side, hoovering around. Cleaning up the snow will be a workout. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Lots of shoveling for me tomorrow. The shoveling is not my prescribed shoulder rehab, though. Fortified Church and Siege Workshop both coming up over here. And Wheelbarrow for MBL. Here's my left shoulder. What state do I live in? A very snowy New Jersey. Where do you shovel the snow? You shovel the snow to the side of the road. Or it depends, if there are a bunch of like snow plows running around clearing the roads, or construction equipment lifting the snow and piling it, you can shovel it to the middle of the road if they're actively cleaning it. Well, usually it's to the side of the road, side of the driveway, side of the sidewalk. And okay, Lewis, running cav archers head first into some crossbows, was not patrolling, was just moving, and loses most if not all of them. 4 only remain. 3 remain. I can't tell numbers these days. 3 remain. Banks in your yard are up to 4 feet. yeah, you can get a lot of snow. You definitely can. So Monk here from Lewis trying to sneak the relic in. Maybe he deletes the wall in the house and then rebuilds it. Counting is hard. Yeah, as I said, the math I studied involved arrows. The skirms walking back and forth as the mangonel comes over. Spears dodge. A nice hit on the skirms, as they have to run from the mangonel. Crossbows come forward. And we'll have Bowsaw on the way for MBL. So almost 20 minutes in. All the players still are running around, trying to keep their eco set up. Cav Archers running around. Coming back, we'll have house walls from MBL. Still hasn't walled all the way to the edge. Relying on the fortified church, and he himself needs to start picking up relics too. Lewis should have the first coming in any moment now. There it goes. And he will do a university. So with the Magyars, it's Cav Archer time. I do personally think Magyars on this map, if they get to late game, Heavy Cav Archer, Recurve Bow, full upgrades should dominate the Georgians. Remember, Georgians do not have the final armor upgrade for their archer line, so their skirms will die to the Cav Archers fairly well when the Cav Archers have even extra attack. So there's Town Watch. Town Watch for Lewis. And same thing, I would have loved to have seen the house in front of the relic just to ensure he grabs it. And another relic on the way back for him. That'll be his second. This should doubtlessly be his third. And I wouldn't be surprised if he can grab the fourth in this all the way down there in the south. Has MBL scouted that? No, he hasn't. Has Lewis scouted it? Yes, he has. And he's got a monk on the way. Monk on the way, while at the same time Cav Archers in the back are ready to pounce on MBL's, well, perhaps well-defended economy. If he gets more fortified churches up, Georgian's eco is crazy at all the churches. MBL comes over. Cav Archers try to take it down. Hill's now in 2 fortified churches. And Lewis cannot raid. Lewis cannot raid there.
Get you, Lars.
Another castle coming up from Lewis. These 2 Mignolls get ready to besiege the TC. Monk wants to heal a bit. And MBL's coming forward, ready to be a bit aggressive, but Lewis far ahead in the boom, up by 22 vills. I think Lewis is in a good position to take game 1 here. I like the Civ in the long run, and already 3 relics. Grabbing, did he grab the 4th? Oh, MBL grabbed the 4th, okay, so 3 to 3 relics. But getting to the Magyar composition he wants. MBL wants a fortified church forward, these things are so silly. These things are so silly. There it goes, Monk healing the Cav Archers again. And Cav Archers still running around to the north. As Cav Archers start to take down the crossbows and the skirms. And the church goes up. Church goes up. And now going for the TC. And we'll have Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. Cav Archers start to slaughter vills atop the wood line. And handcart on the way for MBL. Mangonels go for the TC, and skirms and crossbows try to take down the TC. TC might go down, but there's a castle behind it. Castle to kill the skirms, and a workshop atop the hill for Lewis as he's up to Imp. MBL is doing handcart. No handcart, no heavy plow for Lewis. But if he gets up to Imp, I think it's pretty simple for him. Start adding in more Cav Archers. You wait for a Bracer and Chemistry. Try to do Recurve Bow. Recurve Bow probably more important than Heavy Cav Archer, even. Some ways cheaper. Less gold, and it costs wood instead of food.
Get you, Lars.
Had to make sure Yo wins. Did he win? Did he qualify? Very much not surprised to see that. And again, I think a bad decision the way everything played out on the admin part. So Mangonella comes forward. And can hit those Mangonellas? Maybe the skirms or crossbows? Wants to get a shot, and will get a shot. Nicely done. Army over here of Cav Archers. Thumb ring done. Lewis won't wait. He will go right now to raid. MBL really could have used a church somewhere over here for garrisoning. Cav archers, they do have ballistics, and it's time to pick off vills. Handcarts even in for Lewis.
Get you
And the
Ars.
vills are going to start going down. Oh wow, how did all those farms get selected when the villager died? In 10 tiles of a TC. Then you'd probably see more TCs somewhere. Probably see forward TCs along with churches. Never really been a fan of the way the church... I liked the Folvark and how the Folvark boosts farms near the mill, because it forces you to take a risk and do something that's not defensive. I don't like that the church just provides extra defenses. I think that's kind of backwards of the successful design of the Folvark. And there we go. Recurve bow for Lewis. Recurve bow, chemistry. He is bracer. And then we see Parthian, and then finally heavy cav archer comes in. Also maybe the armor at some point. But it's time to start doing recurve bow and then get trebs, maybe conscription. And trebs take out the forward church. And this is, I think, just looking better and better for Lewis. He's up 40 vills. Getting chased by a wolf. His MBL up to imp. But I don't think that'll be nearly in time, as the castle already is getting trebbed down. And cav archers will be able to defend the treb. Treb for MBL. Maybe he wants some Manaspas. And he has bracer coming in. Bracer coming in. And there's heavy cav archer, heavy plow. Lewis doing all the upgrades he needs. And look at that res collected difference. He is super far ahead. Lewis killed Ornlu. We all killed Ornlu in Genghis Khan 1, didn't we? Magyar Hussars. Lots of wings. Or lots of feathers on that wing. And Pole will be stabbing the house.
Get you, Lars.
As the crossbows come forward, there's a dead Hussar, I guess. Remember, they do have a good attack bonus against siege. 2 siege classes, 2 building classes. Still wish Capture Age differentiated them. Alright, Capture Age, or the Capture Age castle here. Okay, Lewis building a Capture Age. It's mainly building a soccer stadium. Yeah, Ornlu does not count as a kill in the pacifist run. He does not count. He is a wild animal. You can log into the Gaia player. Just like all those wolves. So MBL trying to repair. Georgians can do a good job of repairing. And Lewis probably needs at least one more treb to push castles in earnest. We shoveled the snow up to the garage roof to fill the water reservoir. That is never something I've thought of. Shoveling snow onto the roof. So trebs here starting to go down. Cav archers push them. Like Cav get a nice raid in. As this treb goes down. Oh, sorry. Changed the scene accidentally with my mouse button. Trebs hitting the TC. TC falling. Treb continuing to push. And another couple shots for the TC to go down. And Lewis now will reposition his trebs to go for the castle and smartly placing them atop the hill. And MBL will call the GG. So Lewis with the Magyars pulls it off. I thought MBL had a really nice first 2 minutes of the game, but Lewis had some great counterattacks with the scouts, managed to avoid taking too much early damage, and everything now working out for Lewis as he goes up 1-0. 10k more res collected. Pretty good civ advantage for him on this map, though, so I don't think MBL will have to be too disappointed after that game. It doesn't count as a kill. Oh gosh, I still hate the way Capture Age has to be reopened in flashes every single game. But there's a win for Lewis. And looking at the civs, that is a win for the Magyars. Very last picked Magyars and the early picked Georgians. So with Crownwood in the map pool, I think that's kind of a weird civ pick. Magyars so low. Church is strong enough on its own, no need to boost Georgians even more with the extra production. Churches really do... They scare me with how strong they are. Spoilers allowed? Yeah, we can talk about spoilers for the other sets. They're all going on at the same time, so we can't really avoid spoiling. Looks like Yo did win the set we had been casting a bit earlier. And a reminder, after this set, we will cast some TTL. I don't know if I'll have the stamina for more than 1 or 2 sets of TTL, but we will cast it. I'm excited for some clown maps after all of the Empire Wars. And looks like a Rampart shall be the next map. A Rampart. There are only 2. Okay. Well, maybe I'll fit both of them in. I'll probably have streamed 8 hours by the end of this, so this is a long day of streaming on a day when I don't really have... the heat turned on with the weather, so... Spoilers belong on racing cars. Never driven a race car myself. I built a Cobra car. That's enough for me. We have Rumen. This is probably the stupidest thing, but the shoulder injury has kept me out from the gym so long. I really want to get back so I can work on grip strength again, because I can tell my thumb starts to get weak by the end of casting. And we beat MBL in 1 game to Bruce in 1 game. It's not over yet. And a trackball. But what I really want to get is one of those like RPG mice with all the extra buttons on the side. To have extra buttons for managing stuff while casting. We're not casting, we're playing. And okay, here we go. 30 seconds left. And Rampart will be Aztecs for Lewis and Hindustanis for MBL. I have seen Aztecs quite a bit on this map. Late game, Chattagny hand cannoneers would wreck the Aztecs, but I doubt we get to that point in Empire Wars. Radio alert for each voice line. All the sub alerts I have are campaign voice lines. Right now I just picked my Baltic Heart emote and threw that up as the image. If we hit that goal, I'm going to go through every campaign voice line I'm using and make a little tiny alert video for it. Like Sir John Falstaff killing some rams, some men-at-arms fending off an English sneak attack. Like here getting his sword bloody. Oh, fix the score? Oh, wait. Remind me after the game to fix the score. I get so confused now because I have 2 capture agent out of game overlays and I didn't have to fix overlays on the ladder. I'm out of practice. Seems to frequently beat on the standard ELO ranked matches? I don't know. That's a good question. Didn't Hera win, like, not that long ago, like 30 plus games in a row against Lewis? So, militia into men-at-arms from MBL. So, Aztecs, Hindustanis. Aztecs opening Eagles, so MBL wants to go men-at-arms to counter the early Eagles. And now the question is, how quickly do we get ranges added in? And Lewis answering the question by placing 1 now, but MBL has 1 already and has had it up for a while. I mean, interestingly enough, I felt that the playstyle that gave Hera the most problems recently was Viper and King of the Desert. And maybe playing a situation where Hera wasn't able to go for a very clean decision-making process like he does so well in the more meta games. Not necessarily off meta, but just not the... not like a clean feudal into mid-game opening. More so it's kind of skipping the feudal age and forcing a different type of decision making that adds maybe a bit more randomness to it. Because against the Phosphoro build, we saw that one game where Hera didn't, or anticipated the Phosphoro build, went FC, and then died. Alright, that was a good sneeze. And I think that part of what those builds do, not necessarily that they're off meta, so much so that there's less that you scout, and more that you have to kind of intuit that your opponent's doing and react accordingly. And if you get that wrong, then you get punished really hard for it. It's the type of build where if you always play perfectly against it, I think that you should win, but you get punished really hard whenever you make a single mistake. 7 out of 10 sneeze, well, it's as good as Viper's strategy, at least. So, Men-at-Arms going down there. TC, I still hate this, kills the boar. And the Men-at-Arms will run around. That is a lot of Vills on gold for the Aztecs, but that's how Aztecs are played. Castle Age on the way, when your Eagles cost mostly gold. That's what your gold mine looks like. Classic Hindustani Men-at-Arms. As Eagles will now run around the base. And interesting MBL on stone for Ghulams. I wonder if MBL goes for a castle and Ghulams, then Lewis might be able to go for a castle and Jaguar Warriors. No knights for the Hindustanis, and only camels. I think Jaguar Warriors still should do decently against camels. And that kind of forces MBL into archers. Jaguar Warriors, remember, they are speedy infantry, not as fast as Eagles. But they do have the 1.10 speed, or 1.1 speed, as their base. Eagles will be faster when they get their upgrades. But that does make them faster than skirms. So I think that the Jaguar Warriors would still be pretty good against skirms and basically force crossbows from MBL. Which is maybe not what the Hindustanis want to do. Maybe Cav Archers could be a play. Oh, and this is great for MBL. That barracks is at 92%. This Vil has to Alcatraz himself, and he does. He gets the house up. That one archer will be annoying. And Lewis manages to finish the barracks. He might lose the villager? I mean, he might not. There's no ballistics. Run, villager. Oh, he gets sniped off. Baton longswords? Well, I have the eco for it. I have the eco for it with the farms. Forging for Lewis, and he is going to want to start pumping out eagles. Only double barracks eagles. Did he sell his stone? He sold a lot of wood. A lot of food to go up with all those Vils on gold. Armor, Eagle Warrior, and will advantage the gold at the market as best he can. And on stone heavily, is that to sell, or is that for a castle and Jaguar Warriors? He does see the mining camp on stone, so he knows MBL's on stone. His Eagles will head straight for it. And MBL, if those Vils stop bumping, can wall? Can wall? Can wall? Can not wall and rely on the TC. Okay, Lewis not wanting to run in before upgrades at least. TC, if we check the range circle, does go right up to the edge of the mining camp in the stone. So MBL might not need a wall to be safe. The Eagles running around to the lumber camp. On the hill with the upgrades, I wonder if they actually might have wanted to fight the Men-at-Arms. So Men-at-Arms only has +2 against shock infantry. Not going to be all that strong of a bonus until Longsword comes in. But there is the castle for MBL who wants to go Ghulams. And does Lewis respond with 10 on stone, in turn with a castle and Jaguar Warriors? Wreck everything from Aztecs except Jaguar Warriors? Yeah, and I think Hindustanis might actually struggle against Jaguar Warriors until they get to hand cannoneers. So interesting Civ matchup. I haven't seen, I don't think, these two Civs exactly on this map before. I've seen Aztecs played quite a bit. And Monk now for Lewis. Archer in the range. Cav Archers? I mean, Cav Archers, yes. Certainly Cav Archers. But then that's a bigger swap for MBL, I think, than just the crossbows, because he needs to invest in the stable and upgrades at the stable, too. And for a stable that you might not want to use long term. Maybe on this map you want Hussar raids late game anyway, so maybe the stable isn't too bad. Lots of different options and little nuances to them. Why did he cancel longsword? MBL probably thinks that, or yeah, probably thinks that they're not going to be worth it for him as he gets the Galams out now. And he probably says, okay, I'm not going to take an early Castle Age fight. Let's get the resources back. The Men-at-Arms won't catch the Eagles now. 1.15 speed, they're extra speedy. What are Gulam's base speed if I can click one? So fast I can't click them. They are 1.26. Okay, so faster. Need squires added in. Does MBL have squires? Yes, he does. Yes, he has squires. These Eagles need some squires. What's the bonus against shock infantry? 2. Are they shock infantry themselves? No. So +2 against Eagles. Not as much as the longswords would have it +6, but faster and much better at catching them. Yes, he can run away and mass up, but also more expensive to swap to them than a simple crossbow swap would be. So Bosaw for MBL as the Eagles chased by Galams. And okay, Lewis decides, I'm gonna put this castle in your face. Let's go, Lewis. 12 villagers, castle at home. No, 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 that castle's going forward. On top of MBL's castle? He has to be careful of the chickens here. MBL wants to stop a castle, he can kill the chickens, and then won't be able to do it until they're finished decaying. Who is the tag captain? I don't know if there's a captain. Yeah, the team does certainly have, I guess, a team owner. I don't think they have a captain or structure. A Jaguar warrior? Jaguar warrior? Full monks? Okay, forward castle, at least it's somewhat forward. Feels pretty desperate for Lewis. Maybe MBL's taking a good enough fight in Lewis's base. Men-at-Arms come forward, hit the monks, hit the Vil, push the Vil back to the TC. Monks want conversions. Some Men-at-Arms go down, but the rest will be healed. On the other side, lots of monks going for Galams as the castle goes up. And Galams snipe monks, and then have to be forced away. Monk goes for conversion as a cav archer comes over. Yeah, this castle, it's forward, but it doesn't pressure anything. MBL goes for a second castle. Second castle, with the TC he has, he'll have a better eco. He's still forward, pressuring Lewis. He's doing devotion against all the monks. Double monastery monks. So monks are good against Galams. Galams do not have conversion resistance the way Eagles do. And Lewis noticing and starting to convert. Lots of Galams. And then second castle though, MBL getting more farming space. A big streamer on YouTube? Oh, I didn't know he was a streamer. Does he stream stuff? Does he stream Age of Empires? Jaguar warriors running around. So Jaguar warrior time. This is now an army that MBL cannot fight right now. The problem for Lewis though is that he's not walled, and with how open the map is, the Galams can keep running around. Finally someone who clowns with Aztecs. Tower defense from MBL against the monks though. What we need is a redemption conversion on the tower. That would be crazy, but I guess it's too close to the castle for that to happen. That'll just be a dream. This tower though, redemption conversion on this tower, that's what we need. If Lewis wins, we'll have the home ground advantage in the land. Let me see my things. Villain's running around. And heavy plow on the way. Conversions? Okay, conversions for Lewis. Will that be enough? I don't think so. Yeah, a couple of Jaguar warriors there. One gets converted though. And MBL will clean everything. I think MBL has just tied this set. Well, Lewis has one more forward castle. Might be blocked by some chickens. Where are the Vils? Oh, there they are. 11 Vils doing a second castle. I think the castle would need to be slightly over more to hit the gold. Doesn't really hit the gold all that well. Maybe it needs fletching and bodkin. And waiting for the chickens to walk off. There it goes. Does manage to get it up. Why is it called a land? It's a relic of the 90s terminology. And okay, this is a doubt castle. I think those bills died so fast I didn't even really see them die. That was insane. So 1-1, MBL ties it up. And Gulam's good against Aztecs and able to get the timing 64 to 14 KD before they had to fight Jaguar Warriors. And damaged Lewis quite a bit in that transition too, with the forward and early archery range units. So tied 1-1, and now I need to do this scoreboard. So it's Lewis then MBL. And that was a win on Rampart. Loss for the Aztecs, win for the Hindustanis. Can handle a counter hoovering. Aztec monks did not look strong. Well, they were killed fairly quickly. Let's see, everyone's streaming this. I think defensive castle and jag approach was the play there. I don't know. I feel that by the time he got there, he was already behind an eco from that feudal transition into the castle age. GL and Vitality now have a lot of sponsors. Well, they're GL doesn't have Age of Empires sponsors anymore. I'm also very surprised my internet has held up this entire stream. Like, it is snowing like crazy out there. Italian Saracens, the next couple of civs. And a cabin that is in the woods. I am not. There are woods outside, but it is a fairly close area to New York City. It is close to a major highway. Nope, they don't use a LAN in the tournaments because then they wouldn't be able to spectate. DE does not have that technology, unfortunately. Dropping frames on your end? That looks like it's on your end. I have 0 dropped frames in OBS. Must be cold. It is getting cold because the heat is off. After this set, I'll need to have another good 15-minute break where I turn the heat on before getting to TTL. 10 hours away by car? No, it is under an hour. And hello, Sunnyflower. It's like a 90-minute by train though, because the train isn't direct. Is the heat loud? It is very loud. Yes. It's so loud that I cannot reasonably clear it with a noise filter on the microphone. How does it work? Oil and a furnace. Alright, here we go. So MBL to the west, Lewis to the east, Saracens versus Italians, red versus blue. Surprisingly pleasant and surprisingly slow. Yeah, it takes a while for the train, honestly, much longer than you really think it should. It's only like a 4-hour drive from NYC to DC. Pretty sure all the hours must be long games and plenty more. Plenty more with TTL. Like I said, we cast as much TTL as we can. And grabbing the Royal Albert Hall right away is Lewis, as he might try to grab some of those delicious cattle that are up here in the north. and bring them back to his TC. Italians, Saracens, so both with fast up times. Saracens with the market that MBL is building now. Italians with the discount, so double bit axe on the way for Lewis. Again, a little bit of water in the south. Time for some fish booming if you dock there. Nice rocks there to block it a bit, at least. And also more shallows were added to the map since the initial version. Opens it up a bit more. Makes it maybe a bit trickier to wall the top, but the shallows from your own base to the top do seem to be pretty consistent and thin. Hello, DC AoE2 Watcher. Hello, hello. Alright, do these rocks serve as a wall? Can you walk around them? I wonder if that comes into play at some point. So scouts opening here for MBL. Range opening for Lewis. A few archers defensively for him. What would happen if they shut down the AoE2 servers? We go back to Whocl. Orley used to live in DC. He went to college there. Our egg image creator, Harry T. Levine, is from DC. And, ooh, a couple of palisades going up for Lewis. A couple of palisades going up there. And a spear poking down scouts as they have to run away from the hares. And scouts going for a Vil as the spirit looks to poke the scouts. And we now have padded archer armor on the way for Lewis as the spearmen go down. I just gotta get used to the subways in New York City. I'm used to taking the train to Penn. So spear poking some scouts down, but the spear dies. And the scouts for MBL are in on Lewis. Lewis doing armor for the spears. He is forward with spears and a few archers. MBL for the most part is walled, but is open in the back still. He is doing some more damage with his scouts, killing another Vil. And that'll be the third Vil down from Lewis, who didn't quite finish the walls over by the shallows. And that is a lovely singular palisade there. As the scouts come in and will try to kill that villager. Down she goes. And Vil dies to scouts, so more raids here. But on the other side, the scout getting in for Lewis, showing the rest of his army a path around. We'll have scale barding armor there for MBL. Trying to do as much damage to those scouts as he can. Oh, that is a lot of scouts from MBL. All of them coming forward. He sold the stone already as the Saracens. 12 scouts, and they're about to be fully upgraded. Lewis, I guess it's a good thing he has armor for the spears, but he has to throw up a tower by his TC right away. And a counter attack with scouts from MBL against Lewis's forward. But a lot of spears there from Lewis. Actually cleaned that up. On the other side, though, that's a good spear defense from Lewis. He's got 5 spears at home. They will be fighting the scouts as best they can as the tower goes up. And more scouts still hoovering around for MBL, but those spears have clumped themselves up and are not spread out to protect all parts of the eco. And big fight scouts versus spears there. The spears doing the job for Lewis. They're doing the job. And all of a sudden, MBL's losing scouts and still can't clear the army from Lewis in his base. This feels like a disaster all of a sudden from MBL. And that armor on the spearmen for Lewis clutch against the scouts. But wait just a minute, maybe he'll be able to get some Vil kills here. He does have forging, but that tower is serving with enough garrison space. Lewis was pumping Vils out of the tower as soon as they went in to teleport them a bit. Spear is taking down more scouts from MBL as Lewis at the front is microing. A couple of low HP Vils there. Ooh, those Vils are all very low. That's a lot of idle time as MBL chases that. This feels like Lewis's game right now, as long as he doesn't lose all the Vils on that wood line, and MBL has to run away because the spears were chasing. And houses coming up from Lewis to protect the gold. Spear gets poked down, but that other spear needs to hit the scouts. Does a good job of it. think MBL loses at least another scout here. Ooh, no, he doesn't. 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need. And the scouts on the woodline again, but still defended by the spears. Why does Hera's stream end so suddenly? Oh, I've heard that Hera's apparently having some YouTube problems on the stream. Might just be a connection issue on his end. I heard he was having that earlier today, too. That's when I tell I have a spike in the YouTube viewers when Hera's stream drops now. But after all these raids, though, Lewis no longer is forward. And with all these scouts, he's desperately defending with spears in his eco. That's a lot of spears, though, and they're getting pokes. But I'm sure he'd love to catch up to the scouts, and maybe some quick walls could trap them. But yeah, that Vil there on the woodline now. Apparently as dead as Hera's YouTube stream. if people are flooding over here. His Twitch stream's also down right now. Oh no. How is my stream the stable one with this weather I'm having today? I've probably gotten a foot of snow during the stream. So more spears poking down the scouts. MBL up first to the castle age. And what does he have? 14 spears. Let's start the game already. 45 seconds slower to the next stage, but that's going to be a good raid. Forcing a tower up from MBL. He's Saracens though, so the stone isn't that much of an issue for him. And he'll be adding in double ranges now. Saracens could go cav archers, but I guess from MBL maybe we should expect skirms. Scout goes down. Two feet of snow here since I left work and arrived home 1 hour later. And low HP Vil's on the tower. MBL. This is a disaster for him. Oh, Lewis isn't going to stand there, but now that's 13 Vil kills for Lewis. And even with all those scouts, MBL losing control of them, they run into the spear. Pick the low HP one. What causes internet problems? When you don't say your daily prayer to doubt. Yeah, you have to sacrifice about 3 vipers every day, and then doubt will keep your internet stable. So Saracens are still Saracens, that's true. They can lose Vils, but they still have the market. I never want to doubt the market. So Castle Age just in for Lewis. Saracen Knights. Saracens do get fully upgraded Knights, as I'm sure many of you would like to remind me of. As box formation in the back, still wandering around. Lewis buying some stone for a nice 169 gold. And with that stone, he'll do another TC. So Lewis holding on. There were a lot of scouts in his base earlier. It was a scary situation, but he kept up the counterattack. Didn't panic. Remember, that's the first thing William Wallace won. You're under attack. Narrator tells you don't panic. Just click your soldiers and right-click the red English soldiers to attack them. These are Saracen soldiers with the same thing. Click your soldiers, click your spearmen, right-click the red scouts, and you're fine. It's like modern-day monk conversions. You don't know when it's going to work. More houses going up. Do knights counter pikes hold with 2 versus 14? No it does not, unfortunately. No it does not. To be fair though, they probably wouldn't even counter skirms in those numbers. I mean, what does? Nothing counters skirms. Our house is coming up. Million shambles. Use the box formation? Yeah, box formation just to keep the units grouped up. That's how you always see it. Units grouped up and less likely to reform. I guess that's not as important now, since it's, I think, 30 tiles before units reform from a horizontal to vertical line instead of 10. That was the old school box formation. You'd click and you wouldn't accidentally reform the line. Happened to Sebastian game? There was a player who was sick, so Sebastian Sato will be casted as Rex tomorrow, and then the set against Viper will be live at 17 GMT. I'm assuming that means it is Viper who was sick and the other two players could play. Oh, there's a skirm that can heal? What have they done to AoE 2? Do Gembos have a bonus against camels? That's a good question. I'll have to check that. Because camels are actually not cav, they're just camels. And okay, Skirm's cleaning the crossbows in the back of his base, but MBL's still down 12 vills. As well, bow saw on the way here from Lewis. And Wolf goes down. Knight comes to attack a crossbow as pikemen come around to hit the knight. Crossbow's taking down the knight. Workshop on the way. House, workshop. Need to be finished. And ooh, nice shot on some of the crossbows there. MBL's gotten to Mangonel time. That's where MBL feels comfortable. Always look at his Mangonel micro and know he's one of the top players at that aspect of the game. But it still is 50-50. If Lewis gets good Mangonel shots, the knights are fended off. Then it's a big risk. Yep, stand ground patrol is only banned in a very specific situation where you can patrol back and forth on one tile continuously. You can go into fights with a stand ground patrol same way you always have gone into fights with stand ground patrol, only the behavior of it itself is different. Dancing with some mangonels. MBL means mangonel ball? Never heard him called that before. Skirming that can heal is a big disadvantage. It misses Bodkin arrow. That would be crazy if the Civ didn't have Bodkin. I think we learned our lesson with those peltasts in Stronghold Frenzy. Oh, is that a hole? That is open. That is 100% open. And also 4 mangonels on a hill in front of a palisade gate. This is open anyway. He's gonna go for the range first as MBL. Go for the range. Part of me looks at that gate and wants to tear it down. But Imperial Age on the back TC for Lewis as he's adding in more towers. With the university, could consider guard tower. I think players have learned more from seeing all those Korean games just how incredibly strong guard towers can be. I learned that back in the day when I played campaigns and had to destroy guard towers in the Castle Age. It's all pathing by buffing. Stand ground patrol. Here, Rapture has PTSD whenever he hears the word peltast. Yeah, at this point, you don't really want to play Mangonel versus Mangonel, because that gives you the chance of losing the Mangonel war. MBL can maybe do something a bit riskier because it means he has a chance for a comeback. And maybe playing the high variance strategy is the better outcome for him. Yeah, just wait for the +3. Wait to go up, do Bracer, Chemistry, and then maybe even Arb, then fight the Mangonels. DC on gold. Mangonel coming over. There's Lewis up to Imp. I do like this new meta of using towers as they're supposed to be used. So, 1 for 1 on the Mangonel trade, but that's fine for MBL right now. Won't be fine once all the other upgrades come in. And oh, MBL, he went for a castle, but that was going to be a doubt castle as Bracer, Chemistry on the way. Lewis, so active with outposts around the map. Look at all the outposts he has, all the vision he has. And MBL won't even wait for the massacre to conclude. He will call the GG. And 2-1 lead now for Lewis, trying to punch his ticket to the Royal Albert Hall. So here we go, 53 to 48 KD for MBL, but not enough for the early eco advantage of Lewis. And I thought it was looking rough for him when all those upgraded scouts got in, but he just made spears and spears and spears and did armor for them. He also saw this game in a vision. I think he wins it. Unfortunately, maybe it was a nightmare instead of a vision. And let's get this overlay done. So that was Thames for Lewis, his first home map 1. For Civs, that was the Italians, very low on the Civ draft, against the Saracens, fairly high on the Civ draft. So still the top 4 Civs available for Lewis. And the Persians, so he must feel in a pretty good spot. MBL's Civs, I think, a bit trickier to use. No Dune Springs, so not a clear Roman map like we had in the past. That's a 2-1 lead for Lewis. Yep, I'm updating the score. Gotta click all the buttons, gotta do all the overlays, and get to the score. Well, one day I'm gonna make this easier for myself. I'll have like a combined overlay that does in-game and out-of-game. But that's also more work for me I need to put in. He knows what will happen so he can avoid it. He needs a better crystal ball. I think he does need a better crystal ball. At the same time, I hope everyone's stream comes back on Twitch. I see Hera maybe coming back now. Or do I actually? He's not on the list of AOE2 streams, but he is on the list of followed channels. Unit villager that builds repairs at range. Hey, repairing at range is a thing, right? The builds have nice repair range. And where are we? Romans on Loch Ness? Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. But it looks like it'll be Glacis. This might be the Romans, though. Glacis. I've seen Romans here a lot. Lots of aggressive men-at-arms for harassing the shorefish. Not quite Dune Springs-esque, but pretty aggressive nevertheless. See, Koreans are not banned. No, MBL picked them. MBL picked them. Lewis wanted some other bans aside from the Koreans. Let's see, who else is? Everyone's streams coming back? Checking if Hera's back up. I hope he's okay. Yeah, it looks like he's up. So, and Boston Chibas, thank you very much for the follow. So we will have MBL. Ooh, MBL changed his color to gray and picked the Romans. So Glacis indeed being the Roman map. Lewis, you're right about Lewis with the Armenians. I'll have a 1 minute spec delay here. Lewis says the Armenians seems to be working. Also, just to double check everyone on Twitch, are you guys successfully avoiding ads during the games? Oh, and Benchek, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Defeat my champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
Yeah, well, you're subbed. You're subbed. Go to YouTube and come back after the ad. Okay, but like, there are ads, but am I successfully keeping them between the games and not during the games? Only been between matches? Okay. Because it's tricky because I turned on the auto ad manager because it automatically plays ads if I don't, apparently. And I do that because it just, it's the same total time of ads, but I have more limited control over when I can play them. And I need to snooze them if they're too fast. So if I'm playing them between the games and successfully delaying them, then I'll leave that on. Simply because I get a higher revenue split on the ads for the same amount of ads. I still wish I could turn them off completely like I do on YouTube. Anyway, here we go. We will have Lewis as the Blue Armenians to the northwest and MBL as the Red Romans to the southeast. Romans, no demos. That's true, no demos on the map with Shorefish. Armenians will have Cilician Fleet demos. Okay, I can get behind some Cilician Fleet again if we get there. Yeah, I have it set to 90-second ads every 30 minutes, and I can hopefully keep them off. That feels like a good length for AoE 2 to then play between games. It seems to be working. In the past, I felt like it wasn't working, but I think the past few days I've really monitored it. I guess I can keep going with it going forward. Always great to see Romans. You're a Roman enjoyer. As the Grey Wolf chases the militia. And a bit of a speed up there. And here is the dock. And long swordsman Armenian. Okay, feudal age long swords from Lewis against all of the men-at-arms from MBL. MBL immediately does the armor. Get the double armor as the Romans. And where is the demo from Lewis? Oh, if only he had a demo there to splatter the men-at-arms. He's gonna wait for longsword, then turn and fight probably. Armor, longsword in. What does longsword do? That's 1 melee armor and more HP. Only versus +2 melee armor. Also more attack. So longsword definitely better than double melee armor. For sure. So big swordsman fight coming up. As MBL also does a defensive fire galley. We'll be patrolling his own shallows. I've seen Romans on this map a ton. I haven't seen Armenians as much, but this is now the side effect of needing to get farther into the civ drafts. And this is where Lewis, he's chasing with the men-at-arms and feels that he doesn't need to be walled. But on the other hand, maybe if he had walled earlier, he'd have trapped the army and been able to kill it with the longswords. So a mule cart there to protect the vills, shield them from the men-at-arms. No. Well, I think also, Ringlord, that it's more disruptive because TV was always planned around the ads, and Twitch streams, especially for AoE 2, you get the ads just whenever you get them, and it's not really planned around it. So, 1 man-at-arms goes down, as we also have skirm, so longsword skirm from Lewis, and we really pay attention to the eco differences here, because the Romans will, of course, have that faster working 5% bonus. That applies to their shorefish villagers. No other civ gathers from shorefish more quickly these days. And again, maybe a situation. If this were Viper instead of Lewis, there would have been 10 million gates around here trying to trap those longswords. Maybe Lewis learned from Doubt about going longswords. It is more of a civ and map specialty, which is, I think, benefited from Empire Wars and the fact you start with the barracks. Look at that lovely readable text on the logo there at the top, but then you can't even read the text on the bottom. I think that they really need a logo that works better on the flags if you're going to do that. The Red Bull Wooloo works fine, but I need a textless version on the bottom. So MBL is up to the Castle Age with 500 more res collected so far. I think a large part of that is just the extra bonus for the shorefish vills. And we do have a demo. The demo has 5 HP. The fire stopped chasing the demo. MBL does not seem aware of the demo. MBL is not aware of the demo. What type of hit will Lewis get? He's going for the vills, and he's just not gonna get there. Just misses them. Could maybe stop the vill on the barracks, but just goes for man-at-arms. Oh, MBL noticed just in time. Just in time. That was close, that was close. Man-at-arms maybe attacking the villager. It goes down before finishing the market. Well, that's horrible for Lewis, but what's not horrible is the fact he's going to win a great fight against those men-at-arms. That'll be 11 longswords to 11 men-at-arms. That evens the numbers out. Lewis will Have a bigger eco as he goes up. We'll need to go up by dropping off food at this point, but shouldn't be a problem for him to go up now. And there he goes. Tiny bit more idle TC waiting to go up. But what's MBL going to do? Longsword now? When MBL gets up, or I mean when Lewis gets up, he can do two-handed swordsman. I think text is mysterious that you can't make out. And again, no demos for MBL. Second armor on the way immediately for him. Will the fires make the difference in this fight? Who wins this fight? Do the longswords win this? I think the longswords, even with the fires, still win this. The lack of demos hurting MBL. He's pushed off the water. Lewis is pushing up the hill with the longswords. He's killing vills here. He's making his march towards the Royal Albert Hall. He wants to qualify for this LAN, pushing MBL off of the river, back up into his base when his production facilities already are forward. And this has been a great fight for Lewis. And no demos, hard to clean this up. Imagine MBL were saved with demos. He's taking a bad fight on the hill, is MBL. Those longswords get cleaned up, more longswords. And Lewis not going to overstay his welcome. He's saying, I'll get out while the getting's good. And bit axe. No bit axe for MBL. Oh my gosh, both players not adding eco tax right away. Hello, Akip. You're an MBL fan. Yeah, go back, two-handed swordsman while attacking the barracks. Do they get arson? Get arson too. Alright, and so it's just about balancing numbers versus upgrades. I mean, he has 3 on stone, maybe he wants another TC at some point. That one longsword shouldn't threaten too many vills. As the vill goes down. And two-handed swordsman, chain mail armor on the way for Lewis. Fire behind the dock going down. And down it goes. Oh, big fight in the middle, big fight in the middle. And MBL looks dead. He looks dead. And he says, WP, well played. I heard a noise outside my window when that happened. So there we go. 3-1 win for Lewis. What is that? Lewis played that perfectly. Absolutely perfectly, aside from missing the demo, but that's a lot of idle time when you have the demo there too. But MBL tried to go for the early Castle Age. I saw this in a Doubt Hera matchup on this game too. The earlier Castle Age for Longsword doesn't pay off in time. And two-handed swordsman from the Armenians. So Lewis, a win away from qualifying. So 38-39 KD in favor of Lewis. Better eco for Lewis too. And better uptiming for MBL did not pay off. So, Lewis, he can taste it now, I'm sure. GG. So, what do we have here? That's Lewis 3-1 over MBL. Looking at the maps, it's a win on his home map of Glacis, and he still has home front left. MBL has Loch Ness and Hengefold. And that was Armenians over Romans. And the only civ MBL has left at the top of his pick list is Koreans. When Lewis played the demo, the res collected went from -500 to -250. Makes sense, makes sense. Those shorefish are such a good source of income. I really need to turn the camera ever so slightly. It's like off-centered. There. That's better. Is Hera actually back? Twitch doesn't show me he's back. Oh, now it is. Now he's back. Hello, Chicho, how you doing? There's a Foxy Korean play. Let's see. Haven't picked the map yet. How's the heating off right now? Let me see how long of an ad do I need to play. 30 seconds, that was a quick game. Can't believe MBL lost. Are they going to play the last game? Of course they are. They're going to play the last game. It's a best of 7. MBL's not out, he's only down 3-1. Perfectly comebackable position. Although I am partially rooting for Lewis so I can turn my heat on after this game and take a break before we get into TTL. Yeah, Loch Ness turtle ships do make sense. Not a best of 5, best of 7. Final match is a best of 7. Oh, it says best of 5? No one told me to update it. It's best of 7. There we go. Apologies. The round before was a best of 5. I updated it in Capture Age, which didn't do it there. So many buttons to press. Whoever wins goes to London? Yes. Yes, indeed. So Lewis can punch his ticket with a win right here. If MBL goes Koreans on Loch Ness, I have a good feeling he forces at least a game 6, though. And they launched... And no, it's Stonefront, actually. Vietnamese Byzantines on Stonefront. Ooh, this is, I think, is a really tricky Civ matchup. But I think that Byzantines struggle mightily to deal with Fire Lancers. In a Byzantines Chinese game against Yo, I saw MBL go for a tower rush into Cataphracts. He might try to do something similar here, but Lewis with his very first Civ pick the Vietnamese. And now if MBL wins this game, I think Lewis maybe has to worry a bit about what map he picks, because Koreans, I don't think he wants to face them on Loch Ness. Bedtime for one tired by Elu. Y'all have fun? Well, good night. Good night. Yeah, apologies for the overlay being wrong. It is a best of 7. I think playing in your home country is a big advantage. I have no idea what goes through the players' minds when they travel for lands. I know that when I saw Jordan casting at the Garrison or doing the between-game analysis, he was falling asleep by the end of the day, even when he was in Germany. But then again, Jordan has his own sleep schedule, which 10 p.m. is late for him. Cataphract should destroy Fire Lancers in the Castle Age. The problem is when you get to Imp, and Elite Fire Lancers are much cheaper than Elite Cataphracts. That was the problem when I saw this matchup before. Alright, so Stonefront, 15 seconds of a spec delay remaining. And that's my guess, though, that MBL might try to, again, duplicate that heavy feudal forward for a tower rush with the Byzantines into Cataphracts. But Italian, was it Vietnamese? Vietnamese could go Rattan Archer Skirm. The Vietnamese units will be better than the Byzantine ones in the late game, with Imp Skirms. Byzantine's just cheaper. And here we are. MBL as the red Byzantines to the west, Lewis as the blue Vietnamese to the east. Looks like the Vil counts are the same. Gotta double check the map isn't bugged. And Lewis with a win here punches his ticket to London. I don't know where he is in the UK. I don't know how far that is for him. But will be the player who has to travel the least, I guess. And if not, I guess maybe, is MBL then the player who has to travel the least in terms of as the bird flies distance? Because he's near Oslo, I believe. Yeah, Norway to London flight. Not that bad. And Kata should negate all of it. Elite Kata negate all of it. Normal Kata only have 12 armor, so they still take extra bonus damage from that. He drove to Spain. Can you actually... Is there an easy way to drive from Norway to the UK? I don't think that you can direct... Can you, like, drive and then ferry your car over? I think Lewis is fairly far north in England. I mean, still, that's like half a day's drive at most. Still, walls going up. And Lewis can wall straight to the edge of the map. And MBL, as I said, I thought he'd go for that forward, and there go the Vils. Double ranges as the Byzantines needs to readjust his Q a bit. One range idle while another's backed up. Ooh, that actually hurts quite a bit. He would have an extra archer forward now. Classic Age of Empires mistakes, not managing the Q properly at 2 buildings. Driving to France, put car on the ferry. But can you ferry directly a car from Norway to the UK? That I don't know. I mean, maybe it's too big of a distance for that. And drive, okay. And that'd be a pretty long ferry. Like, who would do that? MBL, maybe. you're remember, these are AoE2 players we're talking about. You never know how crazy our plans can get. So, tower forward. Lewis prepared for the tower. And Lewis's stone. This can get ugly for him if this stone gets taken and he only has 3 tiles of stone and the tower rush continues for a long time. 3 tiles of stone is something you can run out of, and Byzantine towers have more HP, so a pretty good advantage in the tower fight. Because the stone per HP cost you have to repair is cheaper, and also you simply have a bit more HP, so you're better in the straight up fight. And, well, looks like MBL won't care about the first tower, will care more about the second tower trying to hit the gold. And that will be the only gold inside the walls for Lewis, the other gold forward. But if this tower goes down, maybe he could claim it. Kind of hard against the Byzantines forward, though. Newcastle's where he's from, up northeast. I don't know enough about the UK to know exactly where that is. I roughly know where Manchester is, because I've been there for lands before. And I know London's more towards the south. How can you access the stuff on the middle? You can go around the outside. The stone is on the front, and then around the outside there's still a bit of a hill, but you enter from the outside. And then forward tower now for MBL, right on the gold, trying to deny Lewis of gold. But Lewis is up to the Castle Age. He's doing a defensive tower. And is this a Castle Age Workshop Fire Lancer play from Lewis? Can he simply do against the Skirm's Fire Lancer Ram? Take down the towers? I've seen that work before against Byzantines, but this is a lot of aggression. MBL up to the Castle Age 2, and with 7 vills on stone, does feel like he would want to get a castle and go cataphracts against Fire Lancers. There's the same civ matchup in Yo Barls, and what happened there? There's a tunnel? I believe there is. I don't know if I'd want to drive that, though. It's long driving in a tunnel. I'm used to Lincoln and the Holland, and that's long enough for me. And that's only a couple minutes. So, a minute faster is Lewis. MBL committing to the forward stable. That could be husbandry for cataphracts. Can't drive in the tunnel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would ferry, maybe from the UK to France. It's Byzantines versus Jurchens, and Byzantines won. Okay. That's a matchup I also think Byzantines struggle against Jurchens a bit. So there's the workshop for Lewis. MBL will continue with towers. Always a question here, and I was thinking about this when I casted that arena game the other day. Is it ever worth it doing a university and guard tower before the castle? Because then the mangonels can't stop the castle. Oh, the car goes on a train through the tunnel. Ah, okay. That's pretty cool. I like trains. Park your car on the train. You can't siege tower hop over the sea. So MBL up to castle. 300 stone, so not enough yet for a castle of his own. He will go for a forward workshop and start mining the forward stone. Lewis, though, making a TC over on the stone to the side, and as MBL is controlling the front of Lewis's base, he has not scouted the stone? And will he be aware that Lewis is out here? I know he's played hundreds of games. Does he actually have this awareness? He still has the scout alive, which is absolutely crucial in case he scouts this. But it has let Lewis sneak out to the side, and Lewis needs one more bit of palisade wall, maybe defend that again. And now he's going to need some repairs on the mangonel, as that knight will come forward. Feudal skirm's there to defend it, and vills have to repair. The tower is there. That's 3 vills repairing, and the knight not going to get the kill. Attack ground on the knight, Lewis. Lewis not messing around here. I would never trust individual drivers to get into possible accidents under the ocean. Hey, we can get into accidents under the Hudson River. But fair point. Skirms, will the skirms find these vills? The Byzantines need some type of forward outpost. Lewis might have to run off of the wood line. He's taken volleys of javelins into his vills, but so far not losing the vills. Oh, no ballistics, and the vills survive. Bodkin, but not elite skirm. And there is the forward castle. So there is the forward castle. And now you're the Vietnamese, and you have to figure out how to deal with cataphract skirm. Potential monks. So is this... Yeah, I mean, this could be a 1TC imp for MBL. That's one way to play it with Byzantines. Lewis looking to wall up towards the stone and keep this area safe, that TC safe. Right now, MBL 1k more res collected with all the idle time that Lewis has. Lewis with a much bigger score lead, but it's not because of the resources. Not because of the KD either. Well, what is that? Scouting then? Vill numbers? It's not even that huge of a Vill lead. Loses the Mangonel. Who's actually ahead here? Oh, and the skirms. Lewis didn't speed wall this, and the skirms get in. That will be extremely annoying for him. Does MBL have this? Does MBL have this right now? Does he have Imp in Trebs for Byzantines that win the game right now? Is that too long while Lewis's 2 TCs maybe booming? Maybe being able to go elite skirm himself? Still needs Bodkin. So many skirms he has left over from Feudal, he's just going to fight this and do his best. Looking at MBL's resources, I don't think it's Imp yet. But the scouting at least sees that TC. MBL going to do his own TC. Okay, so not Imp. Lewis at least will scout that. Was that Lewis's scout I was looking at earlier when I said it was the scout left over? I think it was. MBL's a scout left over too. I'm so used to MBL being blue when I watch him. The colors are still messing with me. And for Byzantines is never far away. That's true. Old Ben Willow's an MBL fan. Old Ben Willow saying, don't turn your heat on. Keep the set going. Knight coming forward to hit the Mangonel. Monk going for a conversion on the Knight. Mangonel dodging. As the Bills get hit by the Mangonel. Mangonel goes down, and once more conversions on the skirms. One skirm converted. Mangonel, nice hit. Oh, MBL dodges just at the last moment. Just at the last moment, and he's taking a good score lead. I think MBL has this. I think MBL has this. Lewis trying to go for a third TC, and I think that just means Imp for MBL. Imp and Trebs, Byzantines, and I think he's good. That's 1 TC down. MBL, no, he's going for more TCs. Okay, guess he can just play this with skirms. Okay, maybe it doesn't matter what he does now if he kills Vills. Yeah, now he's 2k res ahead. Throws the Knight for the Mangonel, but afraid of the skirms. He's gonna win the skirm fight, though. And Byzantines, OP. Never doubt the Byzantines. I guess that was MBL's plan. Try to force a super low eco game so you don't get into Fire Lancers. But the longer this goes on, the more I'm afraid of the Fire Lancers, and the more I'm afraid of the before elite cataphract Fire Lancers. That was a good Mangonel shot. Lewis still trying to get the TC up. The Knight needs to stop the Mangonel. More Vills coming forward. There aren't too many skirms left. One goes down to the Mangonel, but the Mangonel will die. The skirms don't dodge at the last second, though. MBL needs to focus the weak Vills. Deletes some houses. Wants the TC up 82%. And MBL will do a 4th TC himself. So Byzantines can do extra TCs and get a really good boom. And with the Imp discount, they're not trapping themselves in the Castle Age. And here come the Cataphracts. Here come the Cataphracts. And you have to remember, in his back pocket, MBL still has Koreans on Loch Ness. Fun watching Byzantines do Byzantine things like Cataphracts. Knight goes down. Skirms come forward. Skirms hit Vills. Castle's on its way up, and then the workshop comes up for Lewis. And the stream's on just about 8 hours now, so this has been a crazy day of Empire Wars. Vills go down. More Vills getting hit. And forward castle from MBL doesn't have the food to go up yet, but buying Imp is not too far away for the Byzantines, ever. How can you not be a fan of cataphracts? They're the best unit in the game. So Lewis going for his own castle. Going for his own castle to protect this part of the map. Is that necessary? Do the Byzantines still beat you to Imp and beat you to Trebs? I don't think there's much Lewis can do here. There's 26 to 4 military, 80 to 57 vills. Now denying a castle would maybe be a start. Sending his entire village to raise it. But doesn't actually deny. He needs Bodkin. Okay, Lewis somehow needs to afford Bodkin to deny the castle. The vills walking to their own deaths. Without Bodkin, he doesn't stop it. Goes up and out to Byzantine's castle. And there we go. Imp on the way for MBL. And this is probably an Imp GG, as MBL will go and put another point on the scoreboard, close it to 2 to 3. And though Lewis has some cataphracts, everyone with cataphracts this game. Oh, lovely cataphracts. Gotta enjoy everyone having cataphracts. Imperial Age for MBL. Is it just an illusion? It is on high terrain, yeah. I think there is a terrain boost here. So yeah, that is a high terrain castle. You are correct. Why don't we vibe code capture age? We're not going to be doing any vibe coding. Miguel coming forward, wants to hit the skirms. And we'll do so, one shot. Needs a second shot. Skirms go down. And tower now. Tower coming up on the castle for Lewis. Miguel hits more vills. Need more stats for math nerds. Maybe one day. I think we need to get a team of people together to do that properly, though. There's a team of people who do like open source and free software, though. That'd be a lovely project, I think. The problem is it can be used for cheating in game, so I think you need to make it in 2 components where the front end is open source, and you still need to have a back end that's closed and ensuring that it's not easy to cheat off of. But there's MBL hitting Imp. There's Lewis calling GG, and 2 to 3. But Koreans on Loch Ness still feel like a good advantage for MBL. So this is a close set. This is a close set. We're heading to game number 6. GG. And this was a matchup we've seen MBL play similarly on that map before. So we'll head back out and update our overlay. And what do we have here? That's a win for MBL. As far as maps go, that's a win on Stonefront for MBL, and the 2 maps left are MBL's maps. It's Byzantines over the first picked Vietnamese. And what are we gonna have? Vikings or Maya against Portuguese on Henschhold, then either Dravidians or Persians against Koreans on Loch Ness. Or Vikings on Loch Ness, is that possible? Instead of Koreans on Henschhold, Vikings on Loch Ness? Could that be a thing? Oh man. These matches are for the other players. The top 4 players qualified automatically. The rest of the players play through these brackets to make it. Since MBL was between seeds 5 and 8, he only has to win 1 match. Since Lewis was between seeds 9 and 12, he has to win 2 matches, and he randomly got matched with MBL. And can you see the brackets? I have a link to them beneath the stream if you scroll down in the panel. Didn't lose with Saracens, yes. And here we are. Portuguese Koreans on Henschhold. Right, Koreans on Henschhold. So it would then be Vikings or Maya if it goes to Loch Ness. I was really anticipating Koreans on Loch Ness, but I think it does make sense to use Koreans here too. And then if you still have Vikings for Loch Ness as your final pick, you might like them in a matchup against Dravidians or Persians with longboats on the water. Longboats are scary. Longboats are very scary indeed. And hello, many times. Hello on YouTube. Only 8 civs for a best of 7? That's more than you need, yes. Alright, so again, programming note is we do this, then we take a good 15-minute break to heat the apartment, then we do some TTL. Haven't seen Longboat for a while. We saw a good bit of Longboats in Thalassocracy, but then we had an Arabia tournament. Has Vinci? I know he's been in lands before. Don't know if he was in a Red Bull before. That's because the top spots qualify for the land and get prize money in other ways. So it's not just the qualifier spots, there are several different pages you have to look at for the prizes. Alright, and here we go. MBL will be the red Koreans to the west, Lewis the blue Portuguese to the east, and the map has spawned the Boers in a way that does favor Lewis. He can grab 2, MBL can grab 1. This is one of those weird aspects of the map that wasn't fixed. And MBL sends 2 Vils forward immediately. 2 Vils forward immediately, and this is MBL's zone here, going for the Boers. Lewis gets the shot off first, and he will get 2 boards. So, map favoring Lewis so far, and gets the spear out to keep the scout from doing any shenanigans to the Vil or to the Boers, and MBL won't be able to stop that close to the TC, as the spear is right there. So, good opening for Lewis. Portuguese on this map have the berry bonus. They have the berry bonus, they'll collect wood while gathering from berries. Vils coming forward, they will do another range as the spear comes around, looking to poke down the scout. Millions? I don't know if it's a plural millions, but it is at least hundreds of thousands for prize pool and whatnot. So, double bit axe on the way for Lewis, as 1 spear will run away in the middle. More walls going up for Lewis. Skirm's hitting the Vils. Archers come forward to hit the skirm and the spear. The spear has to run away. And archers for Lewis, but he's not going to be able to sneak around. He wants to sneak around, but not going to do that. MBL keeping track with the skirms. He's going with a scout. MBL wins this fight if they take it. I feel like Lewis is simply going to lose archers here if he keeps going down this path. And he's maybe hitting a spot where it's hard to turn around if he encounters wolves. And he's going to keep going. He's circling around.
Quais são as vossas ordens?
Is it the first henge? What other henges are there? MBL forward for the tower. Market up for Lewis. Lewis selling stone, and he's up to the castle age. FC from Lewis, he's moving to stone, and he's gonna go organ guns. How does that do against Korean war wagons? How will that do against Korean guard towers? Scouts go down, skirms keep coming forward. Scout attacks the skirms. Guess in the AoE1 remake and AoE2, they must have added a henge? What is a henge a specific thing? I've only ever heard of Stonehenge. Well, those archers from Lewis still are forward, forcing the skirms to chase, and the scout will pick off quite a few skirms. Spear comes around and kills the scout. One poke, all it needs. And MBL still at the front, taking Lewis off of gold. Lewis has gold in the back. He is also leaking out to the side with the spear to scout. On a skirm emo, everyone has a skirm. Oh, Lewis. Completely different game if he sees that gold. And he's going out to the front. Oh no, one tile off from scouting it. Oh, what is this scouting? One tile off. Is this maybe lack of map awareness, not knowing there's gold on the outside very frequently? But, oh, that is so close. And MBL with the spear has seen Lewis is out here. He knows where Lewis is. Lewis in panic has to throw up a tower on the stone, but MBL is there. He has wheelbarrow for the Vil fight, so his Vils will be speedier. And now armor for Lewis for knights. He has to do a stable and knights here. MBL still with that tower on the front. The tower does go down. Lewis able to recover with a wall now. And honestly, if Lewis can get 2 knights out and clear this, maybe he's still okay. But res collected now, climbing for MBL. And MBL can still leave. There's a hole in the wall still. Lewis thinking maybe I'll wall him in, but he is open here. MBL walling himself in, using the berries as a wall, and he will stick himself right in the back of this base with a tower to be as annoying as he possibly can and stop the Portuguese from taking berries. Town Watch save us. Still doesn't see it. Does he have Town Watch? No, Town Watch. Would have to be the lumber camp seeing it then. Town Watch I don't think benefits the Palisades. And Castle Age for MBL. Is MBL in a position to do this? We'll have guard towers out on Lewis's gold. Remember, knights, less gold as the Portuguese. It's their gold discount 20%. 20% less gold. Area Day keeps the horse away. Henges are everywhere. Well, what defines a henge? Just circles of rock formations? Yeah, Lewis no eco? Well, 0 idle Vils now. But this feels like MBL's about to force a game 7 with Vikings on Loch Ness. So the ruins in Age 1 are considered henges? I know they were modeled after Stonehenge. I didn't realize that was a generic thing. What other henges are there in the world? Ring-shaped bank and ditch. A ditch inside the bank. Not considered to have been defensive. Okay. So barracks up. And, well, workshop for Lewis. Lewis still has the score lead. And we have scale mail armor for MBL. That makes me think we might see some Fire Lancers. That'll be a henge. This is a henge hold. There are going to be keeps in the back of Lewis's base now. What does he do, a castle to clean them up? He's not going to have the stone for a castle. Not anytime soon, even with 10 bills on stone. Here's MBL up to the Castle Age. Whoever's controlling it should get +1 attack. Okay, well, as the temperature continues to drop for me, I have spears chasing down the knights. 2 siege workshops. Well, maybe he just wants lots of mangonels. Decided he can't go organ guns now, needs mangonels and knights. And needs them quickly as MBL will be booming with another TC. Only 5 dead Vils? But now MBL can boom while making Fire Lancers. And it feels like MBL is going to force a game 7. Feels like we're going to get a game 7 on the way. +1 attack per age. You're really buffing that henge. Okay, deleted stuff at the front from MBL, but he can do a guard tower at home. If he takes 1 big mangonel shot, things could change in an instant. Lewis deciding he's not going to try to dive the monk. That's a big risk if he loses a knight. I'll just let it spawn Cobra cars. That might be a bit much. Ooh, nice shot on the spears. Nice shot on the spears. Yeah, he needs to mangonel the monk there. Redemption is needed to convert mangonels, And without redemption, mangonels are a good counter to monks. The back of the base still on all those berries. MBL found the gold. Lewis, oh my gosh, Lewis still doesn't know there's gold there. MBL certainly does. But Lewis will extend out with this outpost. He will scout more gold and more stone. So maybe he's okay. Vil counts are still similar. And MBL with the Fire Lancers will be heading around the side of the map. Tower going up for MBL. Guard tower, that'll stop the mangonels. He's got guard towers everywhere. And starting to pull ahead in Vils, but Lewis will do another TC. Let's kill the Fire Lancer, and we'll have Horse Collar on the way. As the mangonels hit the Fire Lancer. Should make a siege shop in Lewis's base? Does he still have the Vils there? Now, it could be interesting, but hard to use it if there's a stable to pick off the siege and nothing really to defend it. I guess the Fire Lancers are there. MBL, I guess, queuing in all barracks, and this one has a long way to walk across the map. Or a short way if he's going to be fighting the front of Lewis's gold. And Lewis, this isn't good. Don't want to lose Vils here. MBL still could do... He has Bodkin. He still could do crossbow or elite skirm. So monks, 3 relics for Lewis, though. That'll help save him on gold. Should be able to get a 4th, no problem. Maybe MBL needs to camp the monasteries and try to fight them. He'll see some Vils fleeing. What type of shot will that mangonel get? Ooh, decent shot. Fire Lancers need to hit the Vils somehow. Let's go for conversions on the Fire Lancers, but that TC not garrisoned, but shooting down the Fire Lancers. And crossbow the decision from MBL. As I see red everywhere in Lewis's base, but at the same time, Lewis getting a nice counterattack. He's now killed 2 Vils to MBL's 8. MBL still booming away. Where do we go? Monk grabs the relic. 4 relics for Lewis. Is that enough against Fire Lancers? And he's out of stone in the back of his base. He will get a nice double mining camp though on a gold and a stone. And can he get a castle up and go organs at some point? Would organ guns work against the Koreans? In the long run, I feel like Korean Tower is still going to be really strong. Fire Lancers fighting the Knights. We have MBL doing more towers in the middle of the map. We'll maybe creep his way forward with a few guard towers. Mangonel shot misses there. Skirms go for the monks. And I'm sure MBL would love for the monks to waste conversions on the skirms, and that's a lot of dead monks. All of a sudden for Lewis, MBL looking like he's gonna force game 7. Skirms go down. Would rocket carts and it's true, heavy rocket carts would. You're right about that. It'd be more about an arquebus cannon from the Portuguese, but that's a long way away. When mangonels under the TC are going down, MBL still out booming Lewis. Lewis's counterattacks have essentially stopped as MBL's gotten a 3rd TC. He kills the mangonel in the middle of Lewis's base and has Fire Lancers everywhere. Lewis, what's that, 18 plus idle Vils? Hiding in the TCs, trying to defend himself. But MBL is relentless. That T90 farm on the hill too from Lewis, that'll expose a Vil. And castle from MBL, this might end it. He's trying to do a castle right between both TCs. Lewis desperate for his own castle, 300 stone. And he's desperately mining more stone. A couple of Knights still raiding, but Fire Lancers there able to defend. Poke the Knights. Cool low HP Knights. Maybe TC gets a shot. Nope, MBL has to send Vils back to work. Nice towers in the eco though. Castle range both TCs. If it were 1 tile over, it would. And when it gets a bracer and imp, it will. And workshop for MBL. Just can't fathom that ancient people would make the same random useless structures more than once. So chainmail armor for MBL. Vils garrisoning in the TC. There's a GG from Lewis. And MBL ties it up to force game 7 on Loch Ness. So Nessie might decide who goes through. Game number 7, MBL Lewis. Lewis The hometown UK player wants to make the trip from Newcastle to London. That ties it up 3-3. For the maps, that's a win on Hengehold. And as far as civs go, win for the Koreans, loss for the Portuguese. And now we see Dravidians or Persians against the Maya or Vikings, and I imagine this is the Vikings. So let me double check just the ad timer, make sure we don't have ads during the game. And this is a big game, 7, and they hosted and turned spectators off. Hopefully they fix that, I'm sure they will. GG, what a set between these two. What is special about Loch Ness, the map? It features the Loch Ness Monster. It has Nessie in the middle. It's MPL's map remaining. It's always fun to watch. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quickly before this set, so I'm ready for it myself. So stay tuned, I'll be right back. Alright, game 7 for MBL, and they're still in a lobby that does not have specs enabled. What is going on in that lobby? Why are specs not enabled? I'm just double checking if T90 can check the game, and the first thing I see is someone saying, "I'm glad I'm getting a 1-minute ad while T90 tells his joke." This room is part of the house, yes. It is not detached at all. Why is there a 2 on Crownwood? Because it is the very first map, and it was a win for Lewis, because he won the first map. He's on the right side of the overlay in the red, so I gave him the 2. It's not a home map, it's a neutral map, so I don't mark it with a crown or a skull. And they're still in a lobby that doesn't have specs enabled. Okay, now... Wait, 1 minute ago, they don't have specs enabled. How did they not have specs enabled? What is this? Not the new water changes, just that they're going to be in the DLC. That's the only thing I've heard. Okay, 1890 not in either. So, specs are not enabled. Specs are not enabled, our base. Where is the admin when we need an admin? Specs on the lobby are not enabled. Let me show you. Let me show you exactly what is the mayhem we're viewing right now. We have lobby. No specs. No, Robo is not an admin. Look at this. No spectators enabled. How did that happen? Secret game. Is he even around? He should be around, right? What is going on? Are the players in a voice channel they can join to make them restart? They do stack, yes. We've already done the other cosplays. Tuxedo will be, I guess, 15 more subs, and we'll continue it for tomorrow for Viper's set. Here we are, 8 hours into a stream. And the players did not enable spectators. Isn't this lovely? This is perfectly lovely. Especially in Empire Wars, you don't want to interfere. I mean, he should have been there when he saw the lobby immediately, not with specs enabled. DQ both of them, doubt qualifies. Read the result tomorrow in the paper. Maybe so. Does the handbook say both players are equally responsible for the lobby settings? So I guess what happens is we just cast the wreck when they're done? Dewey beats MPL. Do they have to replay the game? The host cannot see the spec settings. Is once you enter the lobby, you can't see the spec settings at all. No. You could only check it by alt-tabbing to the dashboard and checking. It is going to be Vikings Dravidians, yes. We might have the most epic longboat Thericidai match ever, and we're missing it. So let me just double check. Let me double check Discord. I don't know how that happens. Hey, why are they also not in voice channels so that the admin can join? That's the thing. So Hera asking the question, will it be replayed or will the wreck count? I guess we just cast the wreck at the end. Drazini is typing. So if we're waiting on a game, I'm gonna go take a break and turn my heat on for a moment. Alright. That's the issue. I'll show you the issue. No spectators. Specs not allowed. Alright, so I'm going to take a moment to warm up. I'll be right back. Okay, chat, while we're waiting, I'm going to try something. I'm going to turn on the noise suppression and see how bad it is. Let me listen to myself. Just hear how bad the mic sounds when I have the heat on in the background. Probably sounds awful. Okay, let me know how. If you hear the heat in the background or not. When I'm speaking here. So I think what's happening is we're just going to wait until this finishes, and then we're going to go again. It's fine? Really, it's fine. Not really. Write a sentence, Scarlet Witch. Not really could mean not really you don't hear the heat, or not really the suppression isn't working. I hear nothing. You hear something, Greentail, because you hear me talking. Can't really hear it? Can't hear a thing? Okay, maybe we keep the heat on and just go like this then. Here, I'm gonna just do a thing. I'm gonna turn it off. And now do we hear the heat? Do we hear it? What if they turned off record game? Now, I think then Arbase, we're safe though, because it saves as the rec file as long as they have it there. You're lip reading somehow? I actually don't hear it even now it's on now. So, I'll just keep the noise suppression on. I don't hear it cutting myself off that much. Can't hear it? Okay. You don't think it does create a rec file? That was a bit of a bump. Here, Arbase, this is what it does. This is what it does, I'm pretty sure. Where is my in-game scene? That will load. Alright. When you play a game, you go to your saves and replays, and you go to your replays menu. All of these recs are what we've watched, but there's also this file called rec, which is usually the most recently played game you have in terms of multiplayer games. And even if you have record game off, I'm pretty sure this gets overwritten. Yep, the only way to get it is if they share it. So the suspense is killing us all. As Dogar writes on Discord, players should be in a call or in a voice channel that the admins can join. Type in a storm here. Alright. Hera stream is watching T90. You're watching T90? Should we watch T90 too? Should we watch Hera watching T90? He's waiting for T90 to join. Okay. So as long as the audio quality isn't horrible, I will stay here with the heat on because it was getting ridiculously cold. And we'll cast TTL afterwards. Convince T90 to watch me, and then I start watching Hera, and we'll do a full circle. But no, T90 can watch Dave, Dave can watch Memb, Memb can watch OGN, OGN can watch Nacho, Nacho can watch me. We'll just go down the list of it. We'll play a game of telephone. I can then watch, like, Dogao streaming on the Onamaru channel. And then finally we can loop around and watch Hera again. Yeah, one game for a trip to London. Much farther trip. Well, I guess not even. MBL Norway shouldn't be that bad if they fly him. Will be if he drives. The final spot will be decided tomorrow. Which player is sick? Presumably Viper, because I think Sato and Sebastian would have played. So we're just waiting on our game to finish. So again, this is a situation in TTL. What we do is everyone who's playing games, doesn't matter, Silver League, whatever, they are in a channel so that admins can join them. They're in a voice channel in the Discord, only accessible to players and to admins. Is it a rule to have spectators? Yes, otherwise you can't watch the game. Are they playing now? Why no cast? Spectators are disabled. That's why everyone's watching. What would I do in Trezini instead? I mean, right now there's nothing he could do, but it's a preparation step before, where, as I said, in TTL, the players are in the voice channel, so if something like this happens, you join the voice channel, and you tell them they have to restart. And you do that right at the start of the game. And this is another reason. I know if you watch the... another reason I don't like spectator delays. I think Hera and Doubt had that video on their new podcast. They talked a bit about it. Hera thinks it's a very stupid rule that you need a spectator delay, or that you need at least the delay for the stream. I wholeheartedly agree with that, but I don't know what his opinion is specifically on the spectator delay aspect, but I think that there should be a 0 spectator delay, because I think it does very little to stop cheating. And I think that what you do, you have all the players in the voice channels in the Discord, not just as an anti-cheat thing, but as an admin contact way, because they're going to want to be in do not disturb mode, so you don't have people messaging them while they're playing. But you need admins to be able to contact them, and the best way to do that is you have your Discord server, you have the voice channels there, each player's in a separate voice channel, and then if something goes on during the game, admin joins one of the voice channels, tells the player to pause, brings them both into a conversation, explains the situation, then they restart, do whatever. It's on Hera's YouTube channel now. It's the most recent video there as of yesterday. But at this point, I think the best solution is just they play the game, they post the rec, casters cast the rec when it's done, and that's it. And try to avoid spoilers as best you can. Can't wait for MBL stream to start in 10 to 15 minutes. And again, he should wait until after this is finished. It says they've only been in game for, or they've been in game for 19 minutes now. Admins to log in games and pause and chat with players? If only. But again, this is something where I don't think the spectator even can tell, right? It's I don't know if when you join the lobby, you actually can tell, if you're the guest, whether or not specs are enabled. I think the only way to tell is actually to tab out to the dashboard. Yeah, if you're the person joining the lobby, you can't actually tell. Only the host of the lobby gets it, and it's a checkbox that you make before the lobby screen. So once you are in the lobby, you actually have no indication whether or not it's enabled. So, let me reading more drama. Does this look a bit unprofessional? Well, I think a lot of things for the Red Bull tournament do. And it's not just one instance. That is another 100 from Yo. No. Oh, Influenza's chiming in. Look at that. Influenza's chiming in. So much drama. Yeah, Vivi. Vivi got close. Give Vivi credit. He got close. I would presume Trezini grabs a wreck from one of them. I'm just gonna say this. It is really hard to tell whether specs are enabled or not for the players, and the interface in game does a horrible way of showing it to you. So I think it is kind of a very awkward situation to be in, and the right thing is to update the handbook for the future to ensure that at least in later rounds that players are in a voice channel. 3W chat is gold. It's on fire. Yeah. Well, we will know how long approximately the game lasts. They've been in there for 24 minutes. We can multiply that by 1.7. So it is a decent length game, but we'd expect that between these two. Yeah, we'll cast the recording. And also, like I said, if there's any audio issues, let me know. I turned on noise reduction, and I'm attempting to cast while the heat is on. So I'm not probably going to be happy with the audio quality, but I at least stay warm. Could have done a TTL set by now. Sounds great. Okay, I'm impressed. So thank you, AI technology, for better noise reduction than I've had in the past. With all the audio issues I have, I really don't believe this. So, I'm typing in the admin Discord. Alright, typing up a storm. Long imp game. Better for Dravidians, they have cannon. Better for longboats, maybe? I have no idea. We're just left here wondering what's happening. All we have is the length of the game to go by. So if I know people are probably going to ask my opinion on this. My opinion is going forward, there need to be handbook changes so that when you get to the later rounds, players have to be in a Discord channel, or at least someone in the match needs to be easily able to be contacted by an admin. personally, I think that this is the way to go forward, is just update the handbook from here on out. So that that's a rule. What could be happening? We can speculate. What do we think is happening in-game? Do we think Nessie actually came alive and became part of the map? Started eating longboats? Started eating Thericidae? What if what's gonna happen? Okay, chat, I got it. We're gonna go 75 minutes. 75 minutes. Okay? Right? And then we will have a tie game. Lobby was sitting there for like 5 minutes, clearly with no spectators allowed on. Yeah, and at that point, I think it's the admin's responsibility. Like, you should be checking that. Right? The players aren't going to be alt-tabbing out to the dashboard to check that. Or the admins will, and should be messaging players about that. That's what I think. Because I've looked at this before. Yeah, just join the lobby and tell them. Not that hard. Yeah, 100%. Right? You can join the lobby and tell them. Even if it's not in the handbook, they can join the lobby and tell them. Let me add that to my note. You update the handbook. If you, I mean, I would just say that this is something that needs to be handled better in the future. There need to be policies in place for situations like this, because there would be situations where players don't have it turned on, and it's awkward to check for the players. It'd be one thing if there were like a big check mark or a big box in the lobby that was flashing, like, oh boy, like spectators are off, but there's not. It's one checkbox that only the host sees when you create the lobby. Host would be responsible. A rec posted in Discord. Let's go. Let's grab the rec. Where is this posted? Is it under announcements? Let's go. Let's go. Game 7. We are here. Game 7 MBL. Lewis, rename my file. Post that into my recs. And here we go. Are you all ready? Have you waited long enough? Let's hope the noise removal. Okay, I should have played an ad. Sorry, we might get an ad during the game. Mods, be ready to snooze the ads. So, who hosted? Okay, Nessie. Yes, there is Nessie. We've been waiting so long to see Nessie. She dives under the shallows, and here we are, game number 7. MBL to the west is the Vikings, Lewis to the east is the Dravidians, MBL in the red, Lewis to the blue. I'm saying that so that hopefully my brain remembers. And let's go. We'll have to keep on play and hope we don't speed up at any point. So, we have a spear in the middle for MBL, Doc coming up for Lewis, and a few palisades being created for the Vil by that Doc. Spear comes forward to chase the Scout. Now we have an archery range coming up for MBL, archery range opening from him, archery range opening for Lewis. We have a Doc for Lewis. So MBL, as the Vikings, probably does not want to fight on the water in Feudal. What does he not have? He does not have demo ships. Oh my gosh, Nessie's still here. What are you still doing, Nessie? Hello. Hello again. What are you doing? I know he's still doing. All right, so Scout chasing the Vil on the outside. And Scout will hit the Vil. Won't get the kill, though. Lewis not committing to the Vil kill. All right. Seeing too often, the magic is gone. That's why on Reverse Acropolis, I may have added Nessie with only like a 10% chance to appear. So won't be too often. Won't be too often. And Vil goes down to Men-at-Arms. Vil goes down to Men-at-Arms, and Fletching on the way for Lewis. Nessie was just waiting for the game to start, exactly. So as I was saying, no demos. Viking is not going to take the water in feudal. They are instead going to go for a sneak dock and hope to go longboats in the castle age. MBL's goal, if not to raid on land, is to get to the castle age and make longboats. Longboats dominate the water against fires, against everything. You maybe go war galleys with all the wood the Dravidians have and hope to outnumber them, but you're always worried about fighting the longboats. Randomly in ponds on Arabia. What should happen on Arabia is if you're fish booing, Nessie should appear and eat your fish traps. So, men-at-arms forward for Lewis. Tower going up on MBL's gold, forcing the tower. Skirms hitting the archers on the hill, but the men-at-arms are going down. So far, we have 1 Vil kill for Lewis. And Scout for... MBL will die to Lewis's TC. Die to Lewis's TC. Lewis up by 3 Vils, 38 to 36. Idle TC time for MBL. He does still have that free wheelbarrow as the Vikings. That will help make up for the lost Vils, but that feels like a rough opening for him. But this is what he wants to do. He wants to get to the castle age with the Vikings, get both to the free handcart, and also to the longboats. I do worry about that dock location near the rocks that the longboats might spawn in the back. If I'm MBL, actually, once that shorefish is taken, it won't cover the water tile. I'd be tempted to put 1 palisade right here on the dock to make that area smaller and make it less likely for the ungarrison to occur there. Just tap a foundation. So Archer going around for MBL, but the scout for Lewis might see that. So might the bear. And there's the castle age. Castle age for the Vikings, and he has a dock on the water, and it is a dock that Lewis has scouted, though. Lewis aware of the dock. Scout might die to the archer. This is huge if the scout goes down and the scout dies to the archer. 1 scout, Lewis wasn't patrolling, didn't even attack the archer, and it dies. He was microing the skirms, and looks like he is about to lose a couple of skirms as Castle Age comes in for him. About 45 seconds. Do they get extra wood at the start? That's a good question. Do they? Does anyone in chat know? I don't actually know the answer to that. Ethiopians get their resources, if I recall. I want to say yes, but I'm not actually sure. That's a good question. Bear goes down. I haven't written Empire Wars maps in a while, so I don't know. Oh, bear is attacking each player's skirms at once. Simultaneous bear fights. Oh, the bear gets a kill. The bear kills one of Lewis's skirms. Oh, the skirm's gonna run into another bear. Oh, the bears. That poor skirm attracts the bears and the scout follows. Yes, they do. Persians even get it. Well, Persians get their bonus in the Dark Age. So I think they would still get it, no matter what. Master Bear Lamer. Is MBL up to the Castle Age? Bodkin on the way. And, ooh, he brought a Vil with him. He brought a Vil with him. He's going for the workshop. Also, bear corpses no longer visible in the Fog of War. They finally updated that like they did with all other predators. Alright, here we go. Skirms running around the outside. Vil's coming down for Lewis as that workshop goes up. Double bit axe on the way. And there is the TC. That's the TC. And Knight comes in. Double docks, and they're going for the longboats. Longboats for MBL. Remember, Vikings do not get fires. They do get demos. Did I say that backwards? I might have said it backwards. They do get demos, they don't get fires. It's swapped in the new DLC, where they get fires but don't get demos. Oh, actually, what the heck? What if MBL ungarrisons behind the dock with the longboats, okay? Ungarrisons behind... Oh, never mind. I was cooking. I was saying ungarrison there where the fires can't hit you. He lost some HP there, but now he can take out a fire. He has Bodkin. Is he running too far without fighting? I think he is. I think he should just fight there. He's sniping the fish? He doesn't want to stay on the water then. He's just going to snipe fish with longboats? Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I think he should have fought. I think it's 2 fishing ships or 3 longboats. That is horrible. Well, he's putting the pressure on Lewis now. He's putting the pressure on Lewis with handcart. Bodkin and War Galley on the way for Lewis. If Lewis has to invest into War Galley, that's expensive for him. MBL, that's a sad demo. And that War Galley upgrade, is that too much investment onto the water for Lewis now? As MBL will add in a monastery. Viking monks, though, are horrible. No redemption, no sanctity. But they do at least have atonement for converting enemy monks. Lewis can't go for a monk defense, but not like he really would want to as the Dravidians. Oh my gosh, we have 2 atonement civs. We can see a monk war. No sanctity, no redemption for either of them. Or wait, is there heresy? There's heresy for the Vikings, though. They'd win that. Do the Bengalis start with extra vills? Do they get +2 right away? Oh my gosh, so many bonuses. I don't even know them anymore. It's been a while since I've had to script Empire Wars maps. Ooh, nice shot on the skirms. MBL with that hill. 3 mangonels on a hill now. And MBL probably doing exactly what he wants, getting into the mangonel war with a mangonel advantage. This is turning the game into 50-50 when you win or lose mangonel fights. But the hill will be a great advantage for MBL. And maybe, just maybe, he could do guard tower and tower creep slightly forward. And if he gets a guard tower here, he can take the TC out, no issue. It's hard for Lewis then to counter with mangonels. Lewis's score lead is from winning the water so far. Has slightly more res collected, but the Vikings' eco needs to overcome the fishing ships at this point. He's cleaned the dock. And now the question is this the right strategy for MBL? Could he simply have gone longboats, won the water, and then won the game by controlling the water? So far, no one taking the relics on the sides. And MBL going for the TC. Lewis will say, okay, I'll build my TC uphill this time. Have a way to protect the vills. And MBL's not finishing the TC off. Okay. Lewis not bothering to repair. If you have the stone, it is cheaper just to build a new TC than it is to repair one. Roughly 50 minutes long. Does it go to the time limit? That's the question. Yeah, that's a great push to stop a TC and not lose a single mangonel on the way. The monk is crucial for stopping other knights from sniping the mangonels. You take all the upgrades away from the monks, but as long as you're not against Teutons, which the trade-off is Teutons don't have husbandry. Protect the mangonels. And also Dravidians, they get husbandry now. The Vikings still don't, but the Dravidians do. They didn't used to. There's a reason to build a Dravidian stable now. Yes, those are Dravidian knights. But there are now forward Dravidian knights when MBL's monastery is on the opposite side of the map, and he can be raided. Second TC in the back. Mangonel split. Knight going for the house. MBL back on water. MBL 2 docks back on water, but immediately found by Lewis. Immediately found and forces MBL to do a tower to defend the docks from the fires. Now here's the question, what ship do you make against longboats? Fires or do you go War Galley? He has Bodkin, so War Galley backing up fires might even be the better combo, especially if you want to trap them by the docks. Hulks, you don't make Hulks, Genoese crossbowmen. They're not in the game. They're not in the game right now. Yeah, equal res collected. But then who's collecting more? Fishing ships? Lewis will run out of fish soon. Oh, we didn't see Nessie for the second time. We missed the second Nessie. Do the Dravidians have them instead of cannon galleons? Wait, I don't even know that. Where's the dock? No, they have cannon galleons. Dravidians have cannon galleons. Yeah, you had me thinking there for a moment. But no, they have cannon galleons. Those mangonels have to be careful about being so plumped up. Ooh, that was a good shot, but Lewis will repair. Lewis still on the back foot here. 15 vil lead for Lewis. And he has wheelbarrow. MBL with bowsaw. Castle for Lewis. And does MBL have to force a push on the castle now? Late game, Arumi swordsman should eat berserks, right? Hulk's in the next upgrade? I'll call it an update and not necessarily an upgrade, but yes, the next update. Demos could work with how small the pond is. Okay, Mangonel's trading. Trading mangonels, I guess I'm going to say they're better for Lewis now. He still has a much bigger eco than MBL does. That dock, well, I'd say mostly outside the range of the tower, but not quite, not quite. And that is a ton of longboats for MBL, who wants to win the water as the Vikings. But Imp is clicked for Lewis, and does this mean we see Therisidai from Lewis, the ship that apparently is made up on Wikipedia, added to the game for the Dravidians? Guess it's just as real as the scimitar-throwing Mamluks, then. So Light Cav looking for a raid, but spears are here for Lewis. Monks want some conversions. Vikings versus Britons? I mean, it should have been Celts versus Britons on Loch Ness for the final game. Imp on the way. MBL not close to going Imp, but he would have to use the market. Ram push from MBL, who has a 500 score lead, but a lot of that score lead is due to Imp. MBL in a position where he can eat a second TC. Okay, this game is absolutely crazy. Skirms come forward. Monks want conversions. Couple of conversions on the Knights. Mangonel taken out by the Knight. Monks want more conversions on the Light Cav. And the Light Cav wants to snipe a Vil. TC wants to snipe the Light Cav. Down it goes. And Lewis here, one Mangonel. How much attention is MBL paying? Lewis gets back. Lewis gets back. He's going to sacrifice the TC for a tower. A few more TCs on the side. Who's gotten the relics? It's 2 to 3 with 1 relic remaining. 2 relics for MBL, 3 for Lewis. Neither with a forward monastery, both with monasteries at home. So, 2 TCs lost for Lewis, and MBL has caught up in Vils, but he himself is not up to Imp. He's floating a ton of gold. He can buy himself up whenever he wants now, but he's cleared the docks and has water control now. There's Imp for Lewis. Score lead, part of that is probably water for MBL? Bracer on the way for Lewis. Does Lewis have an opportunity maybe to castle the water, redock, and do Therisidai? How do Therisidai do against longboats? I have no idea. At least he won't need upgrades. Do Therisidai die to Viking demos, though? So MBL up to Imp himself. Res collected, still better for Lewis, but they're really close. Lewis doing another TC. He'll probably take the Vil lead while MBL's up to Imp then, if he gets another TC. MBL doing his third right now. Vil's fighting the Light Cav, the Viking Light Cav, getting raids in. Elephant Archer. Elephant Archers become really tricky for Vikings to deal with, right? This is a matchup where if Lewis holds and gets enough Elephant Archers, he should win, right? He can get Bombard Cannon. Those are tricky for Vikings to deal with. I don't know. I feel late game, maybe Dravidians are favored, but that's assuming they have the eco for their techs. And that's 2 Mangonels down. 2 Mangonels down. Oh my gosh, the monks could convert elephants. Dude can... Oh my gosh. Monks! Monks! 1 conversion. Is Lewis devoted? He's not devoted. His civ doesn't have heresy. The skirms are there. Skirms didn't prevent 1 conversion. He wants to convert it back, though. You convert 1 elephant, I convert it back. I don't think that's how the Vikings work, MT Explore. So archery range for MBL. Needs to scout the shoreline. That he has. He found the docks. This is why I think there needs to be a castle in front of the docks, maybe even closer to the shore. But here come Elephant Archers for a raid. And again, remember, MBL's monastery is forward. How does he stop this? He's going to need monasteries at home. He's in the car asking for monks, and they don't have monasteries at home. Has to be quick towers. Skirms on the way. Imp on the way. Bracer on the way. Treb going for the tower. The longbows will kill some Vils. Elephants hitting the skirms. Come across the hill and hit the vills. Therisidai or longboat? I don't know. I would think Therisidai, but there are so many longboats out, 15 longboats, and longboats train extremely quickly, that we need a lot of docks from Lewis to get to Therisidai. And there are now Berserk's raiding as MBL takes a good score lead. And remember, MBL is under no pressure to push here, because 75 minutes in, he would win if he maintains the score lead. Maybe the pressure, though, is if Lewis gets enough elephant archers, the Vikings won't be able to fight that. And I don't know if MBL actually can deliver a killing blow before that happens. There is ballistics for Lewis, and elephant archers should take out Castle Age mangonels. Viking siege, nothing really to write home about. Monk there still. So Imperial Age monks, how are the monks for the Vikings? No sanctity hurts. They do have block printing. No illumination, no theocracy. They do at least have fervor. But yeah, Viking monks not that good. Monastery going down here for MBL. Lewis might reclaim the relics. I think he can keep shrubbing. MBL thinking, let's take the wood. Of course, a wood game. Oh, elephants dying. That'll open the score more for MBL. And cannon galleons now for MBL. And is this a situation where Lewis can get on the water? It would have to be for Therisidai. Does he have the healing unique tech? Does not have medical core, no. Does not have root steel. Does not have shipwright. Shipwright probably prohibitively expensive for him. Alright, when the ad timer ticks down, if someone could click snooze, that'd be great. We'll do ads before TTL after this. So handcart on the way for Lewis. What are we good against the Ellie Archers? Monks and skirms? Monks, skirms, berserks, maybe? I don't know, and Lewis's plan to retake the water is failing. All the resources by the water will be out of his control until he does. And the elephant archers will go around. Yeah, I don't know if clicking it now still disables it for the time, like the 2 minutes remaining before it says ad starts. But it should disable it for 5 minutes after that. I've heard it doesn't. Yeah, you gotta wait for it to be like Kobe at the buzzer. So relics pop out for Lewis. At least they're on the inside. MBL keeps pushing. MBL, who is down 3-1, making a comeback. Good score lead in this game. But here come the elephant archers. 9 elephant archers for Lewis. They're getting their armor upgrades. And if MBL doesn't have monks at home, I don't know how he cleans this. These elephants could do a ton of damage right now. Conscription on the way, chemistry on the way for Lewis. And they're getting in on the wood line. On the wood line, killing some vills. Down they go. Oh, and this is a good raid. Is it enough of a raid? Res collected 3k? Now 2.5k more for MBL. He has not noticed his villagers dying. At the same time, he has skirms doing a counter raid, killing Lewis's farmers. Both players losing their vills. MBL taking the entire map. What's this? More vills forward. They're chased by skirms. Bombard cannon incoming. Bombard cannon can turn things around for the Vikings in a hurry. Stokin grabbing the relics for Lewis. Grabbing the relics that MBL had. And he's feudal spearman against the Viking light cav. What a matchup. And the vills are here. Is MBL gonna notice that? Where are the vills going? Can he buy stone and do like one tower here and then do murder holes? Oh, barracks. What's he gonna afford from barracks? Well, what? MBL has to see this, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I think MBL has this. I think he has it. Feudal Spearman. A last-ditch effort to raid MBL's eco. He's holding it home. Res collected not really changing all that much. He still has a ton of forward docks he should probably delete the foundations of and get the wood back from. Needs to remember to do that if it goes for a score victory. The score is opening up a bit for MBL. Maybe the Dravidian skirms are pushing back, though. Like, right now, militarily, I don't know what the Vikings do better than the Dravidians. Berserks lose to Arumi. Viking skirms lose to Dravidian skirms. Viking light cav probably would lose to Woot Steel light cav of the Dravidians. They hold the water, but if Lewis ever gets back, then he goes Therisidai. MBL has to hold this position. Lewis has to protect the Trebs. Gambeson's longsword's on the way for him. If he can make this swap and push back against the skirms before he runs out of gold, that's one thing. But the gold control is an issue for him, as all the gold is forward around Loch Ness. And unless Nessie comes and eats a whole bunch of longboats, I don't see Lewis getting back. And a longsword, but MBL sees that and says, I'll do my own longswords, I got extra HP. If you don't have Whocl steel, which is expensive, my longswords will be better. And there is Champion on the way for Lewis. And Berserks. Probably don't want to fight Dravidian champions. But now Lewis can grab the relics. And if Lewis could push out here and get the wood access, I don't think the cannon galleons could hit that if he takes it properly. He's grabbing more relics. MBL didn't grab the relic at the top. Dravidian skirm's doing well. Crop rotation for MBL, getting ready for the long game. There's Champion. Final armor on the way. Champions cannot be too close to the shoreline. They can go for the ranges in the back. Longboats don't even do that well against land units. Champions will run away. MBL's vision, he sees everything aside from the back of Lewis's base here. He has great vision. Lewis's vision, he sees his corner. Sees his corner. And he's holding in his corner. So he's not going to give up until the time limit, I'm sure. Or at least close to it from this position. But he needs to break out. As I said, it's up to him to break out. And MBL just needs to hold and hope that the gold situation means there's not going to be a huge elephant archer mass. The gold situation, though, could be 5 relics for Lewis. Could be 5 relics for Lewis. And champion versus champions. Again, Vikings with more HP. They do destroy 1 Treb, but not enough champions here yet for MBL. Lewis still trying to break out. And if Lewis had found a way to get Imp and get to Therisidai and get water control back, this would probably be a different game, but it wasn't quite the right timing for him. Is that real? Yes, it is real. And we got TTL after this, so we might even be going 12 hours today. Should wall the top. I agree. Some walls here would be nice. Wall on the top. He has wall at the bottom. Lewis, though, thinking of barracks and raids, but MBL spots it. He spots it. He has the map awareness. He's ready to hold on. And that very last Vikings pick at the end, letting him play Koreans on Hengehold. Clutch. Absolute clutch. So another trip down. Lewis moving with Bills. Wants an outpost. Lewis loves doing outposts. There's Whocl Steel. So Whocl Steel champions feel that MBL probably doesn't have an Arbalest swap to deal with that. They should. I think they should be better than Viking champions, ignoring armor. And champion raids inside of Lewis's eco. MBL pulls ahead in score. Lewis trying to clean this up. Longboats killing champions. The champions also starting to destroy buildings. If the 2 barracks go down, that's huge, because then the champions stop. But I guess MBL has more barracks that appear on the front. What are the market prices then? Market prices. Gosh, yeah. Wood has collapsed, but food is still decent. Does Lewis have a market still? Oh, Lewis might not have a market. He needs to make sure he has a market. Market is the most important building you have. Looks like a campaign wall back there. Where's the market? There we go. So food is still good. Food is still good to sell. Problem is, Lewis doesn't have food either. So yeah, now Lewis is out of gold. He is out of gold. All the gold forward on the water. And he doesn't have any water control at all. Is that a blue incursion? That's a single barracks, not something that's going to threaten MBL. Doing arson. He is an arson champion there. That champion saying, I got this. I'll take care of this barracks myself. And I think MBL has done it. I think MBL has done it. Oh, and apologies for the ad on Twitch. I should have ran one right before we started the wreck. And heartbreaking for Lewis, who is up 3-1.
Sari. Ungal Sittam. Ja?
And tower down. Yeah, we only get 3 postpones, unfortunately. Champions attacking the longboats. They go down. Another champion attacking the siege workshop. And feels like it's going to be the end for Lewis. Oh, we'll have one good stand ground patrol to end things. We can't have a set without a good stand ground patrol. Look at this. All right, the ad break ends just in time for a pile of corpses after a stand ground patrol. And there we go. GG. MBL will do it. Heartbreaking for Lewis. But we watch it, and 321 to 294 KD in favor of MBL, and the abandoned feudal water push on land strategy worked for him. Worked for him, and Lewis, unfortunately, with a 3-1 lead, couldn't close it out. Perhaps it was a mistake to let MBL draft Koreans. And then at the very end of the draft, too, MBL making great use of that Vikings pick. So 4-3, MBL, congrats to him. Winning on Loch Ness. Win for the Vikings, loss for the Dravidians. Ooh. Dang, that's a tough late game matchup, too, for the Dravidians. Dang, that is impressive for MBL, so MBL will qualify. And our last qualifier then will be the winner of Sebastian Sato versus Viper. That will be tomorrow. The second set will be live at 17 GMT. Rex will be sometime before that. I'm guessing 15 GMT. We have a bunch of TTL tomorrow. And we're not done here tonight. It's only been 9 hours. We have TTL tonight. So as long as the heat is not picked up by the microphone, I'm good to keep going. So let's update the title. So what sets should I cast, Arbase? I don't even know what's happening in TTL right now. What is going on? What's going on in TTL? I need a dashboard. Didn't we cast Lamo Whocl? Or I casted Lamo versus someone else. Too cold to not have. You know, I had to do it all day because of the audio, I was afraid, but it seems like it's okay, so we'll just keep going. Where are we? TTL. Are these silver or gold? Has to be silver, right? Whocl, Lamo. Silver. Oh, I don't have the Rex on the dashboard. So let me go to the TTL Discord. Lots of stuff. Alright, I casted him yesterday. It was another match, though. It was another match. Thank you for the chill stream. Gonna lurk, see you on the other side. Well, thank you for stopping by the chat. The VOD Watcher. Perfect name for lurking. I'm catching up on the admin chat. And let's check up on TTL. So, we have... Where is the wreck Broadcaster chat, restart game details. Silver, Group C. Whocl versus Lamo. We'll do that first. Yeah, so this will be Whocl versus Lamo at T90 official Titans League !TTL. Done. And let's set up our overlay for this. Clear that overlay. Set up a TTL overlay. Give us a logo. This will be silver and play all three. This will be Whocl against Lamo and drafting. There we go. One draft and a second draft. All right, let me update my YouTube title too. And I will play ads and take a very quick break just to reset the timer now. So actually, I will wait slightly, then I'll play ads because I can't play them immediately after the pre-rolled ad or the forced ads. So when is the actual LAN? On Easter. The finals are on Easter, but the LAN is early April. Let me update my YouTube title. And this is Titans League TTL Silver Whocl versus Lamo. And what's the other set we're doing here? It'll be then Antagonist versus Babaorum. Then I'll do hosted by at T90 official. Boom. Then as for thumbnails, pick the thumbnail and then put this back afterwards. Remind me to change my thumbnail when we're done. Music thumbnails. Hopefully I have a thumbnail for this TTL. I know I do somewhere. Oh, where's my TTL thumbnail? Is it maybe in the TTL folder? Yes, it is. Boom. Okay, YouTube updated. YouTube updated. So, like I said, I will take a very quick break, and then I can do the ads now. Good. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back, and then we'll do some TTL. Alright, how's everyone doing? We're gonna continue here with some TTL. I still need a moment to get the Rex set up. But the next set's gonna be clown matches. Here we're gonna have Monocle, African River, and Tulo! Yes, we're gonna see our first Tulo game. Then I'll have seen all the games. All the maps, all the maps. So let's just double check. Who's still even live? I guess everyone probably goes off soon. MBL streaming, we did it. We're going to be doing some TTL now. So let's see. Rex, where are my Rex? I have my Rec folder open. Downloads there. Now I need to download the Rex from Arbase. Where are the Rex? Silver Rex. There we go. Let's see. Windows 10, why do you not have a clear... There we go, extract all. I'll download the Rex from the next set too while I'm here, just so I don't forget. So I need to restart the game real quick. Downloads, and we're good to go, I think. Oh. Lovely renamed Rex, yes. So that means MBL does qualify. Lewis just misses out. So that's so far Vinch, MBL, Yo, and last will be one spot among Viper, Zito, and Sebastian for tomorrow. I can close that. I can close the dashboard for now. Don't need the placeholder. Hold on. That's something I deleted already. Yes, it is. All right, good. Just checking I deleted something from another overlay. And let's see, the capture age, I'll need the TTL logo. I think that's all I need. Yeah, I'll need to update capture age for the new sets. Alright, so many buttons I gotta click, but I think we're just about done clicking. And TTL time. Tough Teutons League. It's a T90 Titans League. So long set, and then I eat because I'm hungry. Or two sets, I think. Morning. Hello, Phoenix Gaming. They were really good. Lewis MBL was amazing, filled with drama. And it's time for some TTL. Whocl versus Lamo. Game 1 Monocle. And let's go tab over. See what's going on here. So I have... What is AIM? What is AIM? Is he using AOL Instant Messenger? I don't know what that is. Never seen AIM before. It's an AOE name. Also, is my stream title updated? I hope it is. So, Monocle. I think we will speed the Dark Age a bit. Dravidians, Goths, more longsword civs. This map with all the shorefish has been all about longswords. So... yeah, a few spots where it's hard to place a mill. It doesn't really feel that bad to me. Maybe it is for some players. I don't know. I think you can always get mills down. I do want to adjust the rocks to prevent castle placements, though. think, obviously, the more I look at this, the more I think the mills really aren't that big of a problem. I don't know. Here it maybe is. I could try to force it so there's always a mill spot on the inside, or always on the outside. Just by shifting them a tile. Still keeping the 2 rows. I'm still thinking, So how's the stone? The stone looks fine on the outside. That's something I still want to touch up, but looks okay for here. And we'll speed the Dark Age up to get to the Men-at-Arms. Get fast to the Men-at-Arms. Ah, it's so nice to have a Dark Age and a 3-ville start. And no Koreans. Imagine Feudal Age Fire Lancers. I guess that's what Flemish Militia almost are. So, mill on the outside. Yep, finds a spot for a mill. Hello, hello, hello. Vidinkor, how are you doing? Mill on the outside too. So taking the hunt in the Dark Age, waiting until Feudal for the mill. And we'll have Men-at-Arms in the middle from Whocl and Lamo. I'm going to leave the civs there. I think I don't want to mess around with flags too much. I'm going to do flags when I update my overlay. And the idea is going to be flags down here, unique units for the civs up here. And then we'll link the in-game and out-of-game scoreboard so I don't need to change both of them all the time.
Sorry. என்ன கட்டளை?
Men-at-Arms killing some vills, so early Men-at-Arms upgrade for the Dravidians.
உங்கள் சித்தம்.
Will be inside and outside on the mill. And on the shorefish, killing a vill here. Nice block from the scout, making sure the vill can't Alcatraz himself. And the player Whocl is Chilean and Lamo. Is he... Where's Lamo from? Was he... I'm forgetting where he's from. Was he Latvian or Estonian? Latvia? He's Latvian. Who is the player who's Estonian? Yeah, I know there was an Estonian player. Let's got a second mill there for Lamo. Overtaken's Estonian, right? Right. Right, he had the kind of cyanish flag. Yes, okay, now I remember. On Idleville by the mill. It's always going to be tough to deal with, Idlevilles by the mill. Idleville's now on the box turtles and the shorefish. Chile and Latvia, yeah. Like I said, still more overlay updates for me to do. Whenever I get a break from casting and map scripting, I'll work on them.
உங்கள் சித்தம். சரி.
And Men-at-Arms attacking vills on the outside. Vills go down.
என்ன கட்டளை?
And they will attack the Man-at-Arms in the middle. Down he goes. Brain always puts... It does, right? My brain does that too, but he's not. He's not at all.
உங்கள் சித்தம்.
My brain does that for Overtaken too. I don't know why. Maybe I just confuse him for Ozone.
உங்கள் சித்தம்.
Vill's still going down to the Men-at-Arms. That is a good killing of the villagers there from Whocl. That's 4 kills from him, but more idle TC time. That makes up for it a bit. Nice looking map. Yeah, maybe a tiny couple of more changes I need to make to it. But it's just very subtle things, and we're at the point where subtle adjustments take a lot of map scripting, unfortunately. But it was originally a Truzini map. I touched up a bit for this. Archers hitting the Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms going down, potentially. You need a tower on the fish. Yeah, that's what I've been seeing consistently. Towers on the fish. So archers hitting the men-at-arms. Scout hitting a Vil. Archers hitting Vils. Vils go down. Archers hitting skirms too. And the archers will have to run off the side. And still hitting the men-at-arms. Alright, hitting the men-at-arms, running away. And what did you say? Tower? There's no tower there. And there's a reason I've seen towers on the shorefish almost every single game I've casted here. No tower, no win for Lamo. 1-0 for Whocl. I think tower makes all the difference there. I agree. Needed to be quicker for the tower. Goths don't have the same eco as Dravidians on this map. Dravidian's going to be a popular pick with the shorefish. There's more res collected for Whocl. There we go. Best full feudal civ. With more resources collected and fewer vills. I mean, the hunt bonus will be great. But remember the Dravidians. Does Capture Age count the plus 200 wood they get for free? I'm not actually sure if it does. Not entirely sure if it does. Faster attacking skirms. That's a win for Whocl, who I think should be the favorite here. Had an amazing set against Gabby in the first round. Gabby still, I think, is the overall favorite of mine to win the group. But definitely not an easy task. So what is up next? We will have game 2, but I will remember to do ads between the games to keep them off during the games. Thanks for not letting me forget, Brain. Isn't resources collected? We'll need to check that at some point. I need to remind myself of that. Didn't you go for Goths? What was the map you played game 1 there? There was a river. African river? Is that it? Game 2 will be on the first time I've seen Tulo played. The first time I've seen Tulo. This is a Regicide map, so Regicide start. Did a lot of hacking to get the gates working here. Not as much as Coast Arena. But yeah, our first Tulo. Oh, Valley, yes. Was that the game? Was that the game with the extensive Dark Age drush? I think T90 has that on his YouTube channel. Or was that a different one I'm thinking of? I've casted too many TTL games at this point. They all started to blend together. So Whocl versus Lamo game number 2. And here we are with Whocl as the Blue Aztecs to the west. And Aztecs for Regicide. I don't think I've ever seen this fortified tower before. I probably have in a campaign. I don't think I've seen them on Regicide before. That's a beautiful tower. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. I wish the new castles were this amazing. Even has a bit of the red color in the building at the base. That is beautiful. So on the other side, we will have Lamo as the way. I've seen this tower many times. Lake Poyang nightmares from it. The gates. I hope you all enjoy the gates because those took a while to position. But they work and are less hacky, although still very hacky compared to Coast Arena. Walking down the stairs seems like an OSHA hazard. That's how the stairs were in my grandparents' house when they built it, probably in the 60s. The stairs were very steep. I don't know how my grandmother managed to do it late in her life. She's very carefully holding onto both railings and taking them one at a time. I've never seen Dutch stairs. And oh my gosh, it's regicide. This is what we wanted to see. Loomless villagers getting poached down by the eagle. Whocl wants to get another block. And this is why I picked Aztecs. Extra gold at the start. Extra gold at the start. Regicide. You don't start with enough gold for Loom. But if you pick Aztecs, you start with gold enough for a Drush. Oh, the Drush. The lovely Drush. What's that queen doing? Oh yeah, also, 50-50 shot of having a queen on the map versus a king. So queen's this game. Little Easter egg I added. So, well, GG, that was fast. The Drush, so why Aztecs? Because Aztecs start with plus 50 gold. Remember, they used to start with free loom in AOC, but that was changed to plus 50 gold. And now, he used the gold for an instant barracks and a Drush, knowing that Lamo would come forward for the dock. Beautiful strategy from Whocl. That was my first question. Why the Aztecs, other than this tower? It was for the barracks and the Drush. Can I actually? I want to go back real quick. That was a 3-minute game. I want to watch that. I want to watch that build order again. Can Capture Age go back for us? Yes, it will. That's a fast Tulo game. Yeah. So immediate instant barracks. I was looking at the tower. I didn't even notice that. No, tower, you're so beautiful. You distracted me. Paying attention to the barracks. Immediate barracks. 50 gold versus 0. The Vills are idle. He doesn't even know what he's doing. Idled Vills taking the farms. Are farms faster than buffaloes? They are faster than buffaloes, aren't they? Regicide Fortress. Do you have sheep usually? I think maybe no, just the farms. So anyway, it is militia from the barracks. 2 militia Drush. And it worked out exactly the way he envisioned it. This is the man with a plan, and the plan worked. Doing a house. He was slightly housed there. 19 seconds of idle time due to not having the house. But then he goes for the dock. Doesn't do loom himself. But Aztec's the only civ with gold enough to Drush like this. Dang. Steep steps in that tower. Maybe that's how he has the gold. Tripped and fell on those steps, collected the insurance money, and spent it on the militia. And he has 1 Vil long distance mining the gold too, in case he needs to do a 3rd militia. Then they come in, and the rest is Drush on the Vils. Boom. Alright, beautiful. Queen up there in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't need to scout anything. GG. And honestly, I can't blame Lamo there. That was a quick loss. But I can't blame him for the GG. Well thought out by Whocl. And it worked out. Oh, that was brilliant. In Empire Wars, you start with the barracks. Not in 3-Vil start, though. Not in a standard game. And let's see, where we at? It'll be game 3 on African River. Another potentially super fast game. This might be the fastest set we've ever had. There was that game, I don't know if Arbase you saw it, where Moore sent his Vil the wrong way on Zimbabwe, and then called GG at like just over a minute. So, will we have Dark Age shenanigans here? Deer look pretty balanced. And TTL, yep, and TTL. I think it was against Stark. I do rotate the map in 2 directions now, but the hunt is always to the south. Missed the start because the last one was so short. Yep, I understand that. So, Ostrich pushes, Deer pushes here. And don't see any Dark Age shenanigans going on right now. I even forgot to play the ad because the last one was so short. Hopefully that doesn't matter. Remember to stay hydrated. The set after this might be crazy long too, because it's 3 closed maps. And we'll see how creative Whocl could be with his lumber camp positioning. Okay, that's an okay one. 2 Vils on the inside. Put more on the outside. Ooh, laming, let's go. Let's go, stealing the rhino. Lamo, and actually you want to run across the shallows because then Vils can't palisade to stop this. Not only is it shorter, but it's not palisadable. Okay, after that quick game, let's get a lame. Let's get 2 rhinos as the Inca, who already have the llama, and just not need farms. Push in some more ostriches. Forgot I was going to take these off. Ugh. I'm super surprised you can't hear the heat behind me, because I can hear that like crazy. So, fun fact, what is the fun fact, Arbase? And he sent the lobby code for Game 3. I'm waiting for the conclusion. I have headphones, I can't really hear anything. Okay. The message of the far apart Discord puts your name between messages, but not here. Ah, okay, so that's how you knew something was up. That's how you knew something was up. So you thought they probably just restarted the game, and you watched this thinking it's Game 2, when really it was Game 3. Because they can pick either home map, they can play the home maps out of order. It's not just the loser plays their home map guaranteed, they play them in either order. Thought they rehosted the Tulo lobby. Our base was extra confused. So Ostrich goes down. F, pay respects to StarCraft? What's going on with StarCraft? Is there StarCraft news? Hello, Foreseen Cow. Hope you are foreseeing a wonderful evening. Map looks really interesting. It is a cool one. Definitely a lot of randomness to it, despite being kind of fixed. If that makes any sense. Thermal? I don't know who that is. StarCraft 2 player. Oh, also, Arbase, I don't know if you realized, but I balanced the relics a bit. So it's always going to be kind of like one relic somewhat near each pond, because that's basically how the map usually worked. But then the extra relic, I moved from being back in the corner, so it's not going to be a 3-2 lead for one player. It's always going to be either kind of up or down, so it's more fair. So the relics should always be evenly balanced now. Yeah, I saw one game where it was back there, and I was like, it's not that bad, but let's just fix it before someone loses due to relics. Oh yeah, I also need to fix that sheep on bypass. That's another one of those, oh, we've used the map so many times, I don't need to touch the sheep code where I should have touched the sheep code. Haven't seen that at all. It's either going to be a loose grouping thing or a min-distance group placement thing. It's happened on quite a few maps. It's very rare, but does happen indeed. And Whocl? Avanzado a la Edad Feudal. I guess that means he's the host of these wrecks. Because that does not look Latvian. Man-at-Arms and Double-Bit Axe on the way. Where are those militia? They're finding a tower on the woodline from Whocl. His game is also Spanish. Is that why we confuse him for a South American? Even though he's not? Maybe that's why my mind always thinks he's South American. Because his game's in Spanish. And he's not from Spain. Barracks there from Whocl. And Men-at-Arms not really doing any damage. We've seen some aggressive Men-at-Arms plays on this map, but the tower went up in time for Whocl to protect everything in the back. Instead, he'll be fighting on the water. And I eat cavemen. I hope they're tasty. Thank you for the follow. Probably not many of those around these days. What do you think Nessie eats in Loch Ness? So, archery range follow-up to the men-at-arms, while no water presence, now just one fire. Scotsman. I'll eat those Celt men-at-arms. Pizza, tourists. The only Latvian? There is Klavskis, too. That would have been years ago, though. He was a clown-type player. So fire galleys for Lamo, but he has lost the fish already. Has lost the fish, and has lost the res collected lead that he gained from the lame early on. And Vill's still chopping the trees. There is now a hole and passage towards the tower. He could be able to quick wall that. They used to feed Nessie dead Englishmen. That would make sense for a creature in Scotland.
Now then.
So, men-at-arms, finding the berries. Is this finally Lamo gonna get some kills on the Vittles? Oh, that was a sad engagement there. He'll destroy the mill. No, he won't because the archers are out. Oh, that was painful to watch. When the men-at-arms don't block the Vittles the way you want, and I get like a tiny hit. Oh. What was my opinion? I thought that was a really good set. That was a really good set. Must be heartbreaking for Lewis to get so close. But Emil's a really good player. He knows what he's doing. That last game was crazy. That last game was absolutely crazy. So fire galley is going down around here. And Lamo kind of coming back on the water, but not before Whocl clicks up. And Whocl having two docks of fish. Really concentrating on the water while defending with towers. Well done for his defense. Well done with handling the men-at-arms aggression. Gurms for the archers, but archers will camp the TC. Castle Age on the way for Whocl. I do wonder if we'll ever see someone dock the middle and go war galleys to attack a TC. And maybe as I say that, Whocl will do exactly that. You could also go demos there to hit Vills. We won. That was MBL winning the final set there in Red Bull. We have one more set tomorrow with Viper. Or Sato, Sebastian, then Viper. And ooh, nice demo. Nice demo. So blacksmith in 2 ranges. Edad de los Castillos. And the range here hit by the men-at-arms. We've seen some middle dock, so what's coming out of the middle dock? Anything Castle Age up for Lamo? How many demos does it take to destroy a TC? Is there ever a world we see War Galley in an outside dock, double, triple dock demos and explode the TC? Like 8. Oh, Lamo will call the GG. He's not even gonna wait for Castle. I feel counts were the same. This is a game where I say put Hera in Lamo's position, and okay, maybe not. That looks kind of deadly. That Vill not enduring death. So 3-0 for Whocl. He just tripped and fell. 9-2. That Vill's friends will run faster than he did. And GG. Yeah, after the lame, too, I had hope with the lame. Maybe we need to make laming stronger. Encourage people to lame more. Okay, well, next we'll just have another set. We have Babaorum versus Antagonist. I didn't even update the overlay here. UCL 3-0. Wins everything. I forgot to do all the overlays after that. Let's see, was he even that game? Was the Malians. Game 2 was Aztecs over Y. Oh, he could have just done eco upgrades and made up for the dead vills. AIM, I have no idea what that is, Tobino, though. I don't know what AIM is. Been here for almost 10 hours? Yes. 9 hours and 49 minutes to be exact. So next will be Babaorum versus Antagonist. This will be our last set for today. Our final 10-hour set to end it all. And let's see what I have here. This will be 1 minute of ads, and then we'll just update everything and go. So, Babaorum and Antagonist. Did I spell Babaorum correctly? I did not. I don't know how to say that name either. I've been told many different ways, and I've never gotten it. Okay, and the draft for this set is epic. The draft for this set is incredibly epic. And nope, I need to swap the names around on the scoreboard first. And these drafts will be, I hope you like clown maps, because we have 3 clown maps here. We'll have Zimbabwe, Tulo, and Costa Rica, the maps for this set. So that's Zimbabwe, the neutral map, Tulo, Antagonist's home map, and Costa Rica, Babaorum's home map. I know Antagonist has done quite a bit of Tulo from Stronghold Frenzy. Civs, look at those civs. Bohemians, Malay, Persians, Bengalis, Burgundians, Dravidians, Malians, Byzantines, Portuguese, and Tatars. Alright, now we'll say 8 out of the 10 civs are clown civs. And Dravidians, Tatars, the nose there. So Dravidians, I guess... Ooh, I mean, Dravidians, where do you use them? You can actually dock on Zimbabwe. I've never seen it. But you can dock there if you really want to. Byzantines, I think, for Tulo, though, for Fires in the Small Pond. Dravidians for Costa Rica. And Portuguese for Zimbabwe. Then maybe Persians for Tulo. Malay for Costa Rica, and Bohemians for Zimbabwe? I mean, like, those are great civs for Antagonist. I'd be surprised. I don't know, I like Byzantines as a close map civ. So the ad's done. Can we get into this? I think we can get into this. Game 1 on Zimbabwe. So, here you are. Babaorum will be in the green, playing as the Byzantines. Antagonist in the blue, playing as the Bohemians. So, Byzantines versus Bohemians. And the scout for Babaorum will run down here. And Ivy, hello Ivy. Dino Dance. In the chat, how you doing? Both players will have a Rhino to lure in. And we'll see how quickly they go for Antagonist taking the Water Buffalo rather than heading straight for it. You can afford Loom on this map, not a Regicide map. And the Rhino will be lured in. So Byzantines, Bohemians, I think, what, you want to go monks as the Byzantines to defend? Oh, RBW logo, thank you. Forgot I had that there. Thank you. You're cold? I am too, Ivy. It's warm now, though. I turned the heat up. So Rhino being shot by the TC, and down it goes. And Lumber Camp on the front wood there for Babaorum, maybe anticipating a Hussite wagon push and a move to a back wood line that he wants to keep full and ready to be chopped later on. Meanwhile, we have a Vil coming out here for Antagonist, but not before Babaorum goes with the scout to lame the rhino. Now, there are more elephants down here, and even more rhinos on the side, but farther away, guarded by some crocodiles, and perhaps harder to lure in. Now, I think there has to be a Vil that comes down here. And the scout chasing, as Babaorum very carefully tries to run away. And he's going to hope that he can run far enough that Antagonist gives up the chase. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. All the way to the corner. And he needs to avoid the scout somehow. So Antagonist cannot see this. But if that goes for the back gate... It's been in the negatives, around negative 25 last night. It's supposed to be negative 20. Yeah, it's been negatives around here, but not quite that bad. I was outside in -1 the other day. Antagonist so close to finding this. Babaorum running all the way to the side to stay hidden. And he's gonna do it. He's gonna make it. Antagonist. Oh, will he double back in time to find it? Babaorum has to go for a side gate, I think. Is Antagonist trying to go there too? See, the gate's over there. The scout's down there. And he's not gonna find it. He's not gonna find it. Successful steal. Successful steal. And, oh, that boar wanted to walk outside. We've seen that happen on closed maps before. Boars walk outside the gates. And that water buffalo running far enough away that it doesn't get taken by the Vils. Is all this idle time worth it? For one rhino? I guess if you're denying it from Antagonist. Did he lure in an elephant? Oh, I don't see an elephant yet, just a boar. You can take your boars and go for the elephants later, I guess. Maybe time to speed the Dark Age up a bit since it is a closed map. Lons, hello, Wooz. Lons to you. How you doing? How's the winter storm going? Very stormy. Cold and snowy. Oh, a steal there from Antagonist, stealing a buffalo. Maybe that's stealing it back, though. What was a buffalo doing outside? I guess scouting a wood line. So Feudal Age first for Antagonist. Could this be fast imp for Babaorum? Taking the forward res first to plan for the back. 26 Vils, that's kind of slow these days, especially with extra elephants. Could this be fast imp monks? Oh, there's the scout, luring in an elephant. Luring with the scout. Has to be some type of monk then, because he plans on healing the scout. I like that. Laming. Okay, stealing back and forth on gates that were being held open. So, loom on the way for Babaorum. This has to be monks then if he's doing loom. Wants to go forward. But fast imp monks, that's the question. I'm still going, yep. After all the weather I've had today, too. Gotta make sure I get the stream in. And huge TTL day tomorrow, too, so I don't want to fall behind on Rex. I've been casting everything so far. So 2 TCs for Antagonist. 1, 2... And it'll be a 2 TC boom. So Bosa on the way for Antagonist. Or a 3 TC boom. Sorry, 3 TC boom with 2 additional TCs. How are you doing, Wise Turtle? Oh, hope the viewing stress didn't get too much to you. We had the drama and anticipation of the no spectators situation. Monastery is coming up for Babaorum, and University in the back. You're a bit fluish. Oh, I'm sorry. Here to chill with the rest of the evening then. It's quite the evening indeed. I hope your flu gets better. I've been lucky not to get sick yet, but I think that just means I'm gonna get incredibly sick when we travel for Red Bull though. Or when I travel for Red Bull. So TC up here too. It's going strong. Just double check things on Twitch. And it's fitting for what was such a sick qualifier. There's Imp on the way for Babaorum. Monk healing the Scout. Scout all healed up. Is that a T90 eating emote? I think it is. What's he eating, if not salmon? And it is Fast Imp. Oh my gosh, Fast... Yes! Fast Imp Monks from Babaorum. This is my favorite thing in AoE 2. Fast Imp Monks from the Byzantines. He'll be Imp around 19 minutes. Using the extra food from the elephants, he got a lame. He healed his Scout. Faster Byzantines healing. 6 relics on the map he can pick up. And he sees the Scout from Antagonist, so he knows what to do against the Scout. He can maybe keep his monk in the north safe from it. And he wants the conversion. There he tries to block if the Scout runs away, but the Scout gets away. Atonement on the way for converting monks. And no castle drop behind this. Is there a university? Yeah, there's a university, so this could simply be bombard cannon. You do need a unit to break the walls, and cannon probably the cheapest if you do chemistry. But no food. No food for chemistry because chemistry is clicked. There you go, chemistry and block printing, and you can do 1 forward workshop. And if your opponent doesn't have a bunch of halbs out, or I mean doesn't have a bunch of scouts out, you don't need a barracks for going for the cheap spears. Monastery is so cool. I do enjoy the Mediterranean architecture. Byzantines using the Middle East was always one of my favorites too, the old Middle Eastern architecture. That was my favorite of the original architectures. Oh, he's not going to push the walls. He's going to do the cannon to push the outside TC. So 20 villager advantage for Antagonist, but Imperial Age monks for Babaorum. And we'll have Castle Age chemistry and hand cannoneers as an attempt to counter Fast Imp monks. Oh my gosh, what the heck is this game? This is why we have the closed maps in the map pool. Let's go. So now you want the Imp upgrades for the monks. Block printing for extra range. Theocracy so you can group convert. Illumination to regenerate faith faster. You also want Sanctity, and you also want Fervor even. That's the least important though. So 3 more upgrades, that's a lot of gold. And kind of surprised he hasn't sold the stone, but if you do this without selling the stone, you give yourself the option to castle drop later. Either buying stone or mining it. Has to be really careful not to run into the TC. Has to keep swapping conversions. And he runs into the TC. No Sanctity and goes down. Okay, that is rough. Rough, but he's gonna keep going. And Theocracy on the way there for Babaorum. 9 Arabia clones? I mean, I wouldn't mind an Arabia-only tournament. But I wouldn't want Arabia clones. I don't think there's a point to playing a map that's like Arabia when you could simply play Arabia. What is this? What is this? Heresy. So it's going to be Heresy hand cannoneers for Antagonist. Heresy hand cannoneers, but he will lose a TC. And maybe he could be gifting some villagers for to Babaorum if he converts them. And there's not much gold in his base, or even at the south of the map. He will run out and try to grab them. Why doesn't he just use siege towers? You can't put monks in siege towers, can you? I don't think so. Unless you mean the hand cannoneer player. And honestly, hand cannoneers into the eco here could be amazing. Yeah, you could use the hand cannoneers. So, Babaorum finding the fills down there, trying to be annoying with a house in front of the gate. So the wall had to be deleted to go in and out. Well, that does mean Babaorum could get in. Imagine the villagers waltzing in right there. Okay, monks need conversions here, but heresy is in. Heresy indeed is in. He doesn't have devotion, but he has heresy. Now the cannons, or the cannon are trying to destroy the ranges. Doesn't have redemption for converting buildings. It's so expensive to do your monk upgrades here. And what's going to happen here? Vills come to fight. Monks do not want to convert Vills. They want to convert hand cannoneers. But the hand cannoneers have heresy. They are not being converted. They are, however, going down, but so are all of the monks. Every single one of them dead. Hand cannoneers working. Now it's 74 to 43 Vills, and I don't think the cannon will be enough at this point. Oh, they get the scout. Hand cannoneers pick it off. Another TC in this location being rebuilt from Antagonist. Cheaper to rebuild than to repair. That was great. That was absolutely great. And Vill's starting to go down. And I think this is a win here from Antagonist. Nicely done, nicely done. Great strat from Babaorum. Ooh, hand cannoneers get picked off. A great counterplay from Antagonist. New civs have ways of countering the Byzantines. Fortunately for the Byzantines. Oh, the Vill's melting on the gold. Yeah, we need Redemption Monk so he can get a Castle Age Bombard Cannon. That's my idea for the Bohemians. Give them, like, an 8 range Castle Age Bombard Cannon. And make that be the Halfnitze as their unique unit. Get rid of the Hussite Wagon. Put the Hussite Wagon in the workshop and make it more of a support unit instead of a kill everything unit. Soxy, hello Soxy. Yeah, Soxy can be in the good old go to bed watching the stream, wake up watching the stream situation. This is our final set of 3 games, though. Some more conversion attempts, but again, Heresy is in on the hand cannoneers. Antagonist still might want to be devoted, but Heresy the much more powerful tech, all in all. Your Hussite Wagon. There's a GG from Babaorum. Well done from Antagonist to counter the strat. Beautifully done with Heresy, hand cannoneers, in the Castle Age. All the credit in the world to Antagonist for coming up with a defense there. Because that was a well-executed defense. GG. And now let me just see. Do one very quick ad. And keep going. And I hope I've been doing a good job of keeping the ads away from the games. So that's 1 win for Antagonist. A win for Zimbabwe. That means we'll have Regicide Tulo and then Coast Arena. That's Bohemians over Byzantines. Oops, I didn't leave the game. I just gotta leave the game from the game. And game. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Game 2. And never mind. I reversed the in-game and out-of-game scoreboards in my mind. Game 2 will be Coast Arena. Game 2 will be Coast Arena. Game 3 will be Regicide Tulu. And here we go. Coast Arena. So here we go. So Antagonist will be the blue Persians to the southwest. Babaorum, the yellow Dravidians to the east. This is Coast Arena, originally designed by the Mad Catter. Also designed Immersion, and I think a similar tropical, bright, vibrant color scheme. What do I think of the relics? I think there are 4 relics that are fair. I prefer to see this relic maybe over here a bit, but I think it's fine. Slightly favoring Babaorum for 1 relic, but the rest, we have like 3 right down the middle, and this one is middle enough. I don't think it favors either of them. So I'm fine with the middle where 1 relic favors 1 player. And I don't think we can realistically make relics fair every single time and avoid stuff like this. So I'm fine with this. It should be on small individual islands for max pain. I've done that before on maps, like the corners of maps. That's what we could do for relics. We could put extra relics out here, and it would literally just be scenery because no one would ever bother to transport there. Relics Lake. There are relic carts in the game. Yeah, I think it does favor him, but I don't think it extremely favors him to the point that it makes the map unfair. I think that's well within the realm of randomness. In AOC, relics actually spawned inside of your walls. So, I don't want to be too nitpicky about relic positioning, but I still want to make sure it's fair. Make relics like Whack-A-Mole. So, Coast Arena, I've seen a couple of games here, and we did get to see a siege tower used as a tower on the map earlier. AOC, my beloved AOC. Gotta love AOC. So, dock coming out here. You do have 4 oysters in the back of your base, but you also have to be careful not to use all of the oysters too quickly, because then you might lose access to your forward gold, and not have the gold in the back that you really need. Maybe a cool thing could be some island out in the corners with oysters that you could collect, but so far you'd need to go out there and dock it, so it would be kind of dangerous and might give some more water advantage. Water walls, just palisade walls? They are sea walls, which are 50 more HP than palisade walls. You can't rebuild them, and that's especially on the shallows. You could rebuild over here if you delete them, but not the ones on the shallows, because that is shallows. Don't ruin the circle. You don't. A nice circular wall with 3 gates surely was easy to script. Ha ha ha, Vanilla Donut knows it was difficult. Vanilla Donut in the chat. Gonna get a chocolate donut one day. So, Warlord in Persians, Dravidians. So the players here feel like they're going more for water civs than for clown civs. We saw Spanish Byzantines before, which feels clowny. We saw Italians, Armenians, which feels hybridy. And I don't know if players have really figured out the meta or the civ picks yet. This makes you want to ruin it more. So Feudal Age on the way for Babaorum. Bill's taking the oyster. Do you need to repair... What do you need to repair them? That's a good question. I think wood, but I've never actually asked myself that question. Well, I'll have to test it out one day. Am I in contact with the devs? I mean, I know them. Doesn't mean they listen to me. They're palisades, so they can be repaired by wood. Oh, what is this? Sneaky antagonists. Saw this from Target. He is going around the outside. So, we also have a sneak from Babaorum deleting a wall. He's going around the outside. Let's go. Both players wanting some outside docks, but Babaorum will be forward. Antagonist just doing a farther away dock. And now the galley is there. So players using the outside for aggressive docks. And maybe doing a bit of feudal booming then. He was up pretty quickly. I'm sure you'll aim for the castle age rather fast. But that'll just be, what, 2 galleys here ready to snipe fish? Not the triple galley dock defense that we'll see from Antagonist in numbers, but it will disrupt the fish. Or we never see them in the map pool? Not because they're custom maps. They would need to add them officially. I don't know what their budget is. I think it is sad that you can't play custom maps as ranked games, or have any ranked lobby system like on Whocl. I think that people would really want to see that. They're adding more maps to the game? Well, they're just adding old Trezini maps to the game because they hired him in Forgotten Empires. And it's not like they're really new if you've been playing in tournaments. Ocarina, that's true, they added Ocarina. They finally did get a clown map added. There's Bozzies there. Is the wall official now? I forget if the wall was made official. The wall is a really great map. So galley there for Antagonist. As galleys shoot the galleys over here. Often do I play myself? I haven't played that much recently, so I've been casting a lot. Whenever there are fewer events going on, I play more. So fire is moving in, fishing ships going down, but more galleys now for Antagonist. At the same time though, Babaorum has managed to destroy 6 fishing ships so far, and he's up to the Castle Age. So what does he do in the Castle Age? Does he keep fighting around the middle? Or does he swap for, or fighting around the outside on the water? Or does he swap for some type of middle fight? Might be a fight in the middle. Wouldn't surprise me. Go back, defend, try to get fire ship, protect your own fishing eco, and then maybe go for the relics. If you have a fish boom for TCs and you take the relics, could be a smooth eco. And yeah, you will add in that palisade. To re-wall behind this. Didn't we just have KOTD? We did just have KOTD. And galley numbers here are great for Antagonist, but Babaorum up to the Castle Age. He's going fire galleys. And war galley in the front dock, fire ships in the back docks. Bill's mining the gold. He did manage to run the fishing ships, and he'll maybe do another dock up here. Another Clash of the Titans? We did a Clash of the Titans too. That was an awkward one though, because it kind of fell second to a bunch of other events, and we didn't get scheduled quickly enough. And we had so many maps in the map pool, I wasn't able to fix them the way I really would have liked. Also, based on the fact they were old Whocl maps, they needed a lot of work. Personally, Flatch is hoping for another RBW. I don't know, Flatch. I think you gotta travel to one first before you can start hoping for another one. Sudden Disaster was great. Sudden Disaster was great. I hope that we have more flexibility with changes to the UHB, so we can host another one again. I know the admin team did not like all the enforcements that when they were overruled by Nilly, so that's a question if that's going to happen again. I would love to do it again, though. And try it on Steam Deck. That'd be cool. That's another reason why you'd want the controller controls actually to work for PC, which they don't right now. So you can play on Steam Deck. So fire's going down. Fire's out here going down. Fire's around the outside. What happened? Basically, the handbook basically had a section that said admins are responsible for, or admins may enforce rules with warnings or penalties or whatnot, but basically gave responsibility to admins and discretion to admins for deciding how to deal with situations. There's a rule about the spec delay thing, the 2-minute delay, which you can clearly see if there are different ways of abusing that rule, where maybe someone just forgets to change the settings versus someone actively using it to cheat versus someone who's maybe reading their chat or not reading the chat. So there's a lot of different stuff there, and admins need to make a reasonable decision. And it was, unfortunately, the day after the Licks thing had just happened. We internally had a discussion as the admins, and decided that that was poorly handled, and that we would issue warnings first, as the handbook entitled us to, in case anyone did that. And then we had one player who did stream without a delay. Our response was to issue them a warning, but then Nilly had to come in and basically disqualify the player from the tournament over the ruling of the admins. The handbook was later edited to remove some admin discretion for events. So, the admin team does not really want to work with the UHB again. The Universal Handbook. Yeah, being overruled is bad enough, but then the only explanation you can then give to someone is, we think this is wrong, but Nilly makes us do it, is a very uncomfortable position to put both the admins and the players in. And we really don't want to go through that again. So, Doc here for Babaorum. And Beargwin. Hello, Beargwin. Welcome in. Welcome in. So, it looks like Babaorum is losing. I like the initiative for the forward dock, but I think we're running into the problem that triple dock defense gives you more galleys. And I've seen this map played heavy on water. I've seen it played heavily in the middle. And now, after the water, we have Babaorum coming forward with a castle, monastery in the middle. And the castle will be shooting down the monastery. So, score, remember, score is very, very reflective of water control. And 40 to 20 KD, even though Antagonist has more res collected, he has spent significantly more resources on very expensive ships than Babaorum has. So Babaorum early on sniped some fish, and now it's 14 fishing ships for Antagonist, but it's going to take some time for those to pay off. And the only gold that Antagonist has access to is in the middle and castle dropped by Babaorum. So now he can take the oysters at the back, but he's been taking that for a while. He doesn't have much gold left. Does Antagonist have oysters left? He has less than 500 gold of his 2 oysters. And now he's got Persian TCs. He's trying to move out to the middle to find more TC spots. But what is that? Arumi's swordsman. Is this unit good? What is this? They're denying the TC, doubt TC, and Vils going down. Yeah, we are spectating, You have multiple players that streamed and or without delay but were never punished. Yeah, and in... Oh, thank you, Guan Delicious, for the follow. And we had basically the same admin team for Stronghold Frenzy. And early on, we had Doubt and Jordan, who both streamed and interacted with the chat. So we messaged them and told them not to do it anymore. And they didn't do it anymore. And we had absolutely no problem or no drama. And it is definitely an awkward situation to be a tournament host, and I think it is an absolutely silly reason to potentially remove a player from a tournament because they stream without a delay. And I don't want to be treating different people differently. I want to make sure the same rules apply to everyone. And I think it's, you know, we don't want top players removed for not having a delay. We don't want bottom players removed without having a delay. Doesn't matter who they are. I think that there is a reasonable ability to mess up with stream settings and do it innocently and not really have any benefit from it. And that should, and admin losses or removal from a tournament is definitely too harsh of a penalty. Yeah, and as Arbase says, it's good for tournament hosts to get more viewers because streaming without delay is a better streaming experience. And also, it's a better admin experience because we don't need to wait 2 minutes to check for bug maps. It's, all in all, I think a much better experience not to have the delay. And there certainly is the argument for the spec delay that maybe the 2-minute delay does help prevent cheating. But at the same time, we usually have players in voice calls and Discord, and you can ask them to share their screen while being in there. And I think that there are, in terms of the different tools we have to prevent cheating, the 2-minute spec delay is fairly ineffective, especially with a 3-vil start. If you know, maybe you know someone is sending vils for a castle drop, and you wouldn't see that immediately with the 2-minute delay, but you'd still see them on stone collecting stone for 2 minutes. I think that there is very little you actually prevent with a 2-minute delay if someone really did want to cheat. Yeah, as far as I know, it is a Microsoft thing above Nilly's authority, but that is definitely something that you would hope Nilly would be pushing back on if no one likes it. So, Bill Gates himself stepped in. Bill Gates has asked, how many empires do you want? And Reddit responded, we want a 2-minute delay. So Antagonist has a huge score lead, but Imp is in. Imp is in for Babaorum. Imp is in for Babaorum as he's mining stone. And there's gold up here, there for his access. The first TC denied by the Irumi swordsman, for Antagonist breaking out now. I am very worried about trebuchets, though. I'm very worried about trebuchets, and at the very least, there is an outpost here. So Babaorum is aware of the vills out here on that gold. And 53 vills to 123. But this is a situation, how efficient are these fishing ships actually? There aren't that many fish on the map. And 41 fishing ships are what we have for Antagonist. He literally is going to outfish the entire map and then hit a spot where he doesn't have many farms and needs to add fish traps. Like how much more fish can he possibly take? 42 fishing ships, is that a bit overkill? He has a 30 vill lead without them. But can he actually turn that into armies fast enough? He's mining stone, but if he does castles, he's going to be in Treb Wars against the Byzantines, and Treb Wars are not something you want to be in when you're in the Castle Age. Mangonel took out another Mangonel. And Castle. Castle there, but how will the Castle hold up to a Treb fight? Antagonist needs to secure some gold. And how are the market prices? Okay, they're not bottomed out yet, so he can sell at the market still. This might sound silly, but maybe Babaorum needs to start selling food at the market to bottom the prices out. This is the best. It's a play all three, Fletch. It's a play all three. I can check the standings after this game and give everyone a standing update. Oh, nice Mangonel dodge. So Imp on the way now from Antagonist. But as big as his eco lead is, it is still Treb fight versus Byzantines time. Yeah, it's a league system and everyone plays each other. 3 games. At the end, there is a scoreboard and the top advance to a playoffs. The bottom drop out to a lower league. Oh, Dravidians, what the hell? No, I'm sorry. Dravidians, I'm thinking of last game. Last game he was Byzantines. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I was thinking he was Byzantines last game, and I was so excited to see Byzantines. I've been casting for 10.5 hours and thought we'd get more Byzantines. Yeah, I was talking about the Arumi Swordsman earlier, too. There is a slight eco difference. Very slight. But there's also a Treb difference, but now there's gold access. 42 fishing ships, and they're all on deep fish so far. But he's running out of fish. He is literally fishing all of the fish in the sea and adding in fish traps now. Treb going for the TC. He could still dock over here, but he has to add the fish traps in because he's running out of places to collect from the fish traps. And the TC goes down. He has a bombard cannon now. 21 vills on gold. But you know what? Babaorum also has 5 relics. Maybe this is crazy, but I think Babaorum can still win this game. He has bombard cannon out. Persians, they need to get chemistry. They have chemistry. I don't think this is over. I think he still has a chance. He's getting Arbalest now. He has 61 vills. Where'd those seawalls come from? It's just a building that's in the game. They were added for the campaigns when DE came out, and you can use them in map scripts. Let's say that if he didn't have gold, maybe. I mean, maybe the play wasn't to push into the base. Maybe the play was push over here, try to get a second castle and a Treb War. Even if you're Dravidians and not Byzantines. So skirms from the Persians, no bracer for them. Treb's going for the next TC. Oh, that cannon's going to take out the Trebs, though. Okay. If the Trebs go down, then it's over. He's not going to be able to afford to replace them. This is such a weird game. That's why I love this map pool. We're going to have a very different variety of maps and strategies available. So TC here being trebbed. Some cannon going for this TC. Antagonist is going to be on 0 TCs soon. Or he would be if that Treb got a couple more shots in. This TC looks like it's going to go down. Persian's TC... he's lucky he has Persian TCs with all that extra HP on them. But I guess he doesn't really need the TCs anymore. He has 106 vills and 42 fishing ships. He doesn't need to train any more vills. Wait, he's actually going to be out of gold soon because he mined all the extra gold he found. Wait a minute. He now doesn't have gold again. He doesn't have gold again. He doesn't have gold. And Babaorum has 2k relic gold. There's a chance. There's a chance. Now he's the cannon, sure. But so does Babaorum. He's making skirms. Again, he's down in cannon numbers. These workshops are on fire. He's deleting the walls. I know skirms are the best unit in the game, but the Dravidian player could make their own skirms. Well, there's a cannon down. If he micros the cannon better, maybe there's a chance. Maybe. Some skirms going down. Yeah, chat. There's a chance. Come on. If he wins dodgeball. Antagonist, look at that market usage. He's using the market. 6 cannon now. Does he have... Where's the market? In the back. The prices are getting worse. Babaorum needs to sell some wood so that Antagonist can't sell wood. That's now 7 cannon. Does Antagonist have cav anywhere? Trying to add crossbows. What are crossbows gonna do? Ooh, don't run into the castle. But how long does the castle stand against 7 trebs? You know what could happen? Some arbs could come around this way and destroy the wood line, get into the back of the base. I guess there really isn't much eco there. Persians, do they get siege engineers? They do not. They do not. Here comes the fight. Here comes the fight. That's a lot of skirms dying. Babaorum with the better KD still. The skirms are going down. Chat, there is a chance. There is a chance. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Okay, this castle was repaired. Antagonist, he has some stone. Oh, he trebbed a castle though. He trebbed a castle. Now he has his main gold back. Maybe the main gold is what he needs. Saying with monks your eco is my eco? Well, he's pumping out skirms. He can do skirms forever, and that's probably enough for him. I would love if Babaorum somehow found a way to win this. He's microing the cannon. It's harder to micro against the skirms than it is to micro against the bombard cannon. Okay, now the cannon are down. Middle is down. And 0 gold equals GG. If I Soxy calling the GG. Now we have gold access for Antagonist. Now he can reach the golds. Well, even though the strats didn't work out for Babaorum, I like that he came to both games with strats. The Byzantine fast imp, the Dravidian forward dock. That's the second time I've seen the forward dock. That's right from the Dark Age. Target tried that too. And at the end, he almost held on. He almost with that castle. Maybe I think maybe if he goes for this castle at the start instead of like goes over here to control that gold instead of pushing into the TC, that probably would have been better for him for the gold control. But dang, amazing play to almost still have a chance. Gold is useless. Skirms don't need gold. That's true. Or yeah, a second castle over there. It felt like even in that situation, the imp transition, he still had opportunities. But man, that's crazy. I've been enjoying this map. It's certainly been my favorite so much. Yep, it's play all 3. Play all 3. So let me just get the ads out of the way. And what do we have? 90 seconds. Then game 3. So that's 2-0 for Antagonist. For maps, that's a loss on Coast Arena. Sad loss, but an entertaining game. With Dravidians the first civ, so that was his plan. Dravidians on Coast Arena right from the start. And I guess this is Malians Malay. But Portuguese, Bengalis, Burgundians all could be Tulo civs too. Oh, yes, we can change the skull and crown. There we go. Yeah, I wanted to see the clown endgame work out for him. Trush at some point. Yeah, I guess I didn't increase the wall HP like I probably should have. Whereas light cav to counter skirms. Also Dravidians, they don't have good light cav. Right, so you're probably not going to go Dravidian light cav, and especially not with that eco. Maybe you should have put a second castle up instead of going imp so fast. Could have been a play too. Second castle on the other gold. And then go imp and hold. Place all walls with fences. Alright, so game 3 will be Regicide Tulo. And here we go. T90 doesn't like fences or canoes. So, Tulo, the Regicide version, in which case you start with 0 gold, like every standard Regicide start. Every time you play Regicide Fortress, 0 gold. Oh my gosh, look at that queen. Does Babaorum realize she's not a Vil? Yeah, I gave it the map a 50-50 chance of having a queen. So queens, the only difference between a queen and a king is the movement speed, so I made that the same. And now they can scout the queens and do early docks. No drush, no militia here like we saw with that Aztecs game from Whocl, which was brilliant. Are we mining gold? We are mining gold here from Babaorum. So will this be a barracks? We have a house here, so no mining gold from Antagonist. This is what I think makes the map interesting. It's Regicide, where you're encouraged to fight with Vils in the middle, but you don't have Loom. Oh, coincident, thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh, I was gonna raid you. But thank you for the raid. This is our final game of the day. We've been streaming for about 11 hours almost. Yeah, have a great stream. Well, thanks, hope you had a good stream. Thanks for stopping by the chat earlier too. Yeah, so fishing ship, and he has Loom. He has Loom. Loom so he can fight the Vils. As I was saying, since this is Regicide, I don't know how Ensemble Studios decided this when they made the game, but you start with extra stone and extra food on Regicide, but less gold, you start with 0 gold and only 150 stone instead of 200. So Regicide Fortress, you have to be careful that you might not have Loom when you get raided, and you have to be extra careful here because you have to Vil fight in the middle for the fish, but you need to mine gold to go for a Vil fight. Oh, thanks for giving Coincident a shout out. Simple Regicide, no nuclear option. The Regicide is you kill the monarch. In this case, it's a queen. You kill the enemy queen, and you win. In the Dark Age, the queen is faster than the scout, so queens often are used as, or kings, whatever, they're used as scouts. And they have pretty good vision. Can't really kill them in the Dark Age. Well, you have to get back and hide somewhere in your base, in your tower, in your TC, wherever you want to hide when you get to the Feudal Age. There are exploding kings, that's true. Yeah, this is not exploding kings, this is basic Regicide. Is that a tower? This is a tower. This is a fortified tower. You can't train your unique units from it like you could a castle. It's not quite as strong. So this is Regicide, but you don't have the castle like you do on Fortress. Just simple Regicide. And now, Babaorum has to be careful because he's up more slowly to the Feudal Age. But he could do something, I've never really seen it. You could palisade wall, I believe, here. And protect your fishing ships if you wall them in. I have seen that a couple of times, walling using the dock to restrict access across the middle. But since he's in the Dark Age, he can't train any warships. Antagonists went up faster, and we'll get the fire galleys out first. In a small pond like this, you usually don't do the normal galleys that shoot arrows. They're usually a bit stronger in open water where you can run them around and micro them. But in the very close and small bodies of water, fire galleys dominate. And one Vil down from Babaorum, even with Loom. Too much fire to deal with. And I think the dock actually blocks this off, but the fishing ship's a bit too close. Oh, actually, there we go. You can't actually shoot over enemy units with the fire galley, though, so the dock will block that. It has to sail around. Yeah, as Arba says, the fortified tower, basically just a strong tower with some different architecture. Usually it's a campaign object, but for custom maps like Tulo here, we can use them in the map scripts. And Loom on the way for Antagonist. How good is a Trush these days? Still a really strong strategy on Arena. I feel like we see it less on open maps. But I think after the Red Bull qualifiers, where we saw tons of Korean mirrors, I've seen players using Guard Towers more often in the Castle Age against Mangonel pushes. So it's maybe a slightly changing meta with regards to towers. Tower hits hard, has more range too. It has the same range as Bombard Cannon with Siege Engineers at the start. So it can defend itself quite well against cannon in small numbers. And only box turtles / shorefish here, so you don't gain too much from taking the middle. And you can't really make fish traps because it's very exposed and vulnerable to melee units, to land units, to redocking, to castle drops, towers, whatever. You don't gain much by remaining here and fishing into the mid game. The antagonist has to be careful about his queen. Have to be careful not to forget about her. Sometimes you get all busy scouting in the Dark Age. You get feudal, and then forget about them. And the Giga Chad Civ pick, Malian Enjoyers unite. We did see a 3-minute game earlier where the Aztecs used their extra gold to drush and kill the dock mills at the start. You mean the Civ pick for Malians? This was Antagonist's home map. But Babaorum gave us a great Coast Arena game. So Scout Cav here, wandering around on the outside. Some Vills head out towards the wood line in the back. And we'll build a lumber camp again here. Will they just join their fellow Vills in chopping out? So how this map works in terms of stone, there is no stone in the middle. So you actually can't build 2 additional TCs. You can only build 1 unless you buy stone at the market or chop to the outside. When you get to the outside, you get extra stone. Now the trees here also do have 200 wood each. That's twice the wood of a normal tree, so it takes a bit longer to get to the outside. They did pick civs. Oh, I thought you wrote maps pick. Never mind. I saw Malian and I saw the MA and my mind read map after streaming for almost 11 hours. So Doc goes down to the fires, and Bow Saw on the way for Antagonist. 10:41:53. PC here for Antagonist, and that Scout still running around for Babaorum. I still need to fix the map after this too. Need to fix bypass. TC going on the outside between the gold and the wood line there. So not gonna TC where it's walled. But we'll have a lumber camp there anyway. His return. Now this is my own mayhem of streaming 11 hours. Winning the water seems powerful on this map. I don't know. I've seen players win the water and then lose the game quite often on this map. Again, it is only the slow box turtles and not the quicker deep fish. So we'll have another TC up here for Babaorum. And 3 TC boom for him, 2 TCs for Antagonist. He'll probably do a third once he gets to the outside and accesses the stone. You do like the new use of Guard Towers. Yeah, they have been quite useful. And not just with the Koreans. Also, if you're wondering why there are stone gates within the fortified palisade walls, it's because the game doesn't actually have a fortified palisade asset. It's either stone gates or palisade gates. Or city gates, but not going to use those. Feels like it's not worth investing too much. Yeah, it can be a huge overinvestment if you then lose the fish with how vulnerable they are. At a tower? Yes, indeed, that is a tower. It's also a couple of monks. So monks for Antagonist. This map has one relic in each corner. As you see, Babaorum doing a 4th TC on the outside. Well, each corner of the inside, and then one at the very middle, in the middle of the pond. If you can fire ships in the Castle Age, they're actually really good at destroying fishing ships, especially compared to the Feudal Age fire galleys. So I think that definitely is good, as long as you get the investment at the right time on Nomad. So walls on the outside from Babaorum. As a few water buffaloes run back. Looks awesome, that tower. Yeah, these towers all have cool architectures for them. And wall in the buffalo. All the stone is on the outside. There are 8 piles of stone, but it's all on the outside here. And ooh, nice movement from Babaorum there. He saw Antagonist was gonna get in with the scout, so he walled 1 tile back from the original wall. Calculated. Can I zoom in on the tower? I can look at both of them. Oh, perfect. As the scouts run by for Antagonist, they'll be shot at by the tower. Yeah, this is the African architecture. Nice little staircase running around it. This is their fortified tower. Has a huge range. And just a really strong tower. No castle on the map, but you can put the king or the queen inside of it. And then it's kind of the same thing with the staircase going on, but a bit different here. This is the architecture for the Southeast Asian civs. The Malay here. And we also, speaking of relics, 4 relics now for Antagonist. As scouts on the outside keep running around. Staircase starts from nowhere. Now the staircase goes from the ground and runs up and goes up. It goes to the ground. Hard to see in the 2D, though. Yeah, it feels like Antagonist is ahead. This staircase starts from that door. It's like you go inside, then there's like a second floor, somehow you get there. It almost makes sense. It almost makes sense. Again, usually a campaign building, but you can use them in custom maps. So here is the farm for Babaorum. And Imp on the way for Antagonist. Need an elevator. One day I'll have to make a video about custom staircases, because you can make staircases in AoE 2. You build them out of bridges. It's an amazing scenario design technique. Does the fortified Teuton Tower look as good as their guard tower? It's the same idea as the guard tower. I actually prefer the guard tower, though. And Knights on the outside from Babaorum, who does have a good lead with the extra TCs. Good villager lead, despite not having the middle. But Antagonist will be Imp first. Respect the grind. Welcome in. Castle going up for Antagonist. You like the Western European towers? I like the Eastern, or the Central European towers. I guess that's what they are. The Teuton Guard Tower, that's my favorite building in the game. So there is Imp for Antagonist, fast Imp as the Malay, and he will be dropping a castle right outside of Babaorum's base. Babaorum does have to remember, this is Regicide, and the queen in that tower has to run. Queen has to run. And he doesn't want to do what Viper did. One time Viper was playing this game, and after the tower went down, the Trebs landed, and the Trebs killed his king. Soldiers in that tower should have pretty muscular legs from using all the stairs. And that Vil braving the castle fire. Castle without ballistics just cannot hit units. What's going on here? So Vil goes down. Knight here under the TC. Hills fight the knights. Knights still coming around. Knights avoiding the TC for now. Option for diplomatic marriage and a tie. Unfortunately, it's 50-50 for all players. Either you all get kings or you all get queens. There are... The way I do it, I have to change the unit stats for everyone all at once. I can't do it individually per player. At least not right now. Maybe in the future there'll be a hacky way I could do it per player. But as far as I can tell, I don't have that option simply in the map script. So, still on the outside, still pushing. And he still does have a 14 villager lead. And he's going to push this TC. Oh my gosh, look at that. The monk converting over the wood line. And, okay, there's the queen. She needs to run. She is... Okay, he is... Okay, whew. He remembered to run the queen. Remembered to run her away. But he can go to the outside. Gonna wall this up and play simply outside versus middle. No gold on the outside. All the gold's in the middle. Then all the stone is on the outside, so he could just do castles or something on the outside and try to hold the outside. The monk wants more conversions. And Ram here going for the TC. Almost as fast as the siege tower. That's true. Yeah, we do need to show off the Mongol siege tower someday. Before it gets nerfed. So TC here still defending from Antagonist, and now that he has a good trip push in the middle, feels like he's gonna go up 3-0. I think the map pool, as much as Babaorum might have wanted to play Coast Arena, favored Antagonist heavily. He is very well experienced at the closed maps, and certainly is exactly the type of map he wants to play. Yeah, the queen didn't skip leg day either. So, goodbye fortified tower. Maybe we should give some type of penalty for destroying it. It should be a rare architecture building that needs to be preserved. So crossbowman on the way for Antagonist. Walls back here from a Babaorum, trying to keep him out. Belongs in a museum. So Antagonist feels like he's going to finish this up now that he's gotten to the outside. Remember, Trebs can also cut these trees, so it doesn't take long to reach the outside now that you're in with the Trebs. It has a good number of Karambit warriors trying to fight knights. Karambits are cheap and cost half a population space. They do go down to the knights right away. You need large numbers for them to be effective. And there's a GG from Babaorum. And 3-0 for Antagonist. So, not surprised Antagonist would win seeing the map pool, but he is quite a good player. Oh, I realized I forgot to write the elos in the overlay. GG's. Congratulations to Antagonist. And before we end, we will take a quick look at the standings, because we clearly haven't streamed enough today. Thank you, Santo8794, for the follow. 3-0 for Antagonist. 11-hour stream? That's not that bad. And for Antagonist, it was snowing all day. I'm stuck inside. What else do we do other than go for a long stream? Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Bloodless.
Defeat my champion in combat, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, and I will give you command of my army. Let the tournament begin!
So, Viper Sato and someone else can qualify tomorrow for Red Bull? Yes. Bad plan? What's the bad plan, Arbase? Oh, Full Metal Zen, thank you for 100 gifties in the channel. Arbase telling me I have a bad plan. Ah, El Cid quote. El Cid, okay. Open up TTL, look on Wikipedia. And Silver League. So here we are. Look at the standings. Let's scroll down. And what do we have here? Oh gosh, wow, I was so zoomed in. There we are. We have Silver League, Blue, and Target on top. I guess these standings aren't updated yet. Arbase. Where's the updated Wikipedia page? But I think we were still waiting for Antagonist and Goku to play their games in the first round. I think that was rescheduled at some point. And we'll keep an eye out for more games. And Gold League also is starting. Is our base doing? You don't do Wikipedia. Who does? Is this just random Wikipedia people doing Wikipedia? Is this unofficial? Highest rated player? Currently the best player would be Hera. I think that's pretty unanimous with his tournament results. In terms of ELO on the 1v1 bracket, I'm not exactly sure. I think Hera has the highest ever achieved, and Vinchester is second. Both of them, I think the only two who have been over 3,000 ELO so far. So Gold League, Valessa played really, really well when I saw him, and he had a great set against Yo in Red Bull today. Well, he's Turs because he's alphabetically the last player, and they haven't played any games yet. MT Explorer, don't go belittling Turs because he's pushing our base to do admin work. I don't know, I haven't lost a game yet. He is undefeated. And I don't know who's gonna come out of any of these groups. This feels like same thing for gold and silver. Whoever actually practices the most and dedicates the most time to preparing, I think will be the winner of the group. And for gold and silver, that could be anyone. For C, I'm kind of expecting... I kind of want to put Jordan and Dogao at the top. For B, I think Sorakuma. Sorakuma could have a run. You never know with Doubt. Doubt could be first, he could be last. I doubt he'd be last against Z40 and Sobek, though. And Fire. I think Doubt's a safe top 3 there. I think Sorakuma, Doubt, maybe at the top, and then maybe Kapach third. And we AAA MT Explorer, so that will be first in group stages. Then Valessa overtaken. Only set that was played, but Valessa, again, very dominant. And a player who could look to try to get back to Platinum. Prisma, one of the young up-and-coming players. But after that, Valessa, I think, maybe second in the group, has a good shot at that, winning over Overtaken. Get an underscore. Anyway, so that will indeed be it for me for tonight. Had a long stream. Let's see, I was gonna raid Coincidence because he was playing some medieval game. I guess we'll raid, who else is streaming Age? Let's see. Who's streaming in English now? Okay, so I end the stream on YouTube, back. Arbase, did we know the time? When stuff starts tomorrow? Can you put the max pop increase of the Royal Albert Hall onto other buildings? I'm not sure about that. I know you can change the pop of houses. I think you can. I think you can. Seven Polar, I think you can. So next TTL set is in 45. Wait, there's a TTL set in 45 minutes? What? When did that get added to the schedule? Oh, Dekir versus Nahue. And then Bad Koala Stark. Oh my gosh. I could stay up to cast. There's 3 sets overnight. So 12 GMT tomorrow, I'll be back. I'll be back at 12 GMT to cast a Duzu Kasva. I need to eat our base. That is so tempting, though. You can't encourage them to start right now, can you? But yeah, 12 GMT tomorrow morning, I'll be back. You're going to bed. Good night. Okay, so we're going to end. I'll be back 12 GMT tomorrow for more TTL. See you then. And everyone have a good evening.